Chapter 27. Shortly after Durga left in a huff for Nau Hutta on some unexpected diplomatic mission, Bevel Lemelisk watched Imperial General Sulamar transform into an even more pompous ass without the Hutt there to squash his dictatorial impulses. Sulamar seemed to think he was the reincarnation of Grand Moff Tarkin, strutting about and issuing orders at his whim. But unlike Tarkin, Sulamar gave orders that had no merit, and the general had none of the personal power or iron-hard charisma Tarkin had displayed. Lemelisk brushed him aside. He'd never had much use for military puffballs. He had work to do. The growing magnificent construction of the Darksaber filled him with joy as he watched from the distant Orko Skymine expeditionary ship. The main supports for the superweapon had taken shape, folding the durasteel lattice into a cylindrical tube like a gigantic wind tunnel. General Sulamar had supposedly used his influence to obtain surplus computer cores from old Imperial shipyards, cores powerful enough to direct the operations of the Darksaber. The Hutts had been unable to purchase appropriate computers through regular channels, but Sulamar had promised to get them chin-high with self-importance. Lemelisk would believe in the alleged computer cores when he actually saw them. In Durga's absence, Sulamar loved to remain on the command deck, standing significantly in the space where the Hutt's levitating platform usually hung. The general wore a smug expression on his old baby face. Lemelisk, though, preferred the private observation blister that Durga used as a relaxation lounge. Here, staring out at the orbiting battering rams of crushed rock, Lemelisk could be alone and at peace with his thoughts, letting his mind buzz as new things occurred to him, ideas he would explore at some later date. The potential for destruction made him curiously aware of the power contained within this space shrapnel. It calmed him. Once the automated mineral exploiters, Gamma and Delta, had gone operational, with programming altered so as to ignore each other as potential targets and resources, the construction had progressed amazingly well. Day by day, Lemelisk could see the behemoth blossoming, taking shape from a jumble of loose drifting girders into a long and shimmering lightsaber handle whose blade would be a super laser that could crack planets. The Toril workers were the key, Durga's masterstroke, and Lemelisk gave the Hutt all the credit he deserved. The multi-armed simian creatures were agile, strong, and intelligent enough en masse. Lemelisk hadn't the slightest idea where Durga had obtained the thousands of specially made environment suits, small, airtight, heated, and with 4 arms and 2 legs to fit the Toril. Like a pack of vermin, the little creatures swarmed outside in the hard vacuum, scurrying over the construction site, working collectively. Feeling silly at first, Lemelisk had spent hours with representatives from the Toril, a pair of the fuzzy creatures that seemed like simpering pets. He displayed the Darksaber plans on the holoprojector, pointing out precise construction details, tediously going over every step. It had seemed at first as if he were speaking to a non-intelligent furball that blinked stupidly at him. But he knew that those blank, half-amused stares were windows to a greater overmind able to concentrate on the input from these 2 observers, absorb it, and understand it. At least Bevel Lemelisk hoped so. These mind-linked creatures would have to work together, knowing the details of the entire design. If everything worked right, the superweapon would be built in a fraction of the time that space construction normally required. As he looked out and saw the long girder-sheathed tube being assembled before his eyes, Lemelisk was awed. It was so different, so fantastic to have enthusiastic construction workers for once. The convicts from the penal planet Despair had proved totally inadequate for the rigors of constructing the first Death Star. They were untrained, physically challenged, mentally unstable, a lousy workforce in every sense. Finally, after their repeated and costly mistakes, Lemelisk expressed his disgust and displeasure to Grand Moff Tarkin, who took appropriate action. After Tarkin had finished executing the entire work crew, Lemelisk and 600 stormtroopers accompanied him on a recruitment drive to the planet Kashyyyk. "The Wookiees are animals," Tarkin said, his face pinched, his eyes flinty. "They are hairy and violent. and they smell, but they're intelligent enough. If properly broken, they are acceptable workers, as well as expendable in the usual sense. Their planet is out of the way and barely inhabited. A few human traders visit and do little business, but nothing that will be missed. That's why we've enslaved some of the Wookiees before." "I know," Lemelisk said. "We used a group of the beasts to help construct Maw installation. Didn't have much contact with them, though." "Ah," Tarkin said, nodding. "Then you know what brutes they are." "Yes, but they're certainly strong." While the Star Destroyers rode in high orbit, Lemelisk accompanied the Grand Moff as the assault shuttles dropped through the atmosphere, weapons blazing to get the attention of the natives. They searched for a place to land on the canopy, and Lemelisk looked out the passenger window in dismay at the leaves and branches swarming with insects and vermin. It turned his stomach to think that this world's inhabitants had done so little to improve their environment. No developments, no civilization, just primitive tree dwellings. The forest itself was unexploited. Lemelisk could barely believe it, and he lowered his expectations of Wookiee intelligence. The stormtroopers found a crude landing pad on the canopy, supported by thousands of meter-thick branches. Though it looked rickety, the platform proved to be sturdy enough as the assault shuttles settled down with a blast of repulsor lifts. The Wookiees they encountered had a blatting, growling language that was completely incomprehensible. Luckily, they understood blasters. A number of their leaders also understood Basic, so that when Tarkin issued his demands, the leaders translated the words into barks and snorts. When they roared in defiance, the Wookiees made it clear they understood completely. Lemelisk sighed. Tarkin would have to do it the hard way. So the assault shuttles circled, firing with laser cannons until sections of the towering forest gushed with flames. Pillars of smoke rose, spreading like black bloodstains on the sky. The Wookiee animals wailed in betrayal. Lemelisk had already begun planning how best to use the brawny brutes in the Death Star construction, calculating how many human guards would be needed per group of Wookiee workers, what the optimum size for a Wookiee labor gang would be. Such administrative and construction details always nagged Lemelisk in the middle of difficult projects. The Wookiees were lashed with force whips, their offspring herded into hostage camps, adult males and females shoved into cargo compartments. One large bull with silver-tipped fur rebelled, knocking stormtroopers right and left. In moments the other Wookiees joined in the fight, but Tarkin didn't hesitate. He ordered his men to cut down any beast who resisted. The silver-fringed bull went first, falling off the platform with a smoking hole in his chest. His body crashed through the canopy until it finally came to rest, caught in the thick branches far above ground. Other unruly Wookiees were shot, and the resistance ended quickly. From that point on, all the Wookiees wore binders clamped tightly to their wrists. Lemelisk wished Tarkin would hurry back to the construction site so they could begin training the new workers. The project did have a deadline after all, and the Emperor was counting on them. Didn't these Wookiees understand? Probably not, he thought. They were just dumb animals. On the trip back and during the interminable days of indoctrination, the Wookiees' resistance was further broken with sonic negative stimulation transmitters, drugs in their food, and threats against the hostages Tarkin had abandoned on Kashyyyk. Once they got started and trained, though, Lemelisk was proud of the progress the Wookiees made. The work crews were strong and competent, so long as they were carefully watched to prevent sabotage attempts. It was good to see the Death Star moving toward completion again. As far as Bevel Lemelisk could tell, the Darksaber construction was correct, but he had a bad feeling as he watched the Toril working with such speed. He recalled the difficulties he had experienced with the unwilling Wookiee work crews, and he did a telescopic scan, comparing the lines on the holographic blueprints with what he could see of the Durasteel lattice work forming the large cylindrical skeleton. The Toril were hard workers, amazingly speedy, but their greatest flaw, Lemelisk had found, was that they were distractible. The hive-minded Toril had thousands of different facets of attention, and when an asteroid soared too close to the construction site or a smuggler's ship flew within view, The Toril focused their attention on the new sight. As the Overmind became intrigued with the novelty, more of the multi-armed components turned to look, scrambling for a better view, climbing to new positions, viewing the intriguing event from a new and well-woven perspective. Unfortunately, this changed the positions of the Toril bodies, and when the fuzzy creatures returned to their work, many hung at new stations, connecting different girders together, hooking the wrong circuits. As he studied the lines, Lemelisk felt his heart sink into his paunchy stomach. A large section of the Darksaber outer framework was indeed assembled wrong, girders welded to incorrect counterparts. The computer core receptacle was connected to the waste heat exhaust. The superlaser anchor points were offset 90 degrees from each other, as wrong as they could possibly be. Lemelisk immediately stormed out of the peaceful womb of Durga's observation blister. He had to find one of the Toril and shout at it, explaining where the construction had gone wrong. It didn't matter which of the creatures he talked to. They were all the same, and the Overmind would hear him. Oh yes, the Overmind would hear him. He felt his stomach churning in dread that Durga would find out about the delay and order Lemelisk's execution after all. Lemelisk didn't want to be killed again. He was relieved the Hutt crime lord was gone. Lemelisk would order the Toril to work double time to rip apart an entire section of the Darksaber and start all over. The hive-minded creatures had to pay closer attention, though he feared that was probably impossible. But perhaps the situation could be salvaged before anything worse happened. In all likelihood, General Sulamar wouldn't even notice the mix-up. Hoth, Chapter 28. The ice world of Hoth hung beneath its coterie of moons like a cracked snowball. Callista piloted their space yacht, following the coordinates Luke had given her. He leaned forward in the passenger seat, tingling with anticipation. "Down there," he said, "that's where Obi-Wan's spirit first came to me when I was near frozen in a blizzard. He told me to go to Dagobah to find Yoda. Han tried to convince me it was just a hallucination." Callista sat subdued, gripping the controls. She had been reluctant to tamper with her locked Jedi powers ever since her brush with the dark side on Dagobah. Luke was concerned that her reticence and anxiety would do more damage than any of her actual failures had, because now she was afraid to try. Somehow Luke had to dispel that fear. Callista stared at the ice planet as they skimmed through the misty atmosphere. "I wish my master, Jin Altus, would come to me in a vision," she said. "I'm sure he could offer some insight." Luke didn't know how to respond, so he squeezed her hand. She looked at him with a mixture of annoyance and frustration. "I'll be all right, Luke. Maybe I can't have everything I want, but I'm going to do what I can. I haven't given up." "I'm glad to hear that," he said. "And down there is the next place to try." Luke indicated the white-pocked glacier fields beneath their soaring yacht. "This is where I really learned to fight. I had flown my X-Wing against the first Death Star, but here during the Battle of Hoth is where I learned to be a warrior. I left the wreckage of Echo Base to find Yoda," Luke said, smiling wistfully at the memory. "And one of the first things he told me was that wars don't make a person great." "He was wise, your Master Yoda," Callista said. "But sometimes you have to fight. Sometimes it's all or nothing. That's the only way to win." She swallowed. "That's why I made my sacrifice in the Eye of Palpatine." Luke said, "Let's hope you don't ever have to face that all-or-nothing choice again." She forced a smile. "I'd prefer that." Callista skimmed low under the afternoon sunlight where ice chips burned bright below the whitish sky. She darkened the viewport shields to cut down the glare. "I don't know what shape Echo Base is going to be in," Luke said. "It suffered some pretty extensive battle damage, and it's been abandoned for years. Don't expect luxury accommodations like the Malacco Quarry." Callista looked across the frozen snowfield. "At least it won't have any bugs or bats." She sat up straight. "Hey, what's that ship?" As they approached the line of rocky hummocks, Luke spotted a blackened hulk lying in the snow, surrounded by a starburst of greasy soot and slagged wreckage. "Can't be a leftover crash from the battle," he said. "That was 9 years ago. This is something new." Luke stared at the burned debris, reaching out with his sense. Nothing alive there that I can tell. It's recent, but not too fresh. Callista brought their yacht down near the wreckage, close to the hidden shield doors that sealed off Echo Base in the solid ice. She double-checked with her scanners. Yes, the metal's all cold. Ambient temperature. It's been here a few days at least, maybe as much as a couple of weeks. Luke opened the uniform locker and removed the 2 insulated jumpsuits hanging beside a pair of full environment suits. Luke and Callista pulled on the uniforms, activating the body heaters and tugging on gloves. Luke clipped his lightsaber to his belt and handed the second smooth black handle to Callista. Here, you'd better take yours. I don't want to, Callista said, glancing away. But you should do it anyway, Luke answered. You always have the option of not using it. White-lipped, she took it, still refusing to meet his gaze. They climbed out of the yacht into the blinding cold of Hoth, leaving the door closed but not sealed so they could re-enter in a hurry. Callista shivered as she walked beside him. It's chilly here, she said. He raised his eyebrows and felt frost already collecting on the skin of his cheeks. Chilly, he said, but this is the hottest part of the day. Their boots crunched on the ice-crusted snow as they walked to the wrecked ship. It was a single transport, Luke said, bending over a scorched hull plate. Probably a blockade runner or a light freighter, the kind smugglers and poachers use. Callista picked up a twisted lump of metal, turned it over in her gloved hands, then let it drop. Her breath curled in white steam from her mouth. Do you think they crashed? She said. I don't see any bodies. Luke shook his head. The icy air sliced into his nostrils like razors. No, look at the pattern. The ship landed safely, and then exploded on the ground. See, none of the snow is plowed up. There'd be a long crash furrow if it came down from orbit. Luke looked over at the snow-camouflaged opening of Echo Base. Maybe they took shelter there. He pointed out the blaster cannon turrets on either side of the shield door. Let's check this out, but be careful. The wind picked up, skirling around the rocks in transient whirlwinds that whipped ice crystals into the air and scoured the snowdrifts. The opening to the ice cave was flanked by rocks, though most of Echo Base had been chewed into the centuries-old packed snow and ice. As they approached the shield doors, the pair of silent blaster cannon emplacements, standing like sentinels, suddenly came to life. The turrets swiveled, the long deadly barrels seeking a target and finding one. Look out, Callista shouted, and shoved Luke out of the way. He dived to one side, using his Jedi powers to fling him farther. Callista rolled, hitting the ground, as the first blast seared out. Steam boiled from a fresh crater in the ice. Luke began to run back toward her, but Callista rolled aside and moved out of range. The turrets swiveled, targeting on Luke, and fired again. He leaped into the air, and the beam missed him, exploding one of the frozen rocks. As the blaster cannon fired a third time, Luke drew his lightsaber and deflected the beam with blinding speed, countering the bolt with the energy blade. The sheer power of the blaster cannon made Luke reel, and only the strength of his synthetic hand allowed him to withstand the blast. Must be motion detectors, Luke. They're tracking us as we move, Callista shouted. I'm going to run and draw their fire. You use your Jedi powers to rush forward and knock out both weapons. No, Luke shouted. It's too... But Callista was already on her way. Luke knew this was how she did things. She made up her mind and then took action without considering the risks or even alternate ideas. For better or worse, Callista was in it now, sprinting in a zigzag pattern across the snow. Both blaster cannon emplacements swiveled, locking in on her. Luke plunged forward until he landed in front of the cannon. Holding the lightsaber in one hand, he scrambled up the tower and slashed with the glowing blade, severing the barrel of the weapon. He threw himself onto the snow and scrambled to the second turret just as the damaged one fired. With the barrel gone and its end fused, the cannon blast blew up the entire turret. The second weapon targeted Callista. She danced to one side, throwing herself into the snow half a second before the beam struck the glacier with an explosion sufficient to hurl Callista into the air. Luke didn't take the time to climb the second blaster turret. He used his lightsaber to hack at the emplacement itself as if it were the trunk of a giant tree. He chopped through the armored plating and a smoking square of durasteel tumbled to the ice. Luke stabbed inside with the yellow-green blade, slashing the power conduits and computer interlinks, slicing the heart out of the weapon. Above him the ominous barrel stuttered to one side, seeking another target, then went dead. He looked up and noted that the weapons themselves had been jury-rigged, sensors wired in with automatic targeting systems linked to motion detectors. He hurried over to help Callista to her feet, wondering why someone would go to all that trouble on this empty world. "Good work," she said, as they brushed each other off. "We're a team even without my Jedi powers." With a reluctant, grinding thud, the shield door split in the middle and began to spread apart. Icicles flaked off, and chunks of snow crashed to the ground. Figures appeared, shadowy forms standing in the crack of the partially opened door. Luke tensed and turned around, the lightsaber gripped in his hand. Callista held her weapon, but did not ignite it. Luke waited to see what their mysterious enemies would do. "Don't just stand there," a gruff human voice shouted. "Get inside quick, before those creatures come back." A dark-eyed man wearing the shadowy stains of beard stubble and remnants of white plasteel armor stepped outside, holding a blaster rifle. Beside him came a hairy feline alien with tufts of fur sprouting from his chin and fangs protruding below narrow black lips. A Cathar, Luke recognized. The feline alien also carried a blaster rifle and sniffed the cold air, tense and ready to fight. They did not point their blasters toward Luke or Callista, though. Instead, they seemed to watch for some invisible threat from the snows. Another human man, tall and broad-shouldered, stood within the main tunnel, gesturing for them to hurry. Luke looked around at the bleak, seemingly lifeless surface of Hoth. Then he felt a sudden uneasiness. He grabbed Callista's arm and rushed with her into the shelter. Only 5 of them had survived. "Seemed an easy way to make a few credits, since I was looking for a new occupation," said Burke, a former stormtrooper who had deserted the Empire in the turmoil following the Battle of Endor. Ever since that time, he had been on his own, surviving through shady dealings and illegal activities. "I hooked up with these 2 Cathar, Nodin and Nonak." The 2 feline aliens growled and flashed their teeth, glaring through slitted eyes at Luke and Callista. They appeared identical, except for slight variations in fur color. "They're both from the same litter," Burke continued, "and they were great hunters. At least they said they were." The 2 Cathar snarled, extending hooked claws from their hands. Burke didn't even seem to notice. He rubbed the stubble on his chin. His eyes were sunken, haunted by unrelenting tension, as if someone had beaten him repeatedly and might return at any moment. Together, his group had managed to get only a dozen or so glow panels functioning again, and none of the heater units. "There's a huge black market price on wampa pelts, you know," he said, and finally a spark of pride and daring appeared in his eyes. Although Luke sensed the brooding terror surrounding them in the unheated meeting room, the gaunt former stormtrooper grew more animated as he spoke. "So the Cathar brothers and I decided to set up big game expeditions. For a fee, we'd take hunters here to track down and kill the biggest game in the galaxy. A bit of an exaggeration, perhaps, but that didn't matter to rich Baron administrators like him." Burke gestured to the tall, muscular man with chiseled features, a white smile, and hardened eyes. "Drum Guldy," the muscular man said, introducing himself. "Baron Administrator of the Kelrodo Eye Gelatin Mines." He swelled with pride, confident that everyone had heard of him. "We're famous for our water sculptures," he said. "And this is my aide." He indicated a nervous-looking man with gray-blond hair and faint wrinkles across his skin, as if his surface layer had crumpled with 1,000 pressure cracks. "Sinitic." Burke the stormtrooper continued with his story, giving the rich hunter a nod of grudging admiration. "We had 4 customers on this run, and Drum Guldy was the only one worth having." "I bagged 10 of those wampas myself when they attacked," the Baron Administrator said, "though we couldn't go back and collect the pelts." He ground his teeth together, and a flush rose to his bronzed cheeks. The other monsters kept coming, and we had to retreat. "What happened?" Callista said. "How did you let yourself get so vulnerable?" Burke stared at his fingers, nervously twining and intertwining them. This was our third run. The other two went smoothly. We would track the creatures, bag one or two, and then leave. By this time, the monsters had learned how to work together. We thought they were dumb brutes, all teeth and claws and no brains. But we were wrong. The two Cathar hissed, and their fur ruffled. "We knew about this old abandoned base, used it as a stopping point because there isn't much shelter on this rock," Burke said, and he looked up at Luke. "We went out on scouting teams, me and Noden on one ship, Nonak and the others on another. It was just a day's hunt. Sun was shining, looked perfect." His haunted eyes stared off into the shadows of the room. "We came back and found our pilots slaughtered. And I mean slaughtered. We had all those weapons. We never thought they'd attack us." "We underestimated the problem," Sinidic said in a thin nasal voice, then ducked his head as if realizing he shouldn't have spoken. "When we went to investigate," Burke continued, "the Wampas must have been waiting for us. They erupted out of the snow and fell upon us like a meteor strike. We couldn't see 'em. They killed one of our guides and the other 3 clients. Luckily, we got to shelter in the base. We closed the shield doors behind us." He swallowed, reliving the nightmare. Drum Guldy picked up the story, businesslike and matter-of-fact. "That's when they blew up our ship," he said. "Must have been an accident. I can't believe they knew what to do. They triggered it themselves." "We've been here 4 days," Burke said. "No supplies, and those things are out there waiting for us. We couldn't even send a distress signal." Noden, one of the Cathar, said, "Do you have weapons in your ship?" Luke and Callista looked at each other. "Weapons?" "No," Luke admitted. Callista said, "We didn't think we were coming into combat." "We got the 2 blaster cannons working," Burke said, "rigged motion detectors to fire on anything approaching. But you sure took care of those." A low bubbling growl came from the Cathar throats. "Now we got no defenses other than those doors, and we can't stay here forever." "You can't all fit in our ship either," Callista said, anticipating their next question. "It's only a small yacht. But we can transmit a distress signal, get a rescue crew here within a day or so." "It's getting dark," Sinidic pointed out. "Shouldn't we do something as soon as we can?" He looked up to Drum Guldy. "Why don't you order them to go back to their ship and send a signal?" "We'll all go back to their ship," Drum Guldy said. "Otherwise, Burke just might take them hostage and fly off and leave us here. And I don't suppose I'd blame him." The Cathar snarled, but from the way they looked at the former stormtrooper, Luke suspected they considered the possibility likely. "We've only got a dozen charges left in our blaster rifles," Burke said, not the least bit offended by the accusation. "We won't last long if we're under attack." Drum Guldy squared his jaw. "We'll have to make the most of what we have. Make a stand." Luke met Callista's gaze. Helping people was one of the primary responsibilities of a Jedi Knight, and they could not turn down even poachers and unscrupulous hunters such as these. But Luke felt his skin crawl with the memory of his own encounter with a Wampa. Coiled in tense, the 2 Cathar stood from the empty storage containers they had used as seats and readied their blasters. Drum Guldy slung his rifle over his shoulder. Sinidic carried no weapon, but clung close to the Baron Administrator. Burke wore 2 blaster pistols at his hips. They looked battered and well-used, repaired enough times that Luke wouldn't count on them. He and Callista had their lightsabers. "Let's do this fast," Burke said, leading them to the outer shield doors. "We can make a dash for it, since we don't have to worry about the motion sensors anymore." He scowled at Luke. "Leave the door partially open as a fallback option," Drum Guldy suggested, "in case we need to make a hasty retreat." Burke nodded. Luke sensed an interesting shift in command. Burke was the nominal leader, but Drum Guldy, a hardened administrator, was equally proficient in making decisions under stress. The 2 men seemed to have formed a team for their own survival. The shield door opened, and freezing air and snow gusted in. The sky had turned a hazy purple as the day drew to a close. Together, Luke and Callista led the 5 survivors in a sprint past the wreckage of the exploded poacher's ship to their own small space yacht. Luke focused his senses on Burke and the others, concerned that the desperate refugees might try to blast him and Callista in the back and take their ship. But he sensed only a gnawing fear. These people were too frightened to worry about treachery. As Luke and Callista approached their ship sitting calmly on the snow, Luke saw that the hatch stood open like a dark mouth. Callista said, "Hey, I didn't leave the door like that." "I've got a bad feeling about this," Luke muttered. The Cathar looked at each other and snarled. "Bad news," Dromguldy said, already guessing what they would find. Luke bounded up the ramp, while Callista stayed outside to prevent the others from entering the ship. Inside in the cockpit, Luke stared. The comm system had been torn to shreds, the panels ripped open with a silver scoring of claws. The navicomputer was gone, torn from its housing and smashed to a tangle of wires and broken chips. Severed cables dangled loose from the other controls. It was as if the monsters knew exactly what they were doing. A coil of fear tightened in the pit of his stomach. He turned behind him to the locker where the environment suits had hung, and found that the snow creatures had slashed both of the suits, making them unusable. Then came a shout from outside, a panicked outcry and sudden blaster fire. Luke charged out of the cockpit, leaping down the ramp. Callista already had her lightsaber drawn, its topaz beam crackling and spitting in the cold. Luke could barely distinguish the creatures that blended so perfectly with the snow and rock. Their white pelts made them only a blur of movement, curving horns sweeping from their heads, claws like knives extended as they boiled up, slashing and tearing and roaring. Burke drew both of his blaster pistols and fired, leaving a huge wampa dead in the snow with smoking holes in its fur. The 2 Cathar snarled, waving their blaster rifles. Burke tried to fire again, but one of his pistols had been drained dry. The wampas bellowed, setting up an odd howl that careened across the empty steppes like a tidal wave of terror. Dromguldy fired carefully and precisely, taking out another wampa. The remaining monsters pushed forward. One of the 2 Cathar shot indiscriminately, lancing the snowy distance with blaster fire until his rifle also ran out of charge. With an echoing roar that seemed somehow familiar, Luke turned to see a huge wampa standing on a rock outcrop, larger than the others, howling into the night as if directing the battle. Luke saw that this monster had only one arm. Its other ended in a cauterized stump. It slashed its single fistful of claws through the icy air when it saw the Jedi lightsabers. In unison, the army of wampa ice creatures surged toward their victims. Nar Shaddaa. Chapter 29. The Toril Overmind did not pause, did not rest. So many of the little interchangeable bodies swarmed over the zero-gravity construction site that work progressed at a relentless pace. Bevel Lemelisk was ecstatic to see that in only 2 days the busy creatures had managed to disassemble their erroneous work, erasing the mistakes, and rebuilding the entire faulty section of the Darksaber. Lemelisk watched the efforts and prayed that the Toril did not make an even worse mistake that might somehow escape his scrutiny. At one time during the worst setback, when much of the superstructure remained dismantled, General Sulamar had stepped up behind him on the Orko Skymine ship with a startling click of his boot heels. The baby-faced general stared out the observation windows. "Good work, engineer," he said grudgingly, as if Lemelisk had been waiting for such praise. "Carry on." Lemelisk had rolled his eyes and gone to find something to eat. Somehow he had forgotten to eat lunch again. He chose the dead hours during the designated sleep period to continue his work with the 3-dimensional crystal lattice puzzle. It amused him with a challenge that stretched him almost, but not quite, to the limit of his mental abilities. When he had reached the critical point, focusing his entire world upon the problem and adjusting the parameters ever so delicately, he was interrupted again. The crystal puzzle sparkled down to random shards as Lemelisk flew into a rage at the Gamorrean guard. The brute let the insults bounce off his thick greenish skin and then grunted only one word: "Durga." Lemelisk quashed his annoyance and followed the Gamorrean down the corridor to the communications center. Durga had sent a private message to him, knowing full well that it was the middle of the sleep period. But then, the hut had never shown much courtesy to others. The guard left Lemelisk alone to face the flat-screen projection of Durga the Hut. Durga could have used the holoprojector, which transmitted a small three-dimensional image, but the hut did not like the 3D system because it made his enormous body look diminutive. He wanted the flat screen, which projected his sloping, birthmarked face as a large and dominating visage. The speakers amplified his voice to a thunderous bellow. "Lemelisk," Durga said, "I know Sulamar is on his rest period, so I can speak to you without his interference. Those computer cores he obtained have arrived on Nar Shaddaa. I want you to come to the smuggler's moon personally and check them out. No telling what sort of garbage he's found for us. You must inspect them." "But I can't leave the construction site. Not now," Lemelisk said. "Why?" Durga demanded. "Have there been problems?" No, Lemelisk answered, holding his hands up. He hoped Durga couldn't see the sudden film of cold sweat that sprang out on his skin. Everything's going smoothly. The Toril are hard workers and very fast." "Good. I'm sending a ship to get you. You will make no contact with me. Just come to Nar Shaddaa and do your work. I am still trapped in an unpleasant diplomatic matter here." "When—" Lemelisk swallowed, his mind whirling. When will you return to the asteroid belt, Lord Durga?" "Soon," the hut answered. "This visit of the Chief of State is tedious but necessary. She has brought a fleet of warships supposedly engaged in battle exercises, but I am no fool. She means to flaunt her power. That is throwing a bent hydrospanner into our talks, though I don't believe the New Republic suspects anything." Durga suddenly growled and snapped back to the matter at hand. "Enough pleasantries. Get to the smuggler's moon as soon as possible. Once my Darksaber is finished, I won't need to be so disgustingly nice to these disgusting humans anymore." Lemelisk didn't know the type of ship he boarded. It was a battered old craft that seemed heavily and ineffectively modified. It had been through numerous battles, judging from the blaster scars on its outer hull plates, and the swollen engines looked sufficient to power a craft 10 times the size. It bore no registry markings. The Twi'lek pilot said little, even to the human co-pilot. One of the alien's head tails was scarred and shriveled, as if it had been burned or partially shot off. 2 Gamorrean guards accompanied Lemelisk onto the ship, saying little, throwing supplies on board and grumbling during takeoff. The Twi'lek pilot launched them from the expeditionary vessel away from the Darksaber site and out of the asteroid field before Lemelisk managed to strap his crash webbing into place. He craned his neck and tried to look out the rear viewports toward the dwindling construction lights. Lemelisk hated to leave, especially at a time like this. He never knew what was liable to happen if he was not there to supervise personally. Darth Vader had come aboard the first Death Star while it was still under construction. "I'm here to supervise personally," he said, his deep voice echoing through his impenetrable black mask. His breath, drawn through pumps on his chest, sounded like a hissing serpent. Lemelisk stared in awe at the Emperor's greatest warrior, the black-caped Dark Lord of the Sith, who already had the blood of billions on his gloved hands and still had a long career ahead of him. Grand Moff Tarkin had insisted that a small section of the Death Star's living quarters be completed post-haste so he could move his offices aboard the battle station. He had set up a large, armed reception for Vader's arrival, with an honor guard of stormtroopers, waves of warriors ready to die at the Emperor's command. Lemelisk had forgotten to shave, and was afraid his personal appearance might be less than adequate as Vader towered over him. The Dark Lord stared through impenetrable eye goggles and hissed through the respirator. "I am here to motivate your workers," he said, looking from Tarkin to Lemelisk. Lemelisk rubbed his pudgy hands together, smearing grease stains into the cracks on his knuckles. He wiped his hands on his thighs. "Good, Lord Vader. They need some motivation. The Wookiee work crews are strong and competent, but they take every opportunity to stall progress." Tarkin looked at Lemelisk, astonished, and the engineer wondered if he had said something he shouldn't have. "Then perhaps the construction foremen need to exercise a tighter grip," Vader said. "Or perhaps I need to demonstrate the limits of discipline." Lemelisk found Vader terrifying. Yes, a pep talk from the Emperor's right-hand man would make even the most recalcitrant Wookiees work harder and faster. But Vader did not have a pep talk in mind. Looming over terminals, he scanned through the computer records and work activity reports and selected the Imperial crew bosses who supervised the construction teams with the poorest performance. Grand Moff Tarkin summoned all supervisors to sit around a big table in the largest briefing room in the completed portion of the Death Star. "I am most displeased with your progress," Vader said after he had singled out the 2 least effective construction foremen. As the others watched, trembling with terror around the table, Vader raised his black leather glove. No one could read any expression through his skull-like plasteel helmet. The 2 unfortunate foremen gasped and choked, clawing as if an invisible, iron-hard fist had wrapped itself around their windpipes. They kicked and thrashed, spasming, choking. Drool ran from their mouths. Then there came a crunching sound, and the spittle ran a thick red. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets like spoiled fruit. Then Vader lowered his arm, and the 2 dead bosses crumpled across the table. Vader looked at the sweating construction foreman who remained at the table. "I expect the rest of you to do better from now on," he said. Vader ordered Tarkin's stormtroopers to take the pair of dead bodies out to the space construction site, where they wired the vacuum-frozen corpses to crossbeams on the outer shell of the half-finished Death Star. Lemelisk was surprised and appalled at Vader's tactics, but he changed his mind when he noticed that the crews did redouble their efforts. Tarkin was also very pleased. His own future seemed bright indeed. Now Lemelisk didn't know how he had gotten into such a mess. He rode in a surly silence with the other pilots of the smuggler's ship approaching Nar Shaddaa. Space traffic around the smuggler's moon was subdued, illegal ship activity hampered by the presence of the nearby New Republic fleet. As Lemelisk watched Nar Shaddaa, anxiety gnawed at the pit of his stomach. He didn't want to go there, didn't want to be around so many people, didn't want to walk willingly into that nest of vermin. The crew accompanying him was unpleasant enough, and they were on his side. Lemelisk had no way of knowing what sort of scum he would encounter in the run-down streets of Nar Shaddaa. He hoped to be in and out as soon as possible, and he hoped, though he didn't expect it, that General Sulamar had actually obtained acceptable computer components for the Darksaber. Already Lemelisk found himself longing to be alone with his plans and his dreams. But to make his brainchild a reality, he had to make certain sacrifices. As always, Bevel Lemelisk would do his duty, even if it cost him his life again. Chapter 30. The New Republic fleet engaged in out-system, in-system speed trials and maneuverability runs. Akbar's ships leapfrogged Wedge's squadrons as they pushed their piloting skills to the limits, always remaining on call should trouble arise for the Chief of State. Fortunately, everything had been quiet for several days, and it did not appear that the Hutts were going to be a problem. Leia sent word that she believed her mission would be over in a day or 2, so General Wedge Antilles, taking the opportunity to apply for some rest and recreation, accompanied Quai Zooks down to the smuggler's moon. "You always take me to such interesting places, Wedge," Quai told him, staring around at the seedy sections of Nar Shaddaa, her indigo eyes filled with amazement and drinking in details. Wedge laughed. "Well, this isn't exactly one of the more romantic places I've shown you." Quai shrugged and tossed her head. Her hair was like a mass of spun crystal fragments, pearly white strands made of fine feathers that sparkled around her head. "No, but it's still fascinating," she said. She had an elfin appearance, with the faint blue tinge to her skin that gave her an exotic charm. Yet she looked and acted completely human. Quizooks had been brainwashed as a child to become a weapons designer for the Empire. In Maw Installation, she had helped design the original Death Star with Bevel Lemelisk, and she had developed the Sun Crusher by herself. She remembered little of that, however, because young Kip Duran, flooded with dark side powers, had erased much of her memory in a disastrous attempt to make it impossible for anyone to recreate such weapons. Despite her many ordeals, Qui retained a childlike sense of wonder at discovering new things. Wedge found it endearing, and he loved her more with each day he spent at her side. They left their small shuttle at the Port Authority and paid a fee to guarantee its protection, an exorbitant enough price that Wedge was reasonably sure they would have no troubles. He wore no uniform, only a nondescript jumpsuit, in the pockets of which he had stashed an assortment of weapons, communicators, and locator beacons. They should be fine. Nar Shaddaa was a nightmare of decrepit buildings, empty warehouses, and closed doors marked "Keep Out" in numerous languages. Low-level flyers cruised across the sky, belching smoke from poorly tuned engines. Industrial processing centers spewed toxic wastes into the air and down drainage pipes. The atmosphere itself was murky and oily, laden with vapors that made visibility equivalent to looking through a glass of dirty water. The planet Nalhutta filled much of the stained sky, a bruised green, blue, and brown sphere rising halfway over the horizon like a heavy-lidded eye. Wedge and Qui strolled along the stuttering glidewalk, looking at flashing signs that advertised bizarre services. Giant, open repair bays yawned wide, full of dismantled parts stolen from ships that hadn't paid exorbitant protection money, as Wedge had done. The smuggler's moon seemed like a world-size mechanic shop, dingy and grease-stained, filled with discarded components that might eventually find some use, or just as likely might remain forgotten in a corner until the end of the universe. Vendors wedged their carts into alleys under waterproof canopies that deflected the droplets drizzling from overhead gutters. A plant-like alien sold sizzling hunks of bluish meat on a stick. Beside it, a fanged carnivore sold sliced vegetables. The two glared at each other with animosity. They passed gambling establishments and card-reading cubicles where fortunes were told, or made, or lost. Qui blinked as she watched a random game of blinking lights and metal spheres hurled by the players. If the players managed to strike one of the lights while it was illuminated, they won some sort of prize, usually a coupon to play another round of the game. Wedge found the nuances incomprehensible, but as Qui absorbed them, she slowly shook her head. "The probabilities make this game extraordinarily difficult to win," she said. Wedge smiled. "Now you're starting to understand." A pair of rickety old starships roared overhead, and the sounds of explosions made Wedge glance up. The two ships fired upon each other, and the pursuing ship exploded into a cloud of shrapnel that rained down on the buildings. Across a yawning open space, Wedge watched patrons seated on an outdoor balcony run for their lives as smoldering chunks of metal pelted the building. The victorious ship continued to limp away, its damaged engines faltering. Then, with a hollow-sounding boom, the engines gave out, and the ship spiraled down into the distance, where it crashed. In a parking area for maintenance vehicles, Qui stopped to inspect a vendor's table of trinkets and exotica, including boots made from rancor leather and glistening claws that he claimed came from wampa ice creatures. "How do we know these are real?" Qui asked the vendor, a reptilian creature with a long, tapering forehead and 3 eyes across his brow ridge. "You have my word on it," the vendor said. "No thanks," Wedge said, and took Qui by the elbow, leading her to a small self-serve cafe under the fluttering awnings of an open-air bazaar. Wedge ordered samples from the few recognizable items on the menu, carrying a tray laden with fizzing, colorful drinks and glossy dessert pastries. "This place is different from Coruscant," Qui said, summarizing her feelings. "Much more lived in, less polished." Wedge raised his eyebrows. "You can say that again." Quai blinked at him. "Why should I?" "Never mind," he said, smiling indulgently. They selected a table far from where two enormous gray-skinned brutes were bellowing at each other in what seemed to be either a blood feud or an argument. The longer Wedge watched, however, the more he realized that this was merely their method of conversation. The torn umbrella over their heads leaked some of the residue drizzling from above, so Wedge and Quai moved to the opposite side, where the table was relatively clean. They stared out across the crowded streets and saw a long wall of identical-looking warehouses, some guarded, some merely locked. Quai sipped her drink and sat up, startled, as the fizz bubbled around in her mouth. She swallowed, drew several quick breaths, and gasped, "That's very good, but I shall have to restrain myself." "Just take a sip at a time," Wedge said, "and you'll enjoy it." Quai looked at her dessert pastry and spoke distractedly. "You've shown me so many places, Wedge. Maw installation is still a blur, though I can remember what it was like, at least since you took me back there. It was much smaller than this place, not so many people, quiet and private and clean, everything in its place, regimented, easy to find." "But without much freedom," Wedge pointed. "I believe you're right," Quai answered. "Of course, I didn't know that at the time. I didn't know much of anything. You've already given me far more worthwhile memories than I lost," she said. "There are times when I think Kip Duran simply removed the bad parts from my brain, leaving room for you to show me more wonders." "So you don't think your past will ever come back?" he said. "The pieces that are missing are gone," Quai said. "But those that remain are vivid images, bright pieces that I'm able to connect in my mind. I can string them together so that it seems like I remember, even though much of it is just my imagination." Quai stared across at the warehouses, intent on something. Wedge watched her. He liked looking at her face, liked seeing her reactions to new things, and it made him see old familiar places with a new eye. He found it refreshing. Suddenly Quai's body went rigid, and she gave an absurd high-pitched whistle as she sucked in a little gasp of air. Quai stood up too quickly and bumped her drink, spilling the foaming liquid across the tabletop. "What is it?" Wedge grabbed for her thin wrist. Quai pointed across at the warehouses. "I just saw him. There. I recognized him." "Who?" Wedge said, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. Quai had better eyesight than he did, he knew that from long experience, but none of the figures moving toward the warehouses seemed distinctive. An assortment of surly-looking humanoids, a few hard-bitten aliens, and a paunchy man, all of whom disappeared into the murky building. "I know him," Quai insisted. "I worked with him. Bevel Lemelisk. We designed the Death Star together. He's here. Why is he here? How could he be here?" Wedge held her, and her entire body was trembling. "Come on, Quai. That couldn't possibly be him." He lowered his voice. "You can't see anything clear enough from here. We were just talking about your old memories. It must have sparked something in you. Don't let your imagination run away with you." "But I'm sure it was him," Quai said. "Maybe it was," Wedge answered doubtfully. "But if so, what does it matter? Maw installation is no longer a threat. The Empire is gone. Maybe he's fallen in with some smugglers." Quai sat down, still troubled. "I don't want to stay here any more," she said. Wedge handed her his drink. "We can share mine. Drink up," he said. "We'll go back to our ship." Then he added with a wry smile, "Unless you want to go find one of those hut bathhouses I've heard so much about." "No thanks," Quai said. Bevel Lemelisk went with his entourage through the back streets of Nar Shaddaa until they reached the warehouse sector. Lemelisk kept pausing to rub his feet on cleaner patches of the pavement, trying to remove the sticky residue and slime he stepped in every time he averted his eyes from the path. The Twi'lek captain drew his blaster and stomped toward an old, ugly warehouse. The towering, corroded door stood locked. giant letters painted across its riveted surface proclaimed, "Restricted," and "Trespassers will be disintegrated." But then Lemelisk realized that everything on Nar Shaddaa was restricted, so the warning hardly mattered. As they waited for the Twi'lek to access the heavy door, Lemelisk looked around at the brooding, shadowy city. His skin prickled with the creepy feeling that someone was watching him. He turned and looked, but noted nothing out of the ordinary. When the Twi'lek opened the door into the cool and musty-smelling warehouse, Lemelisk ducked down to be the first inside. The Twi'lek switched on a bank of glow panels. One flickered and died, but the remaining 4 cast their dirty light into the crate-filled warehouse. Cargo containers stood high against the far wall, stenciled with an indecipherable language. Many of their sides were cracked and oozed a noxious-looking substance. The human co-pilot gestured to Lemelisk and grunted, taking him to a pair of crates in the center of the room. From the footprints on the dusty floor, Lemelisk could tell that the crates had been placed there recently. The wording on their sides marked them as Sewage Inspection Systems, Quality Control Samples. The Gamorrean guards tore open the crates, spilling out the self-digesting packing material and exposing a pair of large computer cores, antique cybernetic systems, slow and long obsolete. Lemelisk stifled a laugh. This was the best Sulamar could do with his great Imperial connections. He went forward and brushed at the ID plates, scanning for their numbers. These things had been old when Maw installation was built. But if he had no other choice for the Darksaber... Lemelisk began to consider the possibilities. It was a challenge, and he liked challenges. The computer cores would need extensive modifications and upgrading, but Lemelisk was up to the task. The Darksaber had only 1,000th of the systems the original Death Star had required, without surface defenses or living quarters for 1 million personnel. The Darksaber only needed to move itself and to fire its weapon. That was all. Even those 2 tasks might prove daunting for such prehistoric computer cores, but perhaps Lemelisk could make it work. As he studied the equipment, the lowlifes behind him suddenly stood at attention. The Gamorrean guards grunted and turned around. "Hoo-hoo, will they function, Engineer Lemelisk?" Durga the Hutt asked, emerging from the shadows on his repulsor sled. Startled, Lemelisk brushed packing material off of himself and tried to compose his response. "Lord Durga, this is a surprise. I didn't know you'd be here personally." "Will they work?" Durga repeated. Lemelisk answered cautiously. "They can be made to work. I don't know what Sulamar told you, but these are bottom-of-the-line junk. I believe they can be sufficiently upgraded, though. I'll give it my highest priority." "Good," Durga said. "I have made my excuses to the New Republic's Chief of State and called our diplomatic meeting to an end. I'm anxious to get back and see what progress you have made on my superweapon." "I think you'll be pleased, Lord Durga," Lemelisk said. "I had better be," Durga answered. "We will take my own ship back to the asteroid belt," he said. "I want to be where I can watch my Darksaber." Lemelisk nodded in full agreement. "I'll be happy to get away from Nar Shaddaa," he said, leaning over and whispering conspiratorially to the bloated Hutt. "There are too many unsavory types here." Chapter 31. Piloting the Millennium Falcon with only the assistance of R2-D2, Chewbacca brought the modified light freighter out of hyperspace, as close to the Nal Hutta system as he dared. With the bank of sublight engines flaring white behind them, Chewbacca cruised toward the smuggler's moon. He had no trouble flying the ship by himself. He had logged enough hours on the Falcon to make most space pilots envious of his experience. But he still felt alone without Han Solo. Long ago, Chewbacca had sworn a life debt to the human, and though his obligations had certainly been discharged by now, the Wookiee still considered Han's life to be in his care. He had visited Nar Shaddaa with Han more than once, and they had nearly lost their lives. Right now, Han was in the Hutt system as well, engaged in one of the inexplicable diplomatic rituals that Leia performed. So Chewbacca had accepted his assignment with good grace, eager to poke around and learn what he could about Durga's underhanded activities. As R2 kept track of the in-system traffic, Chewbacca slipped into the flow of other unmarked vessels approaching Nar Shaddaa. The New Republic wargaming fleet showed up conspicuously on the sensors. Large battleships engaged in mock attacks, shooting low-powered turbo-lasers at fake targets. Chewbacca watched the blips on the screen. Han was either aboard one of those warships or down on the big bruised-looking planet below. R2 warbled in alarm, and Chewbacca snapped his attention back to the piloting controls, avoiding a collision with a large ore freighter that had lumbered into the system. Chewbacca couldn't risk contacting Han to inform him that they had arrived. He and R2 had to remain completely invisible, slipping in as just another anonymous visitor to Nar Shaddaa. They had to find out the real story of the Hutt secret weapon, not the diplomatic lie Durga would likely tell Leia. Chewbacca landed the Falcon in one of the astronomically priced docking bays in the grimy, heavy traffic sectors. As R2 trundled down the boarding ramp, Chewbacca took out decoy beacons, warning lights that signified the Falcon was poison-encased in a deadly protection field. The beacons were fake, of course, but they looked real and eliminated the need to pay the exorbitant protection surcharges many of the docking barons charged, which foolish and unprepared visitors were forced to pay. Chewbacca snuffled with his damp nose, detecting the acrid odors of engine coolant, fumes from propellant systems, decaying engines in need of repair, and the bodies of 1,000 species mingled with the exotic spiced substances they consumed for nourishment. He and R2 moved purposefully away from the Falcon, plunging into the grease-encrusted, machine-humming metropolis. They had credits to spend and information to buy, and Nar Shaddaa was the place to be. R2 jacked into the nearest tourist information kiosk, a thinly disguised directory of available black market services and vendors. The smugglers didn't even try to hide their real activities, though some of the cryptic descriptions seemed ominous indeed. R2 chugged through the electronic listings, searching for anyone willing to provide detailed information about the Hutts. But because Nar Shaddaa was a Hutt-controlled world, those willing to offer such dangerous assistance were extremely few. Only one of the information centers listed Durga specifically as a resource. Chewbacca attempted to decipher a grid map of the upper levels of the city. He and R2 spent the better part of an hour tracking down the center connected with Durga, and were disappointed to discover in the end that the office was merely a public relations front for the Orko Skymine Corporation. They endured a holographic propaganda presentation about the wonders that Orko Skymine would bring to the galaxy. When Chewbacca began to ask the toad-like bureaucratic representative about Durga, the assistant flailed his long-fingered hands and curved his fat lips into a smile. "You must understand, my Wookiee friend, that all information about Lord Durga's activities is strictly confidential, to protect the identity of Orko Skymine's largest investors." He blinked his lantern eyes and gave a thick-lipped smile again. "However, if you wish to donate 1,000,000 credits, you could become one such investor and gain access to all of our files." His leathery skin furrowed on his forehead in falsified hope. The Wookiee and the little droid left indignantly. Chewbacca decided to forego the black market services directory and began asking likely-looking vendors on the streets. He went through 100 credits, bounced from one scrap of information to another, until in a narrow, dim alley he and R2 finally found a decrepit old slicer whose face was a mass of oozing blemishes and flaking skin. The slicer carried his own portable terminal and a laser welder that he used to cut into the power sources and splice his input cables into computer systems, through which he would scrounge for information, undetected for a few hours or a day. Then he would slip off to find another place to work. The slicer took their credits and didn't seem to care why they wanted information about the Hutts. He merely verified that the money was good and began tapping into the Nar Shaddaa computer systems. "No listings," the slicer said. "Nothing for Durga." Chewbacca growled a question. "I didn't mean there aren't any," the slicer said, speaking through swollen lips and scowling at his keyboard. "I just can't find the files. They must be coded or passworded. No way I could get at them. unless I knew exactly what they were. R2 gave a disappointed whistle. "Wait a minute. Let's stand this on its head," the Slicer said, rubbing a finger along his lower lip, causing even more skin to fall off. He squinted his beady eyes in the dimness. "I was looking for files about Durga, but let's do a broader-based search, track down anybody who's selling things to Durga." His fingers, though scabbed with sores and armored with calluses, flew over the keypad. A blur of numbers scrolled up, and the Slicer began cackling. He held out his hands for more credits. Chewbacca growled, but willingly paid, hoping the information would be good. "I've found a major customer for Durga," the Slicer said, then lowered his voice. His words came out in a whisper. "An Imperial customer." Before Chewbacca could growl a new query, another bulky creature strode into the mouth of the alley. A large, cylindrical torso surrounded by waving tentacles and eye stalks protruding from the top. A gurgling alien voice came from the creature's mouth orifice. "I'm busy," the Slicer said. "Can't you see I got a customer? Come back later, and I'll be happy to run a search." But the tentacled creature insisted on its answers now and lunged forward, flailing its tentacles threateningly as if it wanted to lash the Slicer into submission. Chewbacca roared and stood up tall, his tan fur bristling. He grappled with the alien creature and, after a short brawl, managed to tie 5 of its tentacles into knots. With a grunt, the Wookiee sent the moaning, impatient creature on its way down the street, where it stumbled along, burbling for assistance in untying its tentacles. Chewbacca squatted next to the Slicer and motioned for him to continue. "Yes, an Imperial customer. Somebody selling to Durga," the Slicer said. "It's a major expenditure. Computer cores. Powerful ones. I can't imagine what a Hutt would need them for. Especially such old models." Chewbacca, feeling exhilarated after the scuffle, listened intently. "The man's name is a General Sulamar, apparently working with the Hutts. He is somehow connected with Imperial deserters, people who left the service of the Empire and went into business for themselves. According to these files," the Slicer continued, tapping the screen, "this Imperial General Sulamar is the big boss in charge of everything the Hutts do around here. If that's true, they've kept it a secret from me," the Slicer said, raising his eyebrows. More dead skin flaked off and fell to the ground. "Durga is supposedly just a minor partner in the operation," he cackled. R2 whistled a question, and Chewbacca reinforced it. "Who is this Sulamar?" the Slicer asked. "Is that what you want to know? He doesn't hide his credentials. In fact, he types them all in capital letters, claims to be an Imperial military genius, takes all responsibility for the massacre of Mendicant, calls himself the Scourge of Seldaru." Chewbacca groaned. He paid the Slicer again, then stood up, gesturing for the droid to follow him. He strode along on long, hairy legs as R2 hurried to keep up. The little droid whistled anxiously, squealing his alarm. They had to get back to the Falcon, where they could pass their news to Coruscant. They had learned more than they had ever expected to. Chewbacca felt a bestial rage rising within him as he considered the ominous possibilities. If the Empire and the Hutts had indeed teamed up, they would make a formidable enemy. This threat was far worse than they had feared. Chapter 32. Standing on the auxiliary command deck of the Galactic Voyager, General Crix Madine, Supreme Allied Commander for Special Forces, studied the screen that showed the bright green tracer he had planted on Durga's private ship. He scratched his brown beard and watched his best female commando, Trondia, double-check the readings. "Still hasn't moved, sir," Trondia said. She had long strawberry blonde hair knitted into a complex braid that hung neatly at her back, pretty but serviceable. Madine suspected she let it hang loose while she was off duty. Her face was scrubbed clean and flushed with concentration as her blue eyes stayed riveted on the computer. "He departed from Nal Hutta several hours ago, sir, and landed on the smuggler's moon. No word since. We could contact the Yavaris, Trandia suggested. "General Antilles has taken some time off to visit the moon. Perhaps he could keep an eye out." Medine shook his head. "Too dangerous. We have the tracer planted, and Durga suspects nothing. Let's just see where he goes. The Chief of State says he ended their meeting rather abruptly, so he must be on his way back to his hiding place. We'll find it. Be patient." Medine wandered across the auxiliary command chamber. There were no windows to stare through, only status screens. The secondary bridge was designed to function as an alternate bridge if the Star Cruiser's main forward compartments were somehow put out of commission. Medine paced restlessly, anxious to do something. A driven man, he had given his utmost strength and imagination to the New Republic for the past 9 years, ever since he had defected from the Imperial military. He felt good to be working with the Rebel Alliance, a cause he could believe in, and the more he devoted himself to serving the New Republic, the more Medine could distract himself from the lingering guilt that still had not gone away. Long ago he had given an oath to uphold Palpatine's new order and to serve the Emperor, and he had meant it. Crix Medine did not give oaths lightly, nor had he ever broken one before his defection. He hoped he never had to make such a conscience-rending decision again. At one time his future had seemed golden with the Empire. His rank increased on a fast track, indicating important things to come. Medine had been given heavy responsibilities, remarkable accolades, medals, and citations. The Emperor himself had commented upon his brilliance and impeccable service. He had been deeply in love with the daughter of an important ambassador. They were going to be married. His fiancée, Correo, was devoted to the new order, spouting propaganda about the frailties of the old republic, but blind to the excesses of the Empire. In his military service, Medine had seen and done much that would have revolted her, such as using his elite storm commandos to plant the seeds of Kandorian plague on the uncooperative world of Dental. That last horrendous mission had nearly twisted and pulled free the underpinnings of Medine's moral character, and he had chosen to sacrifice everything rather than give up his own beliefs. Such vicious retaliation was wrong. He had discarded his bright, guaranteed future. He had tossed aside his own rank, telling Correo nothing of his plans, because that would have made her an accomplice to his treachery, and she would have been forced either to report him or to suffer a traitor's fate. During wilderness exercises on Dental, leading his team of storm commandos, Medine had just vanished into a series of caves. Later, after a week of hard survival in the jungle, he had made it back to the temporary Imperial base and commandeered a shuttle, stealing archives filled with Imperial encryption schemes, classified data, secret plans. He had fled into the starry sky of the mid-rim without the least idea of where he was going. He simply hoped that he could track down a representative of the Rebel Alliance before the Imperial headhunters found him. In all the time since, he had never dared to send a message back to Correo, never attempted to see her again. He hoped that she had survived without him, hoped that she believed the stories branding him a betrayer of the Empire, and that she had found someone else to love. When the rebels did indeed recapture Coruscant after a long and bloody battle, Medine had haunted the personnel archives, searching the records to find Correo to make certain that she was safe. Instead, he learned that she had died in the attack, an unnoticed name on a long list paired with ID numbers and casualty descriptions. So many civilians had been killed in the battle that only the letter D for deceased burned beside Correo's name. Crix Medine had much to feel guilty for. One of his first missions after defecting to the Rebel Alliance had been to plan the successful commando raid on Endor that took out the shield generator and allowed the Rebel fleet to destroy the second Death Star. Thus Medine's own actions had resulted in the death of Emperor Palpatine, the man who had once issued him a citation for his exemplary service and commendable loyalty. For Medine, the time for second thoughts was long past. The decision had been made. He had not had any doubts, regardless of the consequences. Threats continued to harry the New Republic, and Medine could not rest until his chosen government was safe. He feared that meant he would never rest. The motion of the green blip on the diagram of Nar Shaddaa startled him out of his reverie. Trandia sat up straighter. "Sir, the target ship is departing. Tracking now." "So he's on his way," Medine said, and laced his fingers together in anticipation. He took a deep breath before snapping into motion. "All right, we're ready to pursue. Trandia, I'd like you on my team. And Corin," Medine said, thinking of the enthusiasm and unquestionable talent of the sandy-haired boy who looked far younger than his experience and skill suggested. "Let's get prepped. Akbar has given us 3 scout A-wings. We'll streak in and see what Durga is up to." "But," Medine said, extending a finger, "we'll also implant emergency transmitters, because we may be pressed for time. Wherever this hidden weapon is, if we see a chance to sabotage it, we must take it. We can't afford to let the Hutts complete their own Death Star." Medine stood in the launching bay, admiring the 3 trim A-wing fighters. Trandia came up to him, moving with a lithe grace that had convinced him she would be good in covert operations. She wore a flight suit now, her braid tucked beneath the collar. She carried a helmet in the crook of her arm. "Ready to depart, sir," she said, "as soon as you give the order." A moment later, Corin, the other young member of the team, stepped up. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his sandy hair was spiky and unruly. Corin popped a helmet on his head. "Do we have our destination yet?" Medine said. Trandia flashed a faint smile. "The Hoth asteroid belt, sir. That's where Durga's gone to hide." Medine raised his eyebrows. "Interesting. Asteroids will call for some tricky flying." He fixed his gaze on Corin and Trandia. "How's your piloting?" "Excellent, sir," they responded in unison. "Good," Medine said. "Let's go, then." Hoth. Chapter 33. The ice creatures lunged in a mass of white fur, spread claws, and flying blood. "Watch your back, Callista," Luke yelled, slashing as a white-furred monster bore down on her. His lightsaber opened a sizzling blackened gash through its rib cage, and the wampa fell to the snow, gurgling hot bile. Callista lunged, decapitating another creature as it leaped toward Luke, its fanged mouth open and ready to tear flesh. "I'll watch my back if you watch yours," she said, raising a challenging eyebrow. Burke, the former stormtrooper, fired until he emptied his second blaster pistol. His face held a haggard hopelessness, yet a foolish determination. Luke knew he would keep fighting until the wampas took him down. "You, Jedi!" Burke shouted. "We've got to get back to the base. Can you clear us a path with your lightsabers?" Luke and Callista both nodded curtly. The heavy shield door under the icy overhang was their only sanctuary. Luke felt a sudden relief that they had left the shield door partially open so they could dash back inside. One of the Cathars, Nodin, fired the last trickle of charge from his blaster rifle just as a huge wampa rose before him, muscular arms dangling to its knees and curved claws extending a dozen centimeters beyond. Nodin yowled and spat a primal feline sound and thrust the blaster rifle toward it like a blunt spear, punching the attacking monster below the sternum. The creature roared in pain and lashed out to knock Nodin to the snow, his shoulder ripped in a sequence of parallel furrows, spraying red. The Cathar's brother hissed in fury and leaped to Nodin's aid. Nonak sprang onto the back of the attacking wampa and slashed with his own claws, tearing into the wampa's neck with sharp fangs. The monster forgot about the wounded Cathar and bellowed, reaching behind him to pluck away the vicious feline alien. Nodin, wounded, backed away, trying to scramble to his feet as his blood stained the snow. From the rocky outcrop where he directed the battle, the one-armed brute roared something incomprehensible. Other wampas turned on Nonak, who still fought with the wampa who had injured his brother. The wampas came in, focused on a single target. They tore Nonak apart. "Follow me," Dram Guldi bellowed, without the slightest trace of terror or even tension in his voice. Sinitic, his aide, huddled under the protection of his muscular master's rifle, a high-powered, brand-new hunting weapon. Dram Guldi still had charges left, and he fired with slow precision. No random spraying of high-energy bolts, but surgical shots that killed or injured an ice creature every time he pressed the firing stud. The big Baron Administrator trudged toward the base doors, not hurrying, making sure the others followed. Noden got to his feet and wailed at seeing the bloody remnants of his brother. Burke grabbed him by the fur on his neck and yanked Noden around. "Come on," he shouted. Luke and Callista flanked Dromguldy as they fought their way back to Echo Base. With their lightsabers, they each killed another creature. The base doors seemed immeasurably far away, but Luke and Callista pushed forward. Dromguldy blasted 3 more wampas that blocked the open shield door. As they kept moving, his aide Sinitic seemed paralyzed, stumbling along because his master told him to. Sinitic tripped over the smoldering body of an ice creature. Without pause, Dromguldy grabbed his aide's collar and yanked him to his feet as if he were no more than a rag. The Baron Administrator reached the shield door and shoved Sinitic into the waiting darkness. Burke helped Noden inside Echo Base, pushing the wounded Cathar ahead of him, though the feline obviously wanted to throw himself back upon the monsters in a frenzy and die ripping them to shreds. Luke and Callista waited in the cold outside the door, driving back the last of the wampas. "Get in here, Jedi," Burke said. "Now!" Luke and Callista jumped into the waiting darkness. Burke hit the shield door controls, and the heavy door ground shut. At the last instant, the wampas pushed forward, grabbing at the durasteel door with their claws. But the relentless pistons were too powerful even for these creatures. In the sparse light of the few functioning glow panels, Luke, Callista, and the 4 survivors slumped against the hard-packed snow walls as the sudden loss of adrenaline hit them, leaving only exhaustion. Everyone trembled in silence for several moments, shielded at last in the temporary safety of walls. Then came a scratching sound, muffled howls, and a repeated pounding from outside. Burke turned bloodshot eyes toward the sealed door. Sinitic glanced up in terror, and then looked to Dromguldy for comfort. "They can knock, but they can't come in," Dromguldy said. Callista got up and went to the picked-over supplies, finding discarded rebel uniforms she could tear into bandages to tend Noden's wounds. But the Cathar's healing abilities had already stopped the blood flow. As he sat in silence, staring with slitted eyes toward the blank white wall of packed snow, Noden's feline claws repeatedly extended and sheathed themselves as he wrestled with inner anger. Outside, the monsters kept pounding, foolishly trying to find a way in, though the base was impenetrable. Night was falling on Hoth, and the temperature would soon plummet. All living creatures should be taking shelter until the meager warmth of sunlight returned. But the wampas were relentless. They had their quarry cornered. Dromguldy's tanned, sculpture-beautiful face wore a contemplative look. "Think of all those prize pelts out there," he said, shaking his head. "What a waste." A loud clang reverberated against the thick door. The wampas had picked up a rock chunk, but they could batter uselessly for years without breaking through the durasteel. Burke's gaunt face was filled with exhausted resignation. "Now would have been a perfect time to use those perimeter guns," he said, looking pointedly at Luke and Callista. "Let's move away from the door," Luke said. "That pounding will only wear us down." Weakly they shuffled into the dim briefing room where Burke had told his terrifying story. The former stormtrooper took a quick inventory. "My blaster pistols are out of charge. Noden's rifle is drained. Dromguldy, what have you got left?" The big game hunter inspected his weapon. 10 shots, he said, as if that was all they could possibly need. "And we've got your 2 lightsabers," Burke said to Luke and Callista. Luke pursed his lips. "Given time, we could work out some way to recharge the blasters. There must be a way to jury-rig a thermal unit or a light source to dump power into the blaster charge packs." Burke shrugged. "If you've got the time and the resources and the inspiration." Luke rummaged around in the scrap equipment. Burke squatted and took a more primitive approach. Pulling out pipes and rods, he used instant-set epoxy to fasten on knife blades fashioned from metal shards. He made 4 crude spears. They were hopeless weapons against an onslaught from the ice creatures, but the former stormtrooper had no intention of giving up. Dromguldy cleaned and polished his blaster rifle. Sinitic sat listless beside him, fidgeting with his hands. The Baron Administrator elbowed his aide. "We need a morale booster. Synedic, see if you can't find us some rations. Maybe something hot to eat and drink. There isn't much, but we need to keep our strength up."
"Me?"
Synedic said, blinking stupidly. "You're sitting there, paralyzed. You need something to do. Keep yourself busy. First order of business." Synedic got up, swallowed, and nodded. His grayish skin grew more flushed. He looked at Dromguldy for confirmation of the orders, then trotted off to one of the storerooms to do his master's bidding. Luke and Callista sat together, holding each other for comfort. "This isn't quite the vacation I planned," Luke said. Callista leaned her head against his. "Remind me never to listen to your fancy talk again." Burke stood up, grasped one of his new spears, and tossed it across the room. The sharp tip plunged into the packed snow walls, and the spear hung there, quivering. "I think that'll do," he said. A loud shriek erupted from the darkened storeroom, followed by a wet ripping sound and then a gurgling gasp. The 5 survivors in the room lunged to their feet, Dromguldy the first among them. They had taken no more than a few steps down the ice-walled corridor before a bloodied wampa lumbered out of the storeroom, his claws dripping, his white fur drenched with fresh gore. Dromguldy faltered for just an instant. Then he brought up his blaster rifle, firing 3 times in rapid succession. He hit precisely each time the wampa's stomach, the center of its chest, and its hideous head. With no more than a hollow cough, the monster fell to the packed floor with the sound of a crashing cargo hauler. "Must have slipped in the open door while we were fighting outside," Burke said. Dromguldy looked toward the supply room where he had sent his aid. He didn't bother to go inside. Instead, the Baron Administrator reached toward Burke and grabbed one of the stormtroopers' newly fashioned spears. With the metal blade, Dromguldy hacked down, chopping off one of the wampa's curved tusks. The big game hunter held the dripping prize in his hand and inspected it critically. "This one," he said coldly. "This is the one I'll take for my trophy. And for Synedic." He threw a second glance at the darkened storeroom, and his face grew stony. "These monsters are persistent." From outside, the dull, echoing thuds continued as the ice creatures attempted to pummel their way inside. Then, to make things worse, all the lights went out. "They trashed the generator," Burke said, his voice coming from the emptiness of darkness. Luke pulled out his lightsaber and pressed the power stud. The green beam crackled out with an eerie glow that illuminated the walls of ice and snow. Callista drew her blade, and the two stood side by side. Luke tensed. He heard something, a scratching, digging sound. He wondered if other wampas lay hidden in the darkened rooms. The pounding outside the shield door redoubled, and everyone turned, though they knew the wampas could not get through. Just then the walls crumbled on all sides. Blocks of hard-packed snow showered down as more of the creatures plowed their way directly through the ice. Luke realized that the futile pounding and scratching on the outer shield door had been a distraction, something to preoccupy the victims, while the wampas dug through the snow, burrowing their way into Echo Base. With bellows of triumph and anticipation, an army of ghostly white monsters surged into the corridors. Nodin, finally unrestrained, yowled and threw himself upon the nearest wampa, but the others turned and fell upon him. The Cathar went down fighting, a blurry mass of fur and claws and biting teeth, and sudden spraying blood. Burke backed against a rough rock that protruded from the carved snow. In each hand he held one of his metal spears, thrusting and jabbing, trying to intimidate the ice creatures. But though the blades were sharp and the points long, the spears were pitiful against the bloodthirsty monsters. He stabbed and lunged, making no outcry. He wore a grim, defeated look as he fought, until the mass of attacking snow monsters swallowed him up. Finally, in the last instant, he screamed. Luke and Callista remained back to back, slashing with lightsabers and slaughtering the monsters that came too close, but there were too many. "Get back to the shield door," Callista said. "We have to run to our ship. Try to fix it. That's our only chance." Luke said, "I don't have a better idea," then swung his lightsaber. With a sizzle, he sliced a towering creature in two. Luke recognized dimly that the monsters had stopped pounding outside. They must have flocked to the new openings that allowed them access into the base. The front might be clear. Dromguldy used his 7 remaining shots, killing a wampa each time he pressed the firing button. But that drained the weapon. He tossed the blaster rifle to the ground, tucked the wampa tusk into his utility belt as if it remained important to him, then gripped the metal spear he had taken from Burke, sweeping it from side to side. He laughed, his eyes bright, his tanned face flushed. The wampas surrounded him and he grinned. "Come on," Dromguldy said. "Get what's coming to you." The wampas came. Trying to drown out the last gurgled screams of Dromguldy, Callista and Luke fought their way down the corridor toward the shield door. They mowed down the ice creatures who threw themselves recklessly at the glowing blades. Though Callista was unable to use the force in her fighting, the wampas were not difficult targets, huge hulks of white fur and taut muscles. But it would take the slip of only an instant for a raking claw to slice open either Luke or Callista. As they passed beyond where the wampas had tunneled through, the attacking monsters grew sparse, and Luke and Callista were able to run at full speed. The shield door reflected the light of their weapons, and Callista ran for the controls. "We'll seal ourselves in the ship and hope that within just a few minutes we can rig it to blast off," Luke said. "Those things could rip open the hull in no time." The shield door heaved open. Callista turned to defend their backs as Luke made ready to run out into the night. The dark chill struck him like a sledgehammer, knocking the wind out of him with an intense freezing blast, colder than anything Luke could remember. Directly outside, under the wan light of multiple moons, stood the one-armed wampa ice creature, the tallest of them all, blocking their escape from Echo Base. The monster roared into the ice-bright night and raised his one enormous hand, spreading the claws. Luke felt a momentary flash of remembered fear that made him falter. He stood gripping the lightsaber. Finding no danger behind them, Callista turned back to see what the problem was. And, with its eyes fixed on Luke, its nemesis, the one-armed monster lunged for Callista instead. She couldn't react fast enough. Seeing the down-sweeping arc of the sharp claws and the blinding speed with which the wampa charged, Luke yelled, "No!" and cut sideways with his lightsaber. Putting all the force behind his swing, Luke cleaved the one-armed snow creature in half. The dead monster continued to growl and gurgle as it lay smoking on the threshold of the shield door. "I thought I had done that a long time ago," Luke whispered. More wampas surged from the tunnels below. Outside in the night, snow creatures stood up from the outcrops, no longer bothering to hide. "Don't just stand there," Callista said, shoving Luke as he stared at the dead one-armed creature. "Run!" The two sprinted across the hard-packed snow. The cold slashed like razors at their lungs as they gasped for breath, already exhausted from the battle. The wreckage of the poacher's ship looked ominous in the watery light, but their own space yacht shone like their only hope. As the wampas pursued, leaping across the snow-swept rocks, Luke and Callista ran with their last surge of strength. Reaching the ship, Luke hammered at the door controls. Callista stood behind him, her lightsaber glowing. The door slid open and Luke pulled her inside, then sealed the door again. He ran to the pilot compartment and stared at the controls, stifling the sickening despair that swept over him. The controls were smashed, the navicomputer gone, the comm system ripped out. The wampas hadn't ruined the engines, though the cables for thrust control had been torn free. He and Callista set to work, removing dented or slashed panels and trying to cross-wire anything just to get them lifted off. Outside, the wampas began to batter the hull of the space yacht with sharp rocks. If they breached the hull, Luke knew he and Callista could never leave the atmosphere of Hoth. Callista hunched beside him, working on a different panel. She sorted wires, traced connections, moving with a frantic, efficient energy that wasted not a second. "Try this," she said, and pulled out an alternative power source, which he jacked into the thruster control. "We can ignite the engines, lift up out of here," Luke said. Callista agreed. "We'll never be able to restart the engines if we land again. We have to move now, and we have to get off this planet." Luke triggered the firing button, and the space yacht's engines roared to life at full power. They had no directional control. The ship lurched up off the ground, and the last thing they heard from the wampas was a long, shrieking scrape of claws against the metal hull as the ship tore away, plunging upward into the night. The icy, cracked surface dwindled below them with dizzying speed. They had no maneuverability, just a blind, ballistic takeoff that hurled them into the atmosphere. Callista worked at the other controls. Luke already knew what damage the wampas had done, but her voice faltered as she gave her own assessment.
No comm system, no navicomputer, only 5% life support.
She sighed.
Who knows where we'll end up? We might have been better off staying down there.
Nal Hutta. Chapter 34. Though C-3PO was miffed that Durga the Hutt had cut short the diplomatic visit so suddenly, after offering a wealth of excuses and apologies, Leia felt an oppressive weight leave her shoulders as soon as the fat slug was off the planet. It had become clear that Durga either had no overall authority from the Hutts or no inclination to enter into a bargain with the New Republic, as Leia had suspected. Their negotiations had gone exactly nowhere, and Durga feigned ignorance every time Leia mentioned the subject of secret weapons. "We are businessmen, not warriors," Durga had said. "Our battles consist of under-the-table negotiations, not blasters and detonators." Although Han glanced at Leia with an I-told-you-so expression, she could tell that she had managed to shake Durga. The birthmarked Hutt had hoped to stall longer, and he seemed decidedly uncomfortable throughout their diplomatic visit. But Leia had not given him an easy opportunity to get rid of them. Han and Leia were both surprised, however, when even after his speedy departure, Durga did provide access to one of his private information brokers. True to his word. Before Leia and Han departed in their diplomatic ship, Korda, the emaciated Hutt, ordered one of the brokers brought in to service them. Gamorrean guards dragged a cart with creaking wheels into the dining hall. The carrion birds still perched on their ledges, waiting for dropped food or for a guest to stop moving long enough that they could pounce. The cart was old and stained with clumps of decomposing refuse, as if someone had mistaken it for a garbage receptacle. A huge, spiral-shaped mollusk shell filled the cart, its ridges worn and covered with algae. The opening to the corkscrew shell was black and foul-smelling. Leia wasn't sure she wanted to know what lurked within. Korda slithered forward to rap briskly on the shell with a thin stick. With a sound like a long stream of sand poured into thin mud, a fleshy appendage nudged out of the open hole in the corkscrew shell, protruding like a long tongue. The creature emerged like a worm from a piece of rotten fruit, sickly tan-gray with a cluster of 5 milky white eyes on its smooth-rounded head. "What do you want?" the creature said in a surly voice. Korda reared up to glare at the shell creature. "Lord Durga commands that you provide information to these guests. They need to know about Imperial activities." Korda finally seemed filled with self-confidence now that he spoke to a creature even lower in the pecking order than he was. The information broker grumbled. "Information on Imperial activities, eh? Couldn't narrow it down a little, I suppose? No, that's too much to hope for, isn't it? We could at least limit ourselves to current Imperial activities, couldn't we?" "Yes," Leia said. "We want to know what the remnants of the Empire are up to right now." "Oh, good. That's much easier, isn't it?" the shell creature said sarcastically. "I suppose you require a specific listing of every individual's activities. I have records of 5 billion or so, and that's without even looking hard. Or would generalizations be good enough, "Generalizations would be sufficient," Leia answered tightly. Without a word, the smooth head slipped back into the dark opening with a wet pop. Leia heard muffled rummaging sounds as the creature stirred about, as if it were searching through a labyrinth inside the enormous shell. She wondered what the creature could be doing in there. Then the damp head popped up again and turned its eye cluster toward Leia. "You're in luck, aren't you? Plenty of schemes afoot. Imperial forces have been unified, squabbling warlords executed. Starship construction increased tenfold, new soldiers appearing by the tens of thousands. That the sort of thing you're looking for? Imperial military forces have clustered around a single commander, and it would appear that even women and aliens are allowed to serve to the extent of their abilities. A vast change from the Emperor's way of thinking, wouldn't you say? Charming to see an enlightened Imperial commander, isn't it?" Han looked over at her, and Leia sat up straight. The alien information broker had piqued her interest, despite her initial resistance. Could it actually be telling the truth? Leia suspected this entire charade was still part of Durga's scheme, a distraction to keep them concerned about one threat while the Hutts completed another one. But even Durga's ulterior motives did not preclude an actual Imperial plot. Leia said, "Do you know what their plans are? Has the Empire formed some sort of strategy?" The information broker wavered in the air. "Scattered Imperial fleets have come together with such a buildup of weapons, they are almost certainly planning a major assault against the New Republic, wouldn't you think? Specific target unknown, so it's no use asking, is it?" The information broker swiveled its eye cluster toward Corda. "May I go now? I have a lot of work to do. You can see how busy I am, can't you?" "Wait," Han interrupted. "Who is this new Imperial commander? I need to know." The information broker rumbled deep inside its body. "Oh, that's all you want, is it? Why not ask for the number of sand grains on the beaches of Pildiller? Or ask me to count the leaves in the forests of Ithor, eh?" Corda rapped the shell with his gnarled stick again. "Shut up and answer the question." All right. I was just getting to that, wasn't I?" the information broker said, and slithered back into the shell, where it rummaged around for an interminable time before it finally popped out again. "Dala," the creature said. "The admiral in charge of the Imperial forces is named Dala, you see? But that's all. I've scraped the walls, haven't I? Since I have no more information, good night." With that, the fleshy head popped back into the shell, leaving Leia and Han to gape at each other in amazement. Leia had expected nothing like this. Han looked sickened. He blinked his eyes uncomprehendingly. "But how could it be Dala?" he mumbled. "She's dead." Leia met his eyes and decided she didn't want or need an explanation right now. "Apparently not," she said. "This puts a whole new spin on things, doesn't it?" Core Systems, Chapter 35. In Admiral Dala's hands, the remnants of the Empire became a machine, a massive, cohesive engine being tuned to peak performance. Cogs spun, components fit together, armament factories processed resources into additional weapons. TIE fighters, blast boats, ATSATs, and structural components of new Star Destroyers. Hyperdrives were mass-produced and installed in ship after ship. Weapons cores were charged with Tibana gas. Formerly downtrodden workers, even aliens and females, were given responsibilities and put to work for the glory of the Empire. Dala reveled in the progress reports she received. Now aboard her great black ship, the Nighthammer, she progressed from system to system, knitting together once scattered allegiances, cementing loyalties and squeezing more work out of subjects who had been lax for too long, drawing tight the Imperial net. Accompanied by awesome Red Imperial Guards, she spoke at armaments factories and shipyards, raising her voice and building morale, making herself visible so that all could see a charismatic leader who was there to do something against the enemy, fostering hope in the future once more. She paced around the Nighthammer's ready room, a private strategy chamber that was itself as big as the entire command deck on a Victory-class Star Destroyer. Dala stared out the viewing window, drinking in the brilliant spatter of stars at the heart of the galaxy. Nebular material streamed in ribbons across star clusters. The huge ready room seemed extravagant, almost intimidating. She would have preferred a more confined place to gather her thoughts, but in her position she could not take command of any ship other than the Super Star Destroyer. The ready room had its own sleeping quarters, food processing stations, even access to command-level escape pods, should disaster befall the warship. Though it was immense, the Nighthammer functioned with a relatively small crew, relying on massively redundant automated command systems. Vice Admiral Pelion cleared his throat and waited for her attention. Dala knew the older officer had arrived, but she let her thoughts wander a while longer. "Our fleet is growing strong," she finally said out loud. "I can feel it." Pelion waited for her. "Yes, Admiral." "I don't want to strike before we are ready, but I'm anxious to go to battle again." She sighed and turned to Pelion, who stood holding a data pad with the latest fleet statistics. She frowned wearily and sank into one of her chairs. "I do grow tired of administrative details, though," she groaned. After only a moment she stood up again and began to pace around the ready room, a blur of nervous energy. "These details are necessary," Pelion said. "Without sufficient attention to detail, all your work will fall apart. You must understand that, if you intend to run the Empire." Dalla fixed him with a sharp stare. "But I have no designs on running the Empire. That's not what I'm after. Surely you understand that by now. Once the battle is won, I intend to relinquish command with great pleasure, to you or whomever else is most suited to the damn job." Pelion's head snapped back and his watery eyes widened. "Me, Admiral? I am no emperor." She let loose a laugh. "Neither am I, Vice Admiral, but let's not worry about that until the war is over. Give me a rundown. Where do we stand?" With obvious relief at the change of subject, Pelion sat down at the table while Dalla continued to pace. He called up numbers on his data pad. "We now have 112 fully functional Victory-class Star Destroyers. I've placed them under the command of Colonel Cronus, as we discussed at our last meeting." "Yes," Dalla said. "A good choice. He seems a competent commander." "We also have 45 Imperial Star Destroyers, and, of course, we have the Nighthammer." He slid the data pad across the table. "There's a full listing of our TIE fighters, interceptors, and bombers, as well as a tally of Gamma assault shuttles, Lambda-class shuttles, AT-SAT walkers, scout transports, and blast boats. The next entry summarizes our entire complement of personnel and their areas of expertise." Dalla glanced at the numbers but felt her green eyes glaze over. This was not her strength. "I'll study these later," she said. "Right now my mind is occupied with other concerns." She drew a deep breath. "We are getting close, very close. You and I must discuss the strategy for our first attack. I prefer not to make this decision alone. You have decades of experience and a wealth of knowledge. We are here with the door sealed and no one watching. I want your honest opinion." She lowered her voice. "I will not make the same mistakes again." Pelion swallowed slightly. "I appreciate your faith in me, Admiral, but surely you recognize that this time you have a genuine fleet at your disposal." Dalla slapped the palm of her hand down on the table, her eyes blazing. "And I will not waste it." Pelion stood up. "Shall I get us a drink, Admiral?" She nodded and turned her eyes to stare out at the stars. She didn't speak until he had returned with a tall, cool glass of stem tea. "As I see it, Admiral," Pelion said slowly, "we have two obvious primary targets. The first is Coruscant, the capital, the most heavily populated and fortified world in the New Republic. If we destroy that planet, it would turn the rebels into a scattered flock of whipped animals, fleeing for sanctuary to 100 separate bases all over again." "I agree," Dalla said. "However, the battle for Coruscant will be long and difficult, and bloody. We will lose a large portion of our new fleet if we choose that as our first target." Pelion nodded, tugging at his gray mustache. "I'm forced to concur. And I must also confess to a certain reluctance to devastate the former Imperial planet." Dalla's lips drew together in a pinched expression. "What I'm looking for, Pelion, is a decisive victory, an important rebel target that we can utterly squash with minimal loss to our forces. We need a morale-building strike that will set the rebels reeling and buoy our own troops up in an ecstasy of renewed patriotism. At that point, we can come back with twice our strength and hammer Coruscant to rubble." "I have such a target in mind," she said. "Are we thinking of the same one?" Pelion took a sip of his cool tea. She watched him. He paused a moment, then answered without hesitation. "Yavin 4. He raised his eyebrows. "Where the new Jedi Training Center is located." "Yes," Dalla said. Her smile congratulated him. "The Jedi Knights are powerful symbols to the rebels, and they will be powerful enemies if we let them proliferate, as the enemy seems to intend. If we strike now and uproot this weed before it goes to seed, we can strike a mortal blow to these rebels." Dalla recalled her iron-willed mentor, Tarkin, who had taught her everything about tactics, strength of character, and love for the Empire. Tarkin had died while attacking the rebel base on Yavin 4, and she thought it would be a fitting target in her new campaign. "Excuse me, Admiral," Pellaeon said, startling her out of her thoughts. She glanced at him and realized he had just said something. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't hear you." "I suggested that we diversify our strike. Allow Colonel Cronus to take his victory fleet and strike at dozens of minor targets, so that the rebels believe they're under attack at all points. This will cause damage far beyond the risk incurred, and it will add to the turmoil and confusion surrounding our own surprise attack." Dalla smiled. "Excellent idea, Vice Admiral. Colonel Cronus will launch his strikes. You will take a fleet of Imperial Star Destroyers directly to begin the obliteration of the small jungle moon, and I will follow in the Night Hammer to ensure that we retain possession of this worthless system." She gulped down the last of her cold stem tea, and it felt like a thick rivulet of ice crawling down her throat and spreading through her body. "We'll begin at once," Dalla said. Chapter 36. Kip Duran hunched forward in front of the control panel. His dark eyes narrowed as he scanned the enemy forces arrayed around them. Dorsk 81 piloted their stolen Imperial ship into the massed battle fleet. His slender olive-green hands danced nervously on the controls. His yellow eyes widened in astonishment, as if he were still unable to believe what Kip had talked him into doing. "I'll bet this is the biggest gathering of the fleet since the Battle of Endor," Kip said. "Or at least since Thrawn's last attack." Dorsk 81 licked his thin lips and nodded, keeping his eyes on the frenzy of ship activity, like flotsam tossed about in a hurricane. "There certainly are a lot of ships," he said. "We'll be blown out of space the moment they suspect us." Kip waved his hand dismissively and leaned forward to squint out the front viewport. "They won't suspect anything. This ship has all the right markings. Don't let it get to you," he said, then turned his attention to running a full analysis of forces on the computer. Over the past few days, Kip and Dorsk 81 had penetrated deeper and deeper into the core systems. Kip had watched with growing horror as he realized just how far along the Empire's plans had already progressed. They had seen weapons depots, giant factories that spewed out TIE fighters by the hundreds, construction yards with skeletal frames of Imperial Star Destroyers in progress. They had witnessed a massive migration of people, soldiers gearing up for a deadly conflict, and dozens of overloaded supply trains hauling resources deeper into the core. Kip had convinced Dorsk 81 to tag along just at the fringe of sensor range behind one of the convoys. When they arrived at the massing point of the new Imperial fleet, though, Dorsk 81 had been terrified. "I still think we should get out of here," the clone Jedi said. "We need to bring this information back to the New Republic. They don't even know about the Imperial buildup." Kip shook his head. "We've got to find out more, see exactly what they're up to. We won't get a second chance like this." "But if they capture us, then everything—" Dorsk 81 began. Kip held up his hand and watched Dorsk 81 stop and swallow hard. In the past, the cloned alien had struggled with a lack of self-confidence, and he had overcome it. Kip did not see him as a coward, only as someone who did not push his bravery to its limits. Kip pointed at him, wearing a serious expression. "You are a Jedi Knight, Dorsk 81, he said. "A Jedi does not take the easiest choice. We will do what we have to." Dorsk 81 slowly nodded in firm acceptance. The comm system crackled, startling both Kip and Dorsk 81. "Shuttle pilot," a stern voice snapped. A female voice, which in itself was unusual, since most Imperial soldiers were male. The woman said, "You're behind schedule to attend the rally. Hurry up, follow this vector, and move it. The Admiral would be most displeased if late arrivals disturbed the speeches." Dorsk 81 stared blankly at the speaker, but Kip instantly responded. "On our way. Apologies for the inconvenience." He snapped off the comm system. "They're going to let us in," he said. Already his mind was churning, wondering who the Admiral could be. Ships large and small clustered around a staggeringly immense grid of landing platforms and docking bays, a huge nexus built of metal and glittering with panes of transparasteel. It hid in the dark void of space between star systems and would not be easy to locate unless one already knew where to look. The complex was studded with antennas and trackers, perimeter defense satellites, and automated droid ships that monitored the dizzying flow of ship activity. The coordinate vectors took them to a central platform where thousands of ships had already gathered. Dorsk 81 stiffened in his seat. "Easy," Kip said. "We have to do this." The alien gave a jerky nod and brought the shuttle in to land among all the other ships. Figures streamed toward the open mall area of the Nexus station, a room large enough for an audience of tens of thousands. Stormtroopers marched about, ushering spectators to acceptable standing places for the rally. "I can't go out there," Dorsk 81 said. "The Empire doesn't allow non-human soldiers." "They seem to have changed their rules," Kip answered, indicating some of the uniformed personnel, an array of exotic humanoids and strange flying creatures. "Here." Kip rummaged in the shuttle's uniform bin. He pulled out 2 sets of overalls with the insignia of the repair team assigned to the outer depot where Kip and Dorsk 81 had stolen the shuttle. "We'll wear these, and nobody will know the difference." Dorsk 81 looked at the outfit dubiously, but adrenaline sang through Kip, whispering in his ears. "Look," he said in a reassuring voice. "This rally should give us all the information we need. We'll find out what the Empire is up to, and then we can go back and make our report." He grasped the cloned alien's arm. "Just be brave for me a little while longer, Dorsk 81. They stepped on the landing ramp, and the current of the crowd swept them into the open mall area of the Nexus station. The sounds and smells assaulted Kip, an exotic mélange of the familiar and the fantastic. The main language was proper Imperial Basic, though a few muttered comments came in a variety of languages Kip did not recognize. Dorsk 81 followed closely, still looking stiff and nervous. In the distant center of the open space, a speaking deck had been raised to enclose a stage, tall amplifiers, and a turbo lift that could bring guests onto the stage without forcing them to pass through packed crowds. Scarlet-cloaked Imperial guards stood on all corners of the stage. High-resolution screens towered over the audience like video billboards, projecting an image of the speaker at the podium. The effect was to turn the distant figure into a titan looming over those gathered for the rally. A gaunt, trim old man was speaking in a precise voice that held little charisma. His eyes were pale and narrow, his forehead creased as if with heavy thoughts. A bushy, pale mustache covered his lip. "He looks familiar," Kip said. "I've seen his image before." Stormtrooper guards appeared out of nowhere, their white armor clacking, voices snapping gruffly through their helmets. "Silence while Vice Admiral Pelion is speaking." Kip held back a retort, though excitement kept him on edge, making self-control difficult. With an effort he nodded meekly, turning back to look at the towering visage of the Imperial commander. Was this the man leading the new troops? Kip recognized his name. From what he had heard, Pelion had had something to do with Grand Admiral Thrawn, though Kip himself had been deep in the spice mines of Kessel during Thrawn's rampages. The Vice Admiral had apparently been speaking for some time. He and Dorsk 81 were indeed late for the rally, and Kip wondered how much valuable information he had already missed. "The main phase of our assault," Pelion continued, will be a decisive attack on the new training facility where the rebels are attempting to create a commando force of their own Jedi sorcerers. Our fleet will strike their training center and destroy it before the rebels even know that we are on the march. Without their Jedi Knights, the Rebel Alliance will be a weak assemblage of inept idealists." The audience cheered, and Kip felt compelled to applaud as well, so as not to draw further attention to himself. Dorsk 81 looked ill, and Kip knew what the cloned alien was thinking, that they needed to leave immediately, warn the New Republic gathered defenses around Yavin 4. But to move now would focus the attention of the entire Imperial fleet on them. They had to wait. Pelion droned on, and Kip felt himself growing tenser. The audience seemed to be keyed up and enthusiastic. Along the walls, holographic images of Emperor Palpatine played, animated murals of how the New Order had supposedly brought a too-brief golden age to the galaxy. "Our preparations are nearly complete," Pelion said. "Your superior officers will give you full details of troop movements and how you will best serve in this sudden and decisive attack. But first, allow me to present the one person responsible for bringing us all together." He gestured toward the turbolift as it opened on the stage behind him. The towering video screens showed a figure emerging, slim and tall, with a mane of hair that looked like copper fire. "Admiral Dalla," Pelion said, and stepped aside. Kip felt a bomb with a rapidly burning fuse drop down into his guts as he stared in disbelief and horror. The Imperial Admiral stepped up to speak, her face narrowed and sharpened by failure. Its once hard beauty was now even more angular, more evil. Dalla had captured Han Solo and Kip after they escaped from the spice mines of Kessel, and because she deemed Kip a worthless prisoner, she had ordered his execution. Kip had thought to destroy her in the Cauldron Nebula, using the Sun Crusher to ignite a cluster of hot blue suns. Somehow she had miraculously escaped to attack the Maw installation again, but she had died there. Kip was sure of it. She could not be here. She could not be in charge of the new Imperial fleet. All of this passed through his mind in a fraction of a second, and Dorsk 81 sensed through the Force the volcano waiting to erupt within Kip. The cloned alien placed his olive hands on his shoulder to hold him back, but the sudden grip startled Kip into losing control. He shouted, "No!" tearing himself away from Dorsk 81's grasp. "She's dead! Dalla has to be dead!" While others in the audience cheered, those nearest to him turned at the disturbance. Kip brought himself under control, furious at his own lack of restraint. The stormtroopers appeared again, efficient and fast-moving. "Stop this outburst immediately," they said, blasters already drawn. "This is your second warning. Show me your work assignment and papers." Two others came up, pointing weapons at Kip and Dorsk 81. Yes, sure," Kip said, patting his pocket. His mind whirled. Dorsk 81 looked as if he were about to faint, though the alien stood up straight, tense, ready to fight if necessary. Kip knew they had no other choice. He slid a hand into the pocket of his overalls, ostensibly to remove his work assignment card, and wrapped his fingers around his lightsaber handle. The stormtroopers were more annoyed than uneasy. Kip would take them totally by surprise. Admiral Dalla's voice boomed out from the amplification systems like a horrible echo from Kip's past. "You can all be proud of what you are about to do," she said. Yes, Kip thought in a flash. Yes, I am. He snatched out the lightsaber, and with a snap hiss the energy blade sprang out. In a single sweeping arc he slashed off the stormtrooper's armored hand at the wrist, taking the blaster pistol with it, then followed through to strike down the second trooper in line. Dorsk 81 moved like a flicked whip. His own lightsaber came out ablaze as he struck down a third stormtrooper. The audience around them recoiled in surprise and confusion. The lightsabers were unmistakable weapons of the hated Jedi Knights. The uproar spread like the shock wave from an exploding star. Spies had appeared in the rally, and the mob of dedicated Imperial defenders would demand blood. "We've got to get out of here," Kip shouted, hacking right and left with his lightsaber. People and alien workers spread apart like ripe grain in a strong wind, though more fled in panic than were actually cut down by the blazing lightsabers. Kip and Dorsk 81 fought shoulder to shoulder. "Jedi Knights!" Admiral Dalla shouted from the podium. Even from her distance, she could recognize the unmistakable glare of lightsabers. And now her face, dozens of meters tall, and reflected over and over again on the immense video screens, seemed like an outraged deity demanding justice. "Kill the Jedi Knights!" Stormtroopers clustered around them, firing blaster rifles. Dorsk 81's lightsaber deflected the first bolt high into the ceiling of the mall, while the second shot burned through the back of a fleeing Imperial lieutenant. "Don't fight unless you have to," Kip said. "It'll only slow us down. Run." He knew now that his partner had been right in wanting to leave earlier. They needed to get their information back to the New Republic. And if they let the Empire capture them, billions would die unwarned. The size of the crowd worked in their favor, and as ripples of mob panic ricocheted from the walls, mass confusion swallowed all details of where and what exactly the disturbance was. Kip and Dorsk 81 sprinted back to where they had landed their stolen shuttle. Blaster bolts followed them down the corridors of the Nexus station, spanging off wall plates, but the shots were poorly aimed. When Kip and Dorsk 81 reached their ship, they rocketed off the landing pad with repulsor lifts and sublight engines at full power in a pinwheeling escape. As Dorsk 81 worked the stabilizers to straighten them, their tumbling course aided in their escape because the droid perimeter ships, attempting to lock onto them, shot repeatedly but missed. "Launch into hyperspace fast," Kip said. Dorsk 81's long fingers scrambled over the Nava computer board. "There's no time to calculate a long path," he said. "Then make a short jump. Just get us out of here." "The coordinates for Combe are programmed," Dorsk 81 said briskly, punching up a readout. I did that earlier. That's just beyond the outer core. We can send an alarm from my homeworld." Fine, Kip said. Just then, one of the droid ships struck, singeing their sublight engines. They nearly stalled, coasting along with only their considerable momentum. "The damage is bad," Kip reported as Dorsk 81 flared up the main lightspeed engines, coaxing them to readiness. "But it's only the sublight engines, not our hyperdrive. We need to go." Behind them on the Nexus station, hundreds of ships had already begun lifting off. "Engaging hyperdrive," Dorsk 81 finally said. Droid perimeter defenses closed in on their drifting ship. More crippling turbolaser bolts spat past them, barely missing. An ion cannon blast rippled by, brushing against their shields and causing minimal damage. "If an ion blast hits us, we're dead in space," Kip said. "We have to go now." "Got it," Dorsk 81 said. "Hang on." They vanished into starlines as the Empire scrambled after them. Hoth Asteroid Belt, Chapter 37. 3 acceleration-enhanced A-Wing fighters streaked off, separating from the cluster of ships around Admiral Akbar's galactic Voyager and vanishing into hyperspace with a silent bang of light. General Crix Madine stared down at his cockpit controls through the smooth curve of his helmet faceplate. Powerful engines roared around him, making the A-Wing throb. Madine had flown many ships before. Fast ships and cargo haulers, interceptors and scouts. He had participated in raids for the Rebel Alliance, and earlier for the Imperials. But since the Battle of Endor, he had spent most of his effort behind the scenes, setting up covert missions that younger recruits carried out. But not this time. The eerie flickering glow of hyperspace roared around him as the A-Wings tunneled through the walls of space-time, crossing the galaxy faster than the speed of light. Before launch, Madine's team had sent no message to Akbar, no comm signal whatsoever. The Hutts must not know of their departure. Their Navicomputer had plotted the shortest path to the coordinates provided by the tracer on Durga's personal craft. On either side of Madine flew Corran and Trondia, in communications silence, intent on their mission. He smiled grimly, acknowledging the caliber of his companions. The rebels had always been astute at getting top-flight volunteers. In the muffled boredom of hyperspace, during the programmed hours of their journey, Madine let his thoughts wander. He had been one of those rebel recruits, too, convinced to defect from the Empire by a few of his companions, friends from the early days before the New Order had broken the backbone of the Old Republic. Friends such as Carlist Raikin, who had risen to the rank of general in the Rebel Alliance and had commanded Echo Base on Hoth. Shortly after joining the rebellion, Medine had begun working closely with Mon Mothma, who had taken him in as a trusted advisor even while others were not so certain about this new defector. Akbar himself had been a good friend after his own rescue from the Empire. Gruff and courageous, the Calamarian knew how to administer the rebel fleet. But Crix Medine had always been different in his priorities and the lengths to which he was willing to go to accomplish his objectives. Mon Mothma valued his opinions because he gave a fresh perspective. Medine himself had fought against the rebels on the side of the Empire. He knew the tactics that were effective and those that had failed utterly. Medine also knew his place. He was necessary, though covert tactics weren't always pretty. Before the Battle of Endor, while planning strategy and deciphering the precious data that trickled in from a fragile network of Bothan spies, Mon Mothma's original plan had been simply to destroy the second Death Star while it was still under construction. When the rebels learned, however, that Emperor Palpatine himself would inspect the battle station, Crix Medine had rejoiced at the opportunity. Mon Mothma, though, appeared sickened. The assassination of political leaders is not the sort of tactic the Rebel Alliance will condone, she said in a closed-room session with Medine and Akbar. Even if they are our enemies. Then we will lose, Medine said. The Empire has no such reluctance. Do you think they would hesitate to assassinate you in an instant, Mon Mothma, if they were given the chance? Mon Mothma stood, her face flushed, her voice rising uncharacteristically, and hammered her fists on the tabletop. I will not allow my government to become as warped and as evil as the Empire. Mon Mothma, Akbar said, we have risked too much to put this operation together. Our fleet is ready to depart for Endor. Our decoy mission has already begun at Sullust. We cannot scrap our plans just because the Emperor will be on the Death Star. We will save millions of innocent lives, Medine said. There is a cost to ourselves, but the payback is potentially much greater. If we allow that Death Star to be completed, Alderaan will be only the first in a long chain of planets turned to rubble at the Emperor's whim. And so Mon Mothma had eventually agreed that the Emperor was to be a target as well. Once the decision was made, she gave it her full enthusiasm, issuing orders with firm determination. Thus the Death Star had been destroyed, the Empire overthrown, and the new Republic established, though peace and harmony had not come about as quickly as they might have hoped. Now Medine found himself streaking through hyperspace in an A-Wing scout vessel toward another superweapon being built by another tyrant hoping to rule the galaxy. Sometimes he felt it would never end. The A-Wings emerged from hyperspace on the fringes of the asteroid belt, and suddenly it seemed that a giant invisible fist had hurled a handful of crushed rocks at him. The tracker on Durga's ship had given them the exact location deep in the heart of the rubble-strewn danger zone, but it offered no safe path to follow. Medine risked a burst of comm traffic tightly focused to the two craft paralleling him. Trandia, he said, take the lead. Thread the needle. Find a way through these rocks so we can get to the construction site and see what's going on there. Yes, sir, Trandia said, her voice bubbling with exuberance at being selected. He would let Corran lead the flight back out. Trandia's A-Wing shot through the clusters of asteroids, arcing in tight curves and accelerating through openings created by stony bodies drifting apart. Her rear engines glowed blue-white as she increased speed. Medine and Corran kept pace with her, locked on and following her tortuous route. Medine admired Trandia's flying as her A-Wing battered its way through the space-borne pebbles. Her forward shields glowed faintly as she increased power. Medine hated to break comm silence again, but he opened another channel. Trandia, no need to impress me. Be careful. Don't worry, sir, she said. Before Medine could say anything else, though, Corran suddenly jerked his A-Wing and dropped back. Sir, his voice crackled with static, I've been hit by a small piece of debris that penetrated my rear shields." "Trandia," Madine snapped. "Throttle down. Corin, give me a status report. How much damage?" "Partial engine loss," the young pilot said. And as Madine looked through the cockpit window, he saw sizzles of blue lightning around the engine banks of Corin's A-wing. More than minor damage. The core was breached. "Corin, listen to me," Madine said, his heart pounding. The crippled A-wing slung to one side out of control and spun as the asteroids continued to hammer around them like a giant grinding machine. "Loss of altitude control," Corin said in a rising voice. "I can't stabilize." "Corin!" Trandia shouted. Her A-wing swung around. Pull up, Madine shouted. Trandia zoomed toward her companion. Madine didn't know what she expected to do, but before she could reach him, Corin's A-wing slammed into a jagged shard of rock. His engine core buckled. The ship erupted in an after-shower of fire. Trandia cruised low over the still smoldering wreckage of the surface of the large asteroid. The detonation had flung hull plating and slagged components into orbit. "Checking for survivors, sir," Trandia said, her voice strained close to the breaking point. Though Madine knew it was hopeless, he allowed her a few moments to cruise over the spinning rock until she brought her ship close to his again. "Nothing to report, sir," she said. Her voice was bleak. "I know," Madine said, "but we have to proceed." "It's my fault, sir," Trandia said. She sounded as if she were begging. "And it's my fault for ordering you to take the lead," Madine said. "And the Chief of State's fault for ordering the mission in the first place, and the Hutt's fault for building the weapon at all, and so on and so on. We could spend a great deal of time assigning an endless chain of blame, but I'd rather accomplish our mission. Wouldn't you?" Trandia took a long moment to respond. "Yes, sir," she said finally. They continued slowly, nearing the heart of the asteroid belt. Edging forward with low engine power, their running lamps off, they came at last upon the spangle of lights at the construction site. Madine set his course and transmitted a comparable trajectory to Trandia's A-wing. Once locked into the appropriate path, they shut down their engines and drifted along, just like other hunks of space wreckage. With dry eyes and an intent stare, Madine watched the construction site approach with infinite slowness. He drank in the details. A huge, cylindrical fortress, a gleaming metal structure almost completed, like a giant tunnel in space. Along its axis, this battle station appeared to contain one of the planet-cracking superlasers. The Hutts had extensively modified the Death Star plans. That could only mean they had impressive engineering expertise available to them. He and Trandia landed their A-wings on a large asteroid at the outskirts of the construction site. The newly built battle station rode high against the black star-strewn sky. Madine sent a narrow-burst communication again. "We'll stay on this asteroid to do our reconnaissance," he said. "Then we'll suit up and attempt to infiltrate." Chapter 38. As their damaged ship limped away from Hoth, Callista worked side by side with Luke Skywalker. They desperately cross-wired systems, bypassed ruined components, and fastened vital equipment back into place, trying to repair each failure before another one occurred. The Wampa ice creatures had not actually breached the yacht's outer hull, but they had caused a wealth of damage. The craft's sublight engines, operating at barely half power, had lurched away from the frozen planet, reluctantly heaving them into orbit. The engines attempted to fail several times, but somehow struggled on. Their ship's hyperdrive was gone, their navicomputer beyond repair. They plunged headlong into the broken asteroid field at the fringes of the Hoth system, with only minimal shields and virtually no control over their course. The asteroids began to grow thicker around them, battering at the tiny ship. Callista did not voice her growing dread. Luke looked up at her with red, bleary eyes and a haggard face. Callista knew she probably looked just as bad, with her malt-blonde hair mussed and her gray eyes bloodshot, but Luke's pallid skin had begun to flush again with hope. "I might be able to use the Force to navigate us," he said, "at least enough to keep us from a major collision. But I don't know where we're going to go."
I wish I could help you, Callista said, but I can't. I can't, and I'm afraid to try. You fought well with the lightsaber against the snow creatures, Luke answered reassuringly, and I didn't feel any glimmer from the dark side as I did on Dagobah. No, Callista said. Her words were a whisper. I didn't let it out. She knew, though, that the dark side had been there like black wings hovering at the edge of her consciousness, demanding to be set free. She had refused, but oh, the temptation had been great. In a shower of sparks and burned circuits, the life support systems gasped and died. Luke and Callista pulled components from non-essential computers, trying to get the systems functioning again. It's only at about 10%, Luke said. That's not going to help us much. Callista shivered. The temperature had already begun to drop in the cabin. We're not going to get out of this, are we? She said, with quiet, brutal honesty. Luke stared at her for a long moment, then his face forced a smile. Not in any obvious way, he finally said with a sigh. That just means we have to look for a solution that isn't obvious. Luke and Callista studied the torn environment suits the Wampas had shredded. Somehow, using several repair kits and other patches they found in forgotten packages left by some unknown station mechanic on Coruscant, they managed to piece together one of the suits, but only one. Within the hour, the atmosphere began to thin noticeably, and their body heat did little to warm the cabin as the cold of space leached it away. Luke ran his fingers along the crude, lumpy patches in the suit, and he took Callista's hand. You have to wear it, Callista. I won't let you sacrifice yourself, she said. You wouldn't let me do it on the Eye of Palpatine. Luke raised her hand to his cheek. I have no intention of sacrificing myself. I can go deep into a Jedi trance and slow down my metabolism, put myself practically in suspended animation. Then we wait and hope. Callista eyed the repaired suit, still reluctant. Then she gazed into Luke's clear blue eyes, wishing she could read his thoughts and his emotions. Maybe I can use the Force to contact someone, he said. Send out a message with my thoughts. I doubt anybody'll be able to read it, but we have to try. Callista slowly pulled the thick fabric of the environment suit over her long legs. Yes, she said, defeated. We have to try. Before she clamped her helmet in place, she kissed Luke. Will you be all right? She said. He smiled wanly at her. As long as you're here to watch over me. Luke's blue eyes fell closed and rolled upward slightly as he sank into himself, using his Jedi techniques to enter a deep trance that walled him off from the rest of the universe. Callista longed to join him, but her grasp on the Force had become so slippery she could not touch her abilities. She was unable even to begin the deep Jedi trance that Luke brought upon himself. She watched him, feeling her heart ache with love as she struggled with the silence of the Force in her mind. Once again she saw the dark shadows of possibilities in her mind, luring her with an easy way to use the Force again. Join the dark side. Even if it meant she had to succumb to evil influences. No, she whispered to herself, though she knew she could not disturb Luke now. She fled from the dark alternative, and it frightened her that the persistent shadows had come more easily this time. The silent cabin grew colder and colder. The environment suit crinkled around her as she curled up next to Luke, conserving energy and wanting to be next to him. He appeared to be a statue. Frost formed on his cheeks from the faint exhalations of his breath. She desperately wished she could touch his thoughts, share in his efforts to send out a plea for help. But Luke's mind remained closed to her. The crippled ship drifted through the outer fringes of the asteroid belt with minimal shields and failing life support, while Callista sat alone in the darkness. Inside the featureless Force shell he had wrapped around himself and his mind, Luke Skywalker centered his thoughts into a single projectile, a tangible shout across space and time. In his mind, his words thrummed along the lines of force that connected everything in the cosmos. He recalled hanging on Cloud City's lower antennas, dangling above the clouds as he held on for dear life. He had issued a similar call then, before he had known the truth about his sister, before he had realized there was a connection between them. Luke had still known whom to ask for assistance. "Leia," he called from the far fringes of the asteroid belt, flinging his thoughts undirected across space. "Leia! Leia!" Chapter 39. Exhausted from the fraying effects of constant tension during the diplomatic mission to Durga's fortress, compounded by the startling knowledge that Admiral Dalla was still alive and gearing up for another assault against the New Republic, Leia sat in her comfortable seat in the diplomatic shuttle. Han piloted it away from Nal Hutta, avoiding the smuggler's moon entirely and arrowing out to open space where Akbar's fleet waited. Relieved that he no longer required stuffy diplomatic finery, Han wore his familiar old clothes again: black vest, white shirt, and dark pants that had seen better days. Leia wished she had brought along comfortable clothes herself, but she had forgotten to pack them while preparing for her surprise performance on the Hutt homeworld. Beside her, 3PO helpfully chattered his list of all the duties waiting for her upon returning to Coruscant. His thin voice rattled off one obligation after another. Some she had forgotten, some she had ignored, and some she just didn't want to remember. As 3PO continued with unbridled enthusiasm for the safe trivialities of a governmental life, Leia found herself lulled into an uneasy doze. The smooth vibrations of the diplomatic ship hummed into her bones like an electronic massage. Her thoughts drifted. Her breathing became more regular. And suddenly a spear of thought lanced through her. Leia sat bolt upright as a convulsive shudder made her skin crawl. She blinked her large brown eyes and gasped. The thought came again like a bullet of ice shooting through her mind. "Leia! Leia!" "Luke?" she whispered. 3PO, still reciting his list, finally noticed that something was wrong. "Mistress Leia, are you all right?" Han turned from the pilot's seat, an expression of concern on his face. "Hey, Leia, what is it?" Leia shivered and squeezed her eyes shut. She ran her fingertips across her forehead, and the voice continued to echo through her skull, a distant pleading call with no details, just the repeated summons. "Leia." "It's Luke," she said. "He's in trouble." "Do you know where he is?" Han said, his face filled with questions he did not ask. In their years together, Han had learned not to inquire about certain details of the Jedi because he would never understand anyway. He no longer considered it a hokey religion, but he still didn't comprehend it. "No," she said. Luke's ethereal voice faded to the back of her mind, where it remained, its insistent summons growing no worse, but issuing a continuous call. "I think I can find him if I concentrate hard enough, though. We have to—" "Hey, look!" Han pointed out of the cockpit as they approached the New Republic fleet. Wedge's escort frigate, Yavaris, hung in front of them like a jagged monstrosity. Connected to one of the docking ports was the familiar battered shape of the Millennium Falcon. "Chewie must be back with R2. Han spun in his chair and looked at Leia. "When we get to the fleet, we'll give them our news about the Hutts. Then we can take all these warships with us to rescue Luke, or we can just go on the Falcon." "All right." Leia bit her lower lip. "I don't think the whole fleet would help, though. We've got to go soon." She swallowed, trying to ease her dry throat. "We'll have to brief Akbar on what we learned about the Imperial activities. He'll need time to plan strategy." When the diplomatic shuttle pulled into the receiving bay of the Yavaris, they sprang out of their ship with the New Republic armed escort. Before Han could get his bearings, the towering, lanky form of a bellowing Wookiee rushed to greet him. Chewbacca embraced Han so hard that Leia thought she could hear bones crack. Wedge Antilles came running up breathless. "Han, Leia, glad you're back. Chewie and R2 found out something on Nar Shaddaa, but once they heard you were on your way, they insisted on waiting." Chewbacca barked a rapid story that Leia could not understand. R2 also wheeled up, whistling and chittering. "Wait a minute, you two," Leia said, raising her voice. Han held out both hands, palm outward. "Chewie," he said. "Hey, buddy, talk slower. I can't understand you."
It took several minutes for Han to extricate the message about Imperial General Sulamar linking up with the Hutts to build their superweapon. This, tied with the information that Admiral Dalla had unified the remaining Imperial forces and was planning her assault, made the galaxy a dangerous place indeed. Leia listened, sick with anxiety for Luke, yet knowing she had to give instructions, issue standing orders for her fleet before she went rushing off. "General Antilles," Leia said, "let's go to the war room and link up with Admiral Akbar. We've got to discuss strategy, but Han and I have to leave with all possible speed. My brother Luke is in trouble. Everything's happening at once." "Luke's in trouble?" Wedge asked. "Let's go." They rushed to the sealed war room, and a coded transmission brought a holographic simulacrum of Admiral Akbar into the room with them. Leia drummed her fingertips on the table, looking around, feeling the prodding of Luke's mental call that hadn't lessened. Luke needed her. He was trapped somehow. She had to leave. She had to leave. "The Hutts are building their own superweapon with Imperial assistance," Leia began. "And our old friend Admiral Dalla is unifying a new fleet to strike against the New Republic. All this is happening right under our noses." She glanced from Wedge's square-jawed face to Akbar's glassy, unreadable Calamarian eyes. "I want all of our teams on yellow alert from this moment on. Make sure everyone is ready for immediate deployment to battle, wherever the Imperials may strike." She turned toward Wedge. "But we mustn't tip our hand. The only advantage we have is that they don't know we know what they're up to. They probably realize we suspect something because we're here snooping around, but they won't think we've found anything. You will continue your maneuvers as before. Right now, Han, Chewie, and I will take the Falcon and go rescue Luke. We can't let the Hutts think anything has changed. Wait for your report from General Madine's mission and act accordingly if I haven't returned. I trust you all." Leia stood with a determined look on her face. "Now I have to go save my brother." Han took her hand as they ran to the Falcon. Leia sat strapped into her seat, still concentrating, following Luke's gradually fading request for assistance. Her force abilities had been sharpened through Luke's training, and though she couldn't give Han any direct coordinates for his navicomputer, she could take him in the right general direction. As they approached closer, she narrowed down Luke's location. The battered space yacht looked like a derelict careening in a random path along the fringes of the asteroid belt. R2-D2 squealed as he detected the ship on the sensors, and Chewbacca triangulated on its position as he steered the Falcon to the rescue. With the Falcon's tractor beam, they took the ruined yacht in tow and brought their airlocks together, sealing them so that Han, Leia, and Chewie could open the outer hatch and enter the darkened wreck. Leia had noted disturbing marks on the outer hull, not simply dents and scars from meteor impacts, but long scratches that looked as if they had been made with impossibly sharp claws. She couldn't understand what he had been doing out in the Hoth system. When he and Callista departed from Coruscant, Luke had intended to go with her to the exclusive and romantic cometary resort of the Malacco Primordial Water Quarry. But something must have changed. Panting, Han dropped down into the empty hold of Luke's ship with a thud and called up for breath masks. "Almost no air left in here," he gasped, "and it's freezing cold. Reminds me of Kessel." Chewbacca tossed a clatter of glow lights and breath masks down before lowering his hairy body into the dim chamber. Han and Leia placed the masks over their faces, and each took a light, which they shone into the dim chambers. Chewbacca shivered and rubbed his fur-covered arms. "They're completely out of power," Leia said. "Life support systems are practically dead." "Doesn't seem to be any engine control either," Han said. Leia shook her head. "I can sense Luke, though. It's just a whisper now, but he's here." They found the two motionless bodies in the back chamber, the small sleeping area. Luke lay on the floor like a statue, and Callista clung to him in a tattered and failing life support suit. Luke looked frozen solid. A rime of frost covered his eyebrows, his eyelashes, and his upper lip. His skin appeared colorless and flat, like wax. Callista gave a rattling groan, shifting in her slick suit. Powdery frost crumbled from the joints in her arms. "Her suit's almost gone. Let's get them into the Falcon," Han said. "Chewie, carry Luke. Leia and I will get Callista." They carried the sagging Jedi back into the warmth and the air of the Falcon, then disconnected from the ruined space yacht, letting the hulk drift into the asteroid field like discarded rubbish, where it would soon become crushed in the relentless chaos of the meteor storm. Callista revived first. With a change into warm clothing and generous cups of stim tea, she recovered enough to insist on helping tend Luke Skywalker as they nursed him back to health. In his deep trance, he had depleted his reserves, keeping himself at the ghost edge of death when the life support had ceased to function. Only his will to survive had kept his heart beating and oxygen molecules moving through his lungs. In another few hours, he would have succumbed. Callista's gray eyes were red-rimmed as she took a poly sponge soaked in warm water and bathed Luke's face, his forehead, his neck. She whispered to Leia, "I had to watch him as my own supplies dwindled, as he dwindled." She shuddered. "I held him, but I couldn't touch him. I told him so many things." She reached out with her fingertip, gently caressing Luke's cheek. Suddenly his blue eyes snapped open, and he took a deep breath. He blinked, and color flooded back into his cheeks. Drawing several more slow breaths, he revived like a time-lapse exposure of a blossom unfolding. "We're safe?" he said. His voice was a hoarse croak, but it was alive. He was alive. Callista hugged him, and Han and Chewie and Leia gathered around, barely restraining themselves from smothering him again with their delight. "Yes, Luke, you're safe now," Leia said, "and we're on our way. We'll take you back to the Jedi Academy, where you can relax and recover." Chapter 40. From his personal offices on the nearly completed Darksaber battle station, Bevel Lemelisk gazed out the array of latticed windows, studying the final steps in the mammoth construction project. His office was unabashedly austere, with cold metal walls, little furniture, and no decoration whatsoever. He didn't waste time on frivolities like artwork or comfort. The thing that concerned him most was ensuring that he had the right equipment, and plenty of it. He was only truly happy when surrounded with technological toys. As Lemelisk watched the continually shifting chaos of the asteroid belt, random patterns of motion from the drifting rocks, tugged by their own minimal gravities into complex fifth-order permutations, he noted the distant light reflected off the hull of some other ship in the asteroid belt. He squinted. Yes, it was definitely a vessel, not another asteroid. Spies? He wondered, with a thrill of adrenaline. He doubted it. This huge weapon was doing nothing to conceal itself. More likely it was a group of smugglers who thought they were safe in an uncharted area of space. Most bothersome, though, in Lemelisk's opinion, was the fact that the Toril had once again been thrown into a frenzy of distraction by unexpected movement. He couldn't imagine how the busy little creatures, in their tiny, custom-made spacesuits, could notice something so faint and far away. But the Toril overmind had thousands of eyes, and it took only one to notice. The tiny Toril construction workers jockeyed around for better views of the moving reflected lights, leaving their positions so they could stare upward and point with multiple arms. Lemelisk scowled. Now he would have to go on another plate-by-plate inspection outside the Darksaber just to make sure they didn't mess up again. He had successfully managed to conceal the first debacle from Durga the Hutt, but he wasn't confident he could continue to trick the crime lord. He waddled down the hall, taking a turbolift to the construction access bay, and climbed inside a smelly old inspection scooter, a tiny spherical craft that held one person, and that just barely. Lemelisk tucked his paunch behind the crude controls and sealed himself in. The laboring air recirculation systems did little to dampen the odor of decaying upholstery that continued to outgas even so many years after the scooter had been put into operation. Lemelisk raised the small vehicle off the floor and passed through the magnetic atmosphere field, then puttered along the cylindrical hull of black anodized plates. He remembered the time he had taken a similar inspection tour of the original Death Star with Grand Moff Tarkin, and he hoped this time it wouldn't turn out to be such a disaster. He and Grand Moff Tarkin had departed from the governor's palace on Eriadu, an important trading and governmental hub on the Outer Rim, where Tarkin had established his primary base of operations when he became the regional governor of the Fringe Worlds. With the Death Star completed, Tarkin had summoned Bevel Lemelisk back from one of his new weapons-building assignments to Eriadu, so they could perform the first test flight of the battle station together. Tarkin took his pet Calamarian, Akbar, to pilot them in an unmarked Lambda-class shuttle away toward the Horus system, where the Death Star hung in orbit over the penal colony of Despair. Tarkin preferred to travel without a full complement of guards, because it allowed him to move unhindered, to slip in where he might hear traitorous words and then crack down accordingly. He also didn't want to draw attention to the superweapon's location now that it was so nearly finished. "What are you waiting for, Akbar?" Tarkin snapped from the passenger seat beside Lemelisk. "Let us go see this weapon that will crush all resistance to the Emperor's new order." The Calamarian hunched over his controls and made no response, taking the Lambda shuttle away from Eriadu toward the jump point where they would enter hyperspace. Tarkin took every opportunity to taunt and harass the quiet, unflappable Calamarian slave. Akbar was supposedly intelligent, according to Tarkin, and Lemelisk knew that the Grand Moff spent merciless time showing Akbar the tactics he would use to defeat the rebels, the secret plans, the tricks and feints designed to evoke despair from those who resisted Imperial rule. Akbar seemed suitably downcast, all spark of resistance crushed, or at least well buried. "Preparing to enter hyperspace," Akbar said with a complete lack of enthusiasm, his words devoid of inflection. "Destination, despair in the Horus system." Without warning, 3 rebel Y-Wings appeared out of nowhere, bearing down on Tarkin's shuttle and firing their laser cannons. "It's a rebel attack," Tarkin said. "Akbar, take evasive action." The Calamarian moved with sudden efficiency, but instead of launching them immediately into hyperspace, Akbar shut down the shields. "You fool!" Tarkin shouted. What do you think we should do now?" Lemelisk asked. The rebel Y-Wings came around again, firing precision shots. Explosions erupted from the rear of the Lambda-class shuttle. The craft rocked back and forth. Flames and smoke poured from the rear compartment, and the ship reeled out of control. "You will die for this, Akbar," Tarkin said. Then the rebels hit again, sending the crippled shuttle spinning. Tarkin had just climbed to his feet, and the new jolt hurled him against the far wall. He tumbled over Lemelisk, still strapped into his seat. "Shields are down, our engines crippled," Akbar said, "and now they are coming in for the kill." He looked up at the front viewport. "I just wanted you to understand that I have brought this upon you, Grand Moff Tarkin, in exchange for all the pain you have inflicted upon me and others like me." Lemelisk saw the rebel ships approaching again, deadly weapons already glowing in preparation for firing. Tarkin scrambled to his feet and grabbed Lemelisk by the collar, ripping him out of his chair. "The escape pod," Tarkin said. "We'll leave this traitor to the fate he's earned for himself." Together, Tarkin and Lemelisk dived into the small escape pod intended for the comfort of only one person. Lemelisk stumbled and fell flat against the bulkhead and felt something crack in his face. Blood poured out of his nose. Tarkin did not pause, but punched the automated launch button. The rear hatch of the life pod sealed, and with an explosion seemingly greater than anything the rebel Y-Wings had inflicted upon them, the life pod soared away from the shuttle as the Y-Wings came in for their final attack. The universe reeled, spinning in confusion as Lemelisk tried to staunch the flow of blood from his nose. He saw the rebel ships circle the crippled shuttle, but instead of immediately detonating it, they clustered around, connecting hatches. "They'll be after us in a moment," Tarkin said, as he triggered the distress signal built into the escape pod. Lemelisk saw that the Grand Moff had also been injured, burned by the hot bulkhead. Suddenly, with a miracle of good luck, space around the Eriadu system rippled, and an Imperial Star Destroyer stabbed out of hyperspace. He learned later that it was Admiral Mahdi's flagship. Mahdi had come to escort Tarkin, though the Grand Moff had not asked for it. The Star Destroyer locked onto the distress signal and came toward the would-be rebel assassins, its turbolasers ripping through the darkness with spears of disintegrating light. Lemelisk looked up and saw the 3 attacking Y-wings fire again at the Lambda shuttle, this time destroying it utterly. As it exploded, the Y-wings split off in 3 different directions and vanished into the cloaking distance of space. As they spun around, dizzy inside the careening life pod, Lemelisk felt as if he were about to be space-sick. The engineer's part of his mind wondered distantly just how much of a mess he would make if he vomited into the confined atmosphere of the craft as it whirled around like a child's toy. "Very strange," Lemelisk commented. "It appeared as if those rebel ships wanted to rescue your Calamarian slave." Tarkin was incredulous. "Rescue Akbar? Why should they bother with an animal?" Lemelisk shrugged as Admiral Mahdi's Star Destroyer followed the distress beacon and approached them for rescue. "I've never understood the rebel mind," he said. Later they recovered in the Death Star's infirmary rooms. Lemelisk nursed a broken nose, and Tarkin lay bandaged from sprains and superficial burns. They received the grim news that the assassination attempt on Tarkin had been only part of the rebel treachery. A group of commandos had succeeded in stealing a copied set of the full Death Star blueprints, the technical readouts that specified every system, each component, all the weaponry capabilities of the great battle station, and smuggled them to the Top Rawa relay station, from which point they had vanished. A young corporal with spit-polished boots, clean uniform, and neatly trimmed hair stood nervously as he delivered his message, afraid that Tarkin might fly into a rage and order the young man's execution. "Darth Vader is even now tracking down the Top Rawan rebels, sir. He anticipates capturing them before they can deliver their stolen plans." Lemelisk watched Tarkin and was amazed by the Grand Moff's seeming lack of concern. He gave a mysterious thin smile while his hard eyes flashed. "Seeing the full details may even increase their fear of this battle station," Tarkin said. "They won't find a flaw." He looked over at Lemelisk, who felt foolish with the cumbersome bandage across his nose. "My Death Star is invincible." Lemelisk leaned back on the infirmary bed and hoped Tarkin was right. Now, as he cruised in the inspection scooter over the outer hull of the Darksaber, Lemelisk didn't have such confidence in the new Hutt superweapon. He would have to chastise the Toril for their shoddy work once again, and the little creatures would scramble to perform the necessary reparations until the next screw-up. But the Toril weren't the only problem. Sulamar's antique computer cores kept crashing, no matter how carefully Lemelisk reprogrammed them and backed them up. The devices must have been defective from the time of manufacture, and now they were so outdated few people remembered how to fix them. Some of the thick metal sheeting purchased from low-bid contractors was found to have millions of micro-holes. Bad enough for structural material, but this had been intended for the engine shielding. This entire Darksaber project was one misery after another. The front-end girders of the kilometers-long cylinder didn't exactly match up with the aft girders in the final assembly, and if the superlaser was not perfectly aligned when Durga fired the weapon, the deadly beam could vaporize the Darksaber rather than its intended target. And there was more. His groan echoed inside the inspection scooter. He had overseen repairs to each of these problems, but finding so many instances of ineptitude made him wonder about the many problems he had not yet found. Chapter 41. Crix Madine and Trandia locked down their A-wing fighters in the dense shadows of rocky outcrop bristling from the rugged surface of a small asteroid. "All systems on standby and powered up," Madine said. "Even if everything goes as planned, we need to be ready to leave here fast." Trandia responded with the grim fatalism she had shown since the death of Corrin, the third member of their team. "Are we going to return from this mission, sir?" she said. Madine thought of responding with a reassuring answer, then decided she deserved something more honest. "We must remain optimists," he said. "There's a chance we'll get back home eventually." Trandia said, "Good enough for me, sir." Madine and Trandia wore heavily padded single-mission spacesuits, walking outfits of armor like self-contained mobile ships.
They stood on the crumbly surface of the asteroid, checking their complement of detonators, life support packs, and surveillance systems. "Ready to go, sir," Trandia said. Madine stood beside her, bulky in the hardened survival suit. They looked out at the enormous structure taking shape as it hung at a stable point in the asteroid belt. "Launch," Madine said. He and Trandia leaped upward, tearing themselves free of the asteroid's negligible gravity. Momentum carried them across the gulf of space toward the superweapon under construction. As he and Trandia drifted like tiny pieces of rubble toward the giant cylindrical assembly, Madine had a good deal of time to stare at the Hutt project through his faceplate. The design concerned him. He was aware that the Hutts had copied the Death Star plans from the Imperial Information Center. But this was no Death Star. It appeared instead to be no more than the super laser, a straight cylinder that would serve as a destructive offensive weapon. If this weapon were completed, the Hutts would show little reluctance to use it against any system that failed to pay them for protection. And the construction seemed nearly finished. The two suited figures floated in, specks against the kilometers-long assembly. Madine spoke in a focused line-of-sight beam at Trandia. "We may be able to cripple the weapon if we can get inside and place our detonators in appropriate spots." "From the looks of it, we'd better not wait too long, sir," Trandia said. "Seems like the Hutts are ready to go." At last their magnetic boots made contact with the armor plates, black metal that reflected little starlight. Using his adhesive gloves, Madine clambered like an insect along the hull. The Hutt weapon was so vast that the curvature of the cylinder was unnoticeable beneath him. He and Trandia worked their way along the metal plates, and Madine was surprised to see that many of the hull segments were mismatched and loose, welded together but leaving gaps and uneven seams. Such a construction couldn't possibly hold an atmosphere. He was appalled by the reprehensible workmanship. At least it would be easy to get inside. They came upon one particularly loose plate, and Madine removed a crude crowbar from the tool compartment of his bulky suit. With it he was able to peel free some of the crumbling welds. The sheet of metal drifted away, tumbling end over end. The missing plate left an opening large enough for Trandia and Madine to crawl through, even in their cumbersome suits. They entered a darkened, half-completed corridor, little more than an access space between the shoddy outer hull and a not much better inner wall. Bright beams from their helmets lit the way as they pulled themselves along. Finally, they reached a bulkhead door that allowed them to pass deeper inside the construction and work their way toward the aft interior chambers. They cycled one at a time through a cramped airlock. Clomping in his heavy boots, Madine entered another dimly lit passageway and stood waiting for Trandia. When she joined him, Madine removed his helmet. "There's atmosphere here. Let's take off our suits," he said. "We'll need the freedom of movement. We might have to hide on a moment's notice, and I can hardly move inside this contraption." Trandia disassembled the heavy components, piling her armor beside his in an unused storage alcove. The empty suits looked like enough metal to be the shrapnel from an Imperial scout walker. Trandia's braid had come loose, and strands of hair swam around her face. Perspiration dampened her neck, and her skin was flushed, but her eyes were flinty. Madine and Trandia removed the tools and the detonators from their packs. He scratched his beard and held a clenched fist in the air. "To the success of our mission." Trandia matched his upraised fist. "We will succeed," she answered. Ducking low and moving quietly, they sprinted along the corridors, heading toward where the propulsion systems would be. Some of these decks were already inhabited by a skeleton crew, and they hesitated at corners, crept past droning voices of guards and crew members who lurked in open rooms. As they hurried, though, Madine noted many darkened glow panels, wires dangling from ceiling plates but connected to nothing, and dead blank computer terminals that seemed as if they had never functioned. Madine muttered to Trandia, "Maybe we don't need to sabotage the weapon after all. This whole thing is a disaster waiting to happen." The engine sections were a great pulsing dungeon filled with smells of oil and coolant, hissing steam that might have been intentionally vented or just leaking from reactor cores.
The storm of noise and flashing lights throbbed around them, drowning their surreptitious sounds as they crept into the tangle of engines. More guards patrolled the catwalks above, stupid-looking Gamorreans and a hodgepodge of unsavory alien creatures, Weequays, Nick-2s, and walrus-faced Aqualish. Medine checked the blaster pistol and the 4 detonators he carried, then gestured that he and Trondia would split up. The Darksaber's guidance computers were giant banks of circuit boards fenced off by a transparent mesh that steamed with supercooled air blown through the hot circuitry. The enormous engines themselves thrummed behind a thick shielding wall. If they could plant remote detonators in various spots around the compartment, the 2 of them unaided could cripple this great weapon, leaving it dead in space until New Republic forces could finish the job. He and Trondia moved apart into the deeper shadows and the loud, unmuffled machinery. Trondia held her precious store of detonators as she slithered through the murk, darting from cover to scant cover, working her way over to the shielding wall that blocked the engines. Alone, Medine moved to the mesh surrounding the propulsion computers. He bent down and removed a cutting tool from his equipment pouch, intending to slice through the protective fence. A detonator or 2 could completely kill the computers that drove the superweapon. He switched on the small vibroblade and felt the high-pitched hum through his handle. He hacked at the thin, flexible mesh, but as soon as he severed the crystalline cords, a squawking alarm burst from the top of the computer. Medine deactivated the vibroblade with a curse, grabbing for his blaster pistol. The guards in the engine compartment hurried to discover the nature of the disturbance, though they seemed somewhat apathetic. Medine wondered how often they responded to false alarms resulting from the inept construction work. Medine decided not to fire just yet and slid back into shadows as the alien guards lumbered toward him, their own weapons drawn. If he could just be silent, they might miss him and go about their business. His heart pounded. The guards came closer. Suddenly, Trondia stood up from her hiding place near the wall of the engine compartment. She waved her arms and yelled to draw attention to herself. As the guards turned in astonishment, she fired her blaster at them, hitting a leathery-faced Niku, who hissed as he fell to the floor. The other guards spun about and launched a volley of blaster bolts in Trondia's direction. She ducked, but one bolt burned through her arm. She cried out and slumped behind one of the consoles for cover. The guards converged on her hiding place, completely forgetting Medine. "Run!" she shouted at him. Her voice was high with pain. "Run!" Medine cursed again under his breath, wishing Trondia hadn't been so impulsive. He began to crawl away from the propulsion computers, pulled his blaster, and looked for a chance to draw the guards away from her. The vicious aliens pushed toward her position, and just as they reached her, Trondia triggered every one of the detonators she carried. The resulting explosion drowned out even the cacophony of engine sounds. A wall of flame gushed outward in a blazing ring. The explosion took out the entire complement of guards, as well as Trondia herself, though it barely damaged the engine's containment wall. Lights flickered and went out. The shockwave knocked Medine flat, turning his consciousness into a static of black insects before his eyes. He shook his head, gasping for breath, and struggled back to his feet. The enemy was alerted, the infiltration ruined. It would do no good to stay. Medine stumbled as he ran. He couldn't think straight, stunned as much by the loss of Trondia as by the explosion. Then a deeper core of Medine's personality asserted itself, reinforced by the years of training he had undergone, the lessons he himself had taught his commando team members. The mission was paramount. They had to succeed. The mission. Medine hauled himself to his feet and found that his back was bleeding, nicked by several chunks of shrapnel unleashed by the explosion. Alarms continued to whoop and screech, demanding attention. Medine somehow reached the doorway, though he was disoriented and couldn't recall how to find his way back to their armored mission suits. He lurched through the open door, staggered down the dimly lit corridor, and stumbled right into another group of alien guards rushing to see what the commotion was all about. Medine's heart sank. Trondia had given her life hoping to cause irreparable damage, hoping to let her commander escape, but she had accomplished neither. Gamorreans clasped stubby fingers around his arms, throwing Medine to the deck and piling on top of him as if they meant to keep him from moving. "Saboteur!" one of the Weequays snarled down at him. They hauled Medine to his feet. 5 separate guards clutched him, as if in a contest to see how many could actually claim credit for his capture. Medine struggled, but said nothing. The guards hauled him off alone, a trophy to be brought before Durga the Hutt. Chapter 42. Up on the Darksaber's supposedly functional control deck, Bevel Lemelisk watched the childish glee evident on the faces of both General Sulamar and Durga the Hutt. The 2 normally surly partners sat enthralled with the controls in their grasp as they itched to begin their grand plan of conquest. Despite the difficulties Lemelisk had experienced with the Toril and any number of other convoluted problems encountered during construction of the massive superweapon, the Darksaber project had somehow bumbled along, adhering to its schedule more through mutual annihilation of errors than actual efficiency. Per Durga's demand, the Darksaber was now technically complete, constructed according to Lemelisk's modified plans, and completed in conjunction with the work and inspection crews, though Lemelisk did not want to guarantee the quality of any portion of the project. In fact, he felt great anxiety when he began to think Durga might actually wish to use the weapon any time soon. "Observe," Durga said, summoning a holographic map of the galaxy centered on the Nal Hutta system, and extending outward in the intended path of the Hutt's outreach program, using the Darksaber to hold rich and vulnerable planets ransom. Sulamar gave far too much unwanted advice, and Durga refused to listen any longer, gloating over the holomap, his rubbery lips forming a leer that pushed the discolored birthmark up the side of his face. On the control deck, Durga's other crew members sat strapped into their chairs, secured with lock restraints, because Durga did not want them to leap from their booby-trapped seats if he grew displeased with them. Lemelisk rubbed the scratchy stubble on his chin, and Durga peered into the map of the galaxy, which would soon be under his entire control. Without warning, the alarms went off, whooping from the security stations. Klaxons echoed through the empty corridors of the Darksaber. Startled, many of the crew members on the command deck tried to flee, but the locked webbing held them in place. Durga bellowed, "I demand to know the meaning of this racket." "That's the security alarm, sir," Bevel Lemelisk said. "I selected its sound to be particularly unpleasant and attention-grabbing." Sulamar sneered. "You did your job well, engineer." Durga was not satisfied. "And why did this alarm go off?" Lemelisk shrugged. "Because of a security breach, perhaps?" he suggested. "You mean sabotage?" the Hutt said. Before Lemelisk could answer, the echoing thump of a distant explosion vibrated through the walls. "I think that would be a safe bet, Lord Durga," he said. "Damage report, sir," said one of the Deveronian crew members. "An explosion has occurred in the engine levels. A saboteur planted a bomb." "Extent of damage?" Lemelisk asked. "Unknown at this time," the Deveronian said. Durga howled in outrage. "Sabotage! This will put us behind schedule. How did anyone penetrate our defenses?" His lantern-like Hutt eyes scoured across the members of his command crew. "I demand to know who is in charge of security." He reared up on his levitating platform. "Who?" Everyone on the bridge deck huddled down and cowered until one pasty-faced Twi'lek finally raised a clawed hand. The worm-like head-tails dangling from the back of his skull quivered with fear. I am in charge, Lord Durga. We did not anticipate." Durga roared and reached for his small control pad, punching a fat greenish finger against one of the buttons. The Twi'lek let out a little yip of anticipatory terror, but instead a hapless Weequay at another station yowled and began to jitter as arcs of blue electrical fire curled up from the base of his booby-trapped seat. The discharge crisped his flesh, electrocuting him in an instant. The Weequay's smoldering corpse slumped against his navigational station. Durga frowned and glanced down at his control pad. "Oh," he said. "Sorry. Wrong button." The smell of disintegrated flesh wafted through the bridge deck in greasy, sooty wisps from the collapsed body. "Well, let that be a lesson to you then," Durga said, glowering at his intended victim. The demon-faced Deveronian interrupted, consulting his communications panel. Everyone on the bridge deck trembled in fear. I have something more to report, sir," he said. "Security has announced the capture of one terrorist. One other was killed." Durga growled, looking at the Weequay corpse slumped at its stations. "There will be more executions when we get to the bottom of this." Hearing this, Bevel Lemelisk shuddered and tried to remain inconspicuous. Simply hearing the word execution brought back to his mind the full horrors of the Emperor's executions, the excruciating deaths Palpatine had inflicted upon Lemelisk each time he made an error. The deaths remained in Lemelisk's mind, ever-present shadowy nightmares. 7 executions in all. Once, Palpatine had launched him out an airlock. The pain had been excruciating, though the death was mercifully swift, as the sudden drop of pressure and the freezing cold destroyed his internal organs. He also remembered being slowly lowered into a vat of molten copper, watching his body burn away inch by inch. Why molten copper? Lemelisk had wondered. Finally, one day, more than a month later, he asked the Emperor. Palpatine's answer had proved surprising in its utter mundanity. "It's what the smelter used that day." Lemelisk had also been trapped in a vault filled with thickening acid mist, so that his lungs dissolved and he coughed blood, and the acid continued to eat him from the inside out. The other deaths had been as imaginative and just as painful. He was certainly glad the Emperor had been killed in the destruction of the second Death Star. Otherwise, Lemelisk would really have been in trouble. Now on the Darksaber's control deck, while Durga reeled in shock at the news of the captured saboteur, General Sulamar saw an opportunity. He became even more overbearing, swelling his chest so that the metals jangled. As if trying to outdo Durga's obvious annoyance, Sulamar glared accusingly at Lemelisk. "How could this happen?" Sulamar sniffed, as though Lemelisk had caused the problem by failing to plan for terrorists and sabotage in his original holographic blueprints. "In all my years, serving the Empire, with thousands and thousands of people under my command, we performed the dirtiest, most difficult deeds. But I never had such a disastrous act of sabotage occur, not while I was in charge." Lemelisk averted his gaze and muttered under his breath, "Well, there's a first time for everything." Durga's guards were angry and brutal. They beat Crix Madine every time he faltered, which made him stumble again, which allowed them to beat him again. He was bruised and bloodied by the time they shoved him into the turbolift on the way to the command deck. He felt none of the pain, focusing his thoughts, still in angry shock over Trontia's death. But he accepted his capture and the consequences. The possibility had always been a shadow over every mission he led. Madine needed his hands together, though they were bound behind his back. He was satisfied and confident. He had triggered the transmitter implanted in his palm. Even now, the high-powered, specific-frequency message would be beaming across space, summoning assistance. The coded signal would be transmitted instantly through a security channel in the galactic holonet directly to Akbar's fleet. It was just a matter of time, if only Madine could hold on. The Gamorrean guards shoved him forward just as the turbolift doors opened, and he blinked in the command deck's flood of light. His vision swam in and out of focus. He wondered if he had received a concussion from one of the vicious backhands the guards had dealt him. Madine moved with a numb resignation. He had lost his team. Corrin dead in the asteroid belt. Trontia blowing herself up to save him and damage the Hutt battle station. In his youth, Crix Madine had served the Empire faithfully for years. After defecting to the rebellion, he had always suspected that this day would come, that he would continue to volunteer for more and more difficult covert operations, as if he wanted to be caught. Somehow he had known he would be captured and brought in chains to the enemy. The guards dragged him into the presence of Durga the Hutt. Madine tried to sneer, but his face produced little more than a grimace and a wince of pain. Blood from a cut near his eye dribbled down his cheek into his beard. The bloated Hutt lounged on his repulsor platform, the discolored blotch on his face like dye that someone had thrown across it. Medine swiveled his throbbing head and noticed a swaggering man in an Imperial general's uniform. The general marched across the metal deck, striding toward him in polished black boots. Medine looked up at the close-set eyes, the boyish face, the weak chin, and from the depths of his past a geyser of recollection erupted. He reacted with astonishment, drawing himself up as he stumbled against the guards holding him. Medine saw a flash of horrified recognition also wash across the face of the general. At the moment their eyes met, they yelled in unison, "You!" Comb. Chapter 43. Through hyperspace, the escape to Comb lasted only an hour. Dorsk 81 shot their stolen shuttle toward his homeworld, frantic to deliver his warning to the cloned aliens and the New Republic. He was dismayed to see that traffic control accepted him as yet another incoming ship, not at all alarmed by an unscheduled Imperial craft charging in at top speed. "This is Dorsk 81, he said, issuing an emergency call. "We must use your long-range comm systems immediately. Prepare for an Imperial attack. Announce a red alert." The traffic controller responded, "Message received, Dorsk 81. We will arrange a meeting with you and City Leader Kale 116 as soon as possible upon your arrival." "You don't understand," Dorsk 81 said. His olive skin flushed a darker green, and his hands trembled. He looked wildly at Kip Duran, who wore an expression of disgust. "Don't worry about it now. It's a waste of breath arguing," he said, then took over the comm system. "This is Jedi Knight Kip Duran. I'll require full use of your spaceport communication systems." The anger behind Kip's eyes seemed barely restrained by his Jedi comm. "That can be arranged," the controller said with maddening calmness. When they landed on the empty spaceport grid, Kip leaped through the access hatch with Dorsk 81 close behind him. "I'll go transmit the wideband alert to the New Republic," Kip said. "You warn your people. Admiral Dalla is going to launch in only a couple of days. We have that long to mobilize the fleet." His face was drawn and grave as he ran to the tall transmitting tower. Dorsk 81 hurried to meet the cloned aliens who approached him. They were flustered and uneasy, not because of the dire warning, he knew, but because of the unexpectedness of the situation. "We must hurry," he said to the stony-faced driver of the floating platform. "We have little time. Kip and I have to go help defend the Jedi Academy." The driver nodded calmly, but did not increase the speed of the vehicle. The floating platform took Dorsk 81 away from the landing grid, and he looked back at the transmitting tower, hoping Kip would get the message out. They reached the opulent political headquarters where a quick meeting had been rammed through the schedule of the generational politician Kale 116. Dorsk 81, still wearing the clinging work overalls he had taken from the garment locker in the Imperial shuttle, brushed his slender hands down the fabric, trying to make himself more presentable. He smelled of smoke and blood and violence. Kale 116 already stood in the large white meeting room. The walls were made of curved arches that glittered in the light as if molded from solidified salt. Dorsk 81 had never been in such important chambers, and he doubted anyone in his genetic line had either. The city leader stood dressed in full diplomatic finery. His expression held a mixture of annoyance at this unsettling break from routine and continuing admiration for Comb's galactic celebrity. "Dorsk 81, he said. "For a person of your importance, we can shuffle our schedule to allow a brief audience, but no more than 15 minutes. I suggest that our primary goal will be to work out a better time for a full conference of appropriate duration and with an official agenda." "No," Dorsk 81 said, pounding his fist on the table and astonishing everyone there. 15 minutes will be enough if you listen to me." Kale 116 sniffed. "Of course we will listen. We always listen." Dorsk 81 leaned over the table and fixed his yellow eyes on the politician. "But this time you must hear. You must understand this, because the fate of our world and of the galaxy may be at stake." Kale 116 squirmed uncomfortably and then sat down. Yes, of course. We'll take detailed notes. Before Dorsk 81 could speak, the door opened again, and a flood of outside light shone into the white chambers, sparkling off the crystal-embedded walls. Dorsk 81 turned to see the older and younger copies of himself, his predecessor and his successor at the cloning facilities. Both wore the uniforms of their profession and appeared confused at being summoned away from their daily tasks. The older Dorsk 80 saw him and snorted. "I might have known." The younger version looked first at the elder clone, then at Dorsk 81. "Why have you come back?" Dorsk 82 said. Kale 116 motioned for them to sit down. During the interruption, an assistant came in bearing cool beverages. The others gratefully took theirs and sipped, nodding their thanks. Dorsk 81 ignored the sweating glass in front of him. "Kip Doran and I just returned from the core systems," he said, speaking slowly and carefully. "You should not go there," Dorsk 80 said. Dorsk 81 looked at his predecessor and jabbed a finger at him. "Be silent and listen. This is important." Offended, the elder clone glowered. "Kip and I found a full Imperial fleet, massed and ready to launch. We infiltrated one of their rallies and learned their plans. The Empire is back under the command of Admiral Dalla. They will attack the New Republic within a matter of days. Until now, no one has suspected, and Combe," Dorsk 81 spread his arms to indicate the world, "is right on the fringe of the core systems. The Empire could strike here. You must prepare. Engage your defenses. Establish emergency plans." Kale 116 leaned across the table, putting his elbows on the salted surface. "Combe has always remained neutral in these galactic conflicts, and we've never had problems before. I don't see why this should be any different." "You don't have to see why," Dorsk 81 said. "Listen to me. Admiral Dalla intends to attack where she is least expected. She knows Kip and I heard her plans. This entire world is in great danger." "Yes. Well," Kale 116 stood up with a vague smile of dismissal. "We'll see what we can do then. Thank you for bringing this to our attention." "You can't risk this continued complacency," Dorsk 81 said, growing impatient. "I have done and seen things you cannot imagine. Trust me in this. There is great danger." Dorsk 80 stood to rebuke him. "You left us. Ages ago, our predecessors determined that our society was the perfect model, but you felt you knew more than our forefathers. You've forsaken our ways for your own independence. Why should we listen to you? You have not listened to us. In all your escapades, where is the voice of wisdom? You'll never accomplish anything more important than what you could have done here." Dorsk 81 turned to him. It was obvious that his elder presumed the vindictive words would destroy the younger clone's composure, but Dorsk 81 felt nothing but a sad pity at the narrowness of his elder's viewpoint. "You're wrong," he said coldly to his predecessor, "and you will never see how wrong you are, because you are blind." Dorsk 82 came over to him, and it appeared that the younger clone might actually believe part of Dorsk 81's warning. "We don't know how to make defenses," the younger clone said, "but you've had that experience. You've had the training." Dorsk 82's yellow eyes flashed. "Perhaps you could stay here and help us establish our defenses? Then you would be here to defend us if you are indeed correct. If you're wrong, you could still stay and perform your old duties in the cloning facility until the threat has passed." The younger clone's face held an ocean of hope. Dorsk 81 heard the plea and thought of his beautiful, peaceful homeworld, of the years he had spent as part of an enormous machine working smoothly, without worries, without threat. How could he abandon this place to its fate? But what if Dorsk 82's words were just a ploy, a desperate trick to get him to stay on Combe so that all could be normal again? "No," Dorsk 81 said and stood up. He touched the cylindrical shape of his lightsaber inside the pocket of his work overall. "I am a Jedi Knight, and I have important work to do." "And we must get back to the cloning facility," Dorsk 80 said sourly. We know our place, and we have important work to do as well." Dorsk 81 did not respond, but instead returned to their ship to meet Kip Duran. As they departed in their shuttle, he looked across the misty vistas of Combe with vague apprehension, a premonition that he would not see his familiar homeworld ever again. During the brawl and confusion at the Imperial rally, Admiral Dalla and Vice Admiral Pelion ducked into the Nexus Station's turbolift and plunged away from the frenzied mob. Dalla breathed rapidly, cold air whistling through her clenched teeth. She couldn't believe it. "Jedi spies, right in our midst. They heard everything." Pelion nodded. "We'll have to reevaluate our security." Dalla shook her head, and flaming copper hair swirled around her. "Later. For now we must reconsider our plans." Then a grin cracked through her outrage as a new tactic occurred to her. The turbolift stopped at a lower level, and Colonel Cronus strode up to them, looking harried. "They've escaped, Admiral," he said. "The perimeter defense droids fired on them and caused minor damage, but their ship still managed the jump into hyperspace." Dalla nodded at the short and compact colonel. Cronus appeared surprised that she hadn't ordered his immediate execution. "Have you tracked them?" she asked. "Not completely, Admiral, but we did match their vector, and we believe there's only one place in the vicinity they would likely have gone. A planet called Combe, at the edge of the core systems." Dalla ran a fingertip along her lips. "Is it inhabited?" "Yes," Cronus said. "Though unremarkable. Its people were neutral during our previous conflict with the rebels. However, we did match the physical appearance of the alien Jedi spy with the natives. Combe must be more than just a neutral world if Jedi have come from there." Cronus's muscular chest and upper arms pressed against the seams of his tight uniform. Dalla strode down the corridor with Pelion and Cronus flanking her. She remained silent as the possibilities flickered through her mind. "I have learned that my strategy must be flexible," she said. "I failed before, but now I will adapt our plans quickly. Our fleet is ready to launch, is it not?" She glanced from Cronus to Pelion. "Yes, Admiral," Pelion said, "for the most part. What remained for the next few days is personnel reassignment, inventory, supplies, and—" Dalla cut him off with a sideways swipe of her hand. "Those Jedi spies heard that we were planning to launch in the next few days. Instead, we shall launch immediately. Colonel Cronus," she said, "you have the list of preferred targets for your Victory-class fleet?" "Yes, Admiral." "Add the planet Combe to the top of the list. Gather your forces and go at once." Cronus shot a grin at her. "Yes, Admiral." "Remember," she added sternly, "your orders are to strike fast and frequently in many different systems. Cause as much damage as possible, but your main goal is to create confusion, not to conquer. The rebels will disperse their fleet to find you, while we approach the main target." She turned. "Vice Admiral Pelion." "Yes, Admiral." "You will take your fleet of Imperial Star Destroyers directly to Yavin 4 and proceed with its complete destruction. I will follow in the Night Hammer with sufficient force to occupy the rebel base permanently." Her green eyes flashed at her two commanders. "I want the fleet launched within the hour." Pelion and Cronus dashed off to their respective commands. At 2 minutes short of an hour, Dalla's Imperial fleet was spurred into motion like a great slavering monster suddenly unleashed on the New Republic. Like crimson projectiles, the Victory-class ships scattered across the orbital lanes of Combe, their full turbo-laser batteries directed at the cities below. Colonel Cronus sat in the command chair of Vice Admiral Pelion's former ship, the 13X, issuing orders to the gunners in his fleet. "Target the communication and observation satellites first." The words were barely out of his mouth before a cleansing fire of turbo-laser bolts scoured the blackness of space, obliterating silver dots of orbiting satellites and leaving behind spangles of debris. "Now they're blind," he said, "before they even know what's going on." He sat back and pressed his hands together, pushing, performing his endless ritual of isometric exercises that pitted one muscle against the other to strengthen him, even as he sat and watched the massacre of Combe. He spoke through the comm channel to all ships. Target weapons indiscriminately on the metropolis below. This is our first target, so let's make it memorable. Launch TIE bomber squadrons, and let's get busy." He watched the hail of laser fire rain down through the atmosphere, and clouds of small fighters spewed from the hangar decks. Cronus observed the flurry of destruction. According to old intelligence reports, Combe barely had token defenses. He doubted the inhabitants even remembered how to use them. They would wish differently after his fleet had finished. "Quick and easy," he muttered. His arm muscles tingled with weariness from his exercises, but he pushed harder, making them ache. After watching the battle for half an hour, Cronus signaled the other ships. "Hurry up," he said. "We have a lot of other targets on the list." An uneasy Dorsk 82 left the cloning facility at the end of his afternoon shift, as he always did, while Dorsk 80 remained behind to put in an extra hour of work, making up for the loss of Dorsk 81, as he always did. Predictability was comfort. On Combe, people lived by those words. But the younger clone kept hearing the statement of Dorsk 81 echo in his mind. Changing possibilities opened up ideas he had never considered. What if, against all previous history, the Empire did decide to attack their peaceful world? But why, he wanted to ask. What would it gain them? He knew that question would be carefully considered and settled by KO 116 and the political leaders. It was their job. They had no other task but to make such decisions. Young Dorsk 82 was confident in the Combe system. It had worked perfectly for centuries. He had no cause to doubt it now. A moment later, rivers of fire spat down from the hazy white sky, setting the identical buildings ablaze and drawing destructive fingers across the perfect gridwork of the organized city. TIE bombers roared overhead at a pitch that struck terror into the cloned pedestrians. The ships dropped proton explosives that flattened entire blocks at a time. Flames scorched skyward as fuel tanks and kindling from the ancient constructions were set ablaze. TIE fighters screamed down from the sky, firing laser cannons and strafing the terrified aliens who poured from their buildings, but knew not where to go. Dorsk 82 fled into a narrow alley between two tall buildings. An unwise move, he supposed, with the imposing structures collapsing all around him. His mind was ablaze with shock and horror. Dorsk 81 had been right. Combe had no plans, no defenses, and no chance. A proton bomb exploded above the buildings like a huge slapping hand that knocked walls down. Dorsk 82 crouched near the ground, expecting the avalanche to crush him in an instant. But the flat wall slabs toppled against each other, forming a miraculous tent above him. Rock dust and fractured stones bit into his smooth skin. He supposed a bone or two was broken, a new experience for him in his gentle and predictable life. But he huddled in the unexpected darkness and waited as the screaming chaos continued around him for what seemed like an age, though he knew it must have been less than an hour. The physical pain came to him as he tried to dig himself out from under the fallen slabs of rock. He was aching and sore, bruised and cut. But he was alive. He moved the rubble away and emerged blinking into an early afternoon dusk caused by black smoke and orange flames. He stood completely numb. He saw, but could not comprehend, the magnitude of the devastation around him. The shining cloning facilities were entirely gone, turned into a jumbled mass of molten girders and shattered crystalline dust. All that remained of the broad sheet crystal windows that had once shone so brightly in the sun. Greasy smoke drifted to the sky like an accusing finger pointing at the Imperial fleet high in orbit. Old Dorsk 80 had been inside the cloning facility, and the younger clone stumbled with sick apathy into the rubble, looking without hope for some sign that his predecessor had survived. This shock competed with the overwhelming consequences in his mind. The devastation of his entire world, the wreck of the cloning facilities. How were they to proceed now? How could his civilization continue after such a mortal wound? The survivors of Combe, who even now moaned from the pain of their injuries or wailed from their grief as they staggered across the ruined metropolis, would have to change. And that frightened him as well. Colonel Cronus watched the remaining fighters return to their ships. The burning world of Combe lay beneath him like a festering sore. He glanced impatiently at the time record and at the damage assessment for his fleet. 2 fighters lost. Judging from Comb's lack of defenses, Cronus assumed that the 2 downed TIE ships had been destroyed through accident, malfunction, or inadvertent friendly fire. He shook his head at the appalling weakness of the clone world. On his command station computer, he punched up the coordinates of Admiral Dalla's designated targets. He hoped all the raids would be as successful as this. "Next system," he said. "Let's be on our way. We've got a schedule to keep." Nal Hutta. Chapter 44. In the middle of the night shift on the escort frigate Yavaris, General Wedge Antilles sat quietly in the command chair, relaxed but alert. Despite the yellow alert, the Yavaris seemed deceptively calm. The soldiers moved about their routines with calm efficiency. The glow panels were dimmed, the sounds of movement hushed and muffled. The tension was thick, though invisible. The alert status had been uninterrupted for a day. They had heard nothing, no word of an Imperial strike, no report from Crix Madine, and it was beginning to wear on them. Quizoox crept up behind him on the bridge and squeezed his shoulders with her long, pale blue fingers. He flinched, startled, then reached up to clasp her hand against his shoulder. He turned to look into her deep indigo eyes. "Couldn't sleep either?" he asked. She shook her head, and her feathery pearlescent hair flickered. "The waiting is so hard," she said. Wedge nodded. "Much as I hate war, at times like this I almost wish something would just happen." And it did, all at once. Crix Madine's silent distress signal came in at emergency priority, tunneling through space, its specific frequency targeting the New Republic fleet. Signals went off at the communications console, which triggered automatic red alerts throughout the Yavaris. Madine's implanted transmitter could give no details. It simply sent a distress. Wedge knew that General Madine, the supreme Allied commander for intelligence, would have used it in only the most extreme circumstances. He said, "We've got to go pull him out." Qui stood suddenly tense, blinking her large eyes. Her fingers tightened on his shoulders. "That means he's found the site of the Hutt superweapon. We have to destroy it before the thing becomes operational. We can't let the Hutts or the Empire or anyone else have another weapon like the ones I used to design." "You're right about that," Wedge said. A view screen message instantly came from Admiral Akbar on the Mon Calamari star cruiser. "This may be the beginning of the overall attack," Akbar said, dressed in his fine white uniform and holding his flipper hands out in a gesture of tension. "Yes, Admiral. Shall we deploy the fleet? We can home in on Madine's distress and get there at top speed. We don't know what sort of situation he's gotten himself into." Before Wedge could finish, though, another broad-spectrum message swept across the communication systems, a second emergency signal preempting all other transmissions across the New Republic holonet. "This is Kip Duran with an urgent message to the New Republic military." Wedge flinched, setting his teeth on edge. Beside him, Qui held her composure, but he noticed her stiffen. Kip had returned from the dark side in service of the Jedi way, and Qui claimed to have forgiven him, but still the over-eager Jedi Knight unnerved both of them. Nevertheless, Kip broadcast his message to anyone who would listen, raising the alarm. "My fellow Jedi Knight, Dorsk 81 and I have penetrated the core systems. We've discovered a massive Imperial strike force ready to launch in the next day or so. Admiral Dalla is commanding this fleet. I repeat, Admiral Dalla is not dead as we had expected. Their main target is said to be Yavin 4. Dalla means to destroy all of the new Jedi Knights. Dorsk 81 and I are on our way to the Jedi Academy at this moment to help with the fight. We request any assistance possible." "So it's a two-pronged attack," Akbar said. "The Hoth asteroid belt and Yavin 4. They must be confident in their ability to surprise us." "We know about their plans now," Wedge said. "Should we split up?" Akbar rumbled. "That message was sent to the full New Republic fleet. We can perhaps hope for reinforcements, yet I believe we should divide our forces now. I doubt either of these attacks is a feint. I will take the Galactic Voyager and head to Yavin 4. You go and rescue General Madine. We cannot ignore the threat from the Hutts." "Understood, Admiral," Wedge said. Akbar's image nodded deeply. "I must bring the remainder of the fleet up to full combat status. This is just the beginning." "Don't worry, we'll get Madine and his team out of there," Wedge said, "and we'll try to wreck that Hutt superweapon while we're at it." All personnel were summoned from their sleep periods. Lights increased on every deck of the Avarice. Troops ran up and down the corridors, mustering. All during the wargaming exercises, the fleet had remained coy, hiding their real purpose and readiness. Now, though, the ships dropped all pretense and ignored the Hutts, who were undoubtedly watching from the greenish planet below. The New Republic wargaming fleet split into two separate prongs and established their course vectors, drifting away. Akbar and his ships funneled down to star points, plunging into hyperspace, while Wedge ordered the Avarice to proceed at full speed toward the Hoth asteroid belt and Madine's distress signal, hoping they would get there in time. Yavin 4, Chapter 45. The 17 Star Destroyers under the command of Vice Admiral Pelion sliced out of hyperspace in a well-ordered fleet. Their perfect formation demonstrated the precision and unrelenting dedication of the new Imperial forces Dala had forged. Standing on the bridge of the Firestorm, the Star Destroyer that Admiral Dala herself had commanded during her double cross of the war criminal Harsk, Pelion watched the green jewel of the jungle moon approaching. A living emerald sphere dwarfed by the enormous gas giant Yavin, whose gravity tugged at his attacking fleet of ships. He stared with narrowed eyes out the viewports of the bridge tower. He had trimmed his gray mustache, made certain that his hair lay neatly beneath his vice admiral's cap. He brushed down his uniform to present a more imposing image, a leader for his fleet on their victorious mission. It invigorated him to be in command of a worthy ship again, not the small Victory-class Star Destroyer, though even now Colonel Cronus would be using the fleet of Crimson ships to cause significant destruction throughout the rebel-aligned worlds. Pelion thought of his days in command of the Chimera, serving Grand Admiral Thrawn, and how close they had come to defeating the rebellion once and for all. Now, with Admiral Dala, they had that chance again, and Pelion would not waste it. "Orbital insertion successful, sir," the navigator said from her station. Pelion continued to marvel at the new women officers in Dala's fleet. They seemed to serve with even more dedication than the other soldiers. "Any sign of defenses?" he asked. The jungle moon seemed too quiet, too vulnerable. He was astounded that such an important site to the rebellion would have no apparent defenses whatsoever. "None detected, Vice Admiral," the tactical chief said dubiously. Apparently the man felt the same concerns. "All right," Pelion said, moving to the next phase. "Deploy the jamming net. We need to get in place and be operational before the Jedi sorcerers can send a detailed signal to their military." The 17 Star Destroyers shot out clusters of small satellite transmitters that jockeyed into position around the green moon, forming an interlinked electromagnetic web that disrupted any messages the Jedi trainees might send. The jamming satellites took only moments to lock themselves into position, transmitting an all-clear signal back to the Firestorm. Pelion spoke into the ship-to-ship comm unit, and his voice rang through his fleet. "Strike teams prepare," he said. "We launch in 5 minutes. All-terrain scout transports and jungle assault vehicles will be the first wave. TIE fighters will provide air cover. This is a relatively unpopulated world, and it shouldn't take us long to finish here. Our victory on Yavin 4 today will be the first large step in the rebirth of a new and even stronger empire." Pelion signed off and stood against the bridge railing. He was pleased to be in command of an operation sure to succeed, rather than another doomed last-gasp attempt at Imperial supremacy. Outwardly calm, but thrumming with energy inside, Pelion pondered the immense Imperial strength Admiral Dala had placed under his control. he didn't expect much resistance from the few untested Jedi trainees. Back at the Nexus mustering station in deep space, the Super Star Destroyer Nighthammer prepared for launch. Admiral Dalla spent the last frantic moments ensuring that everything had been placed in perfect order for her own decisive assault. By now, Vice Admiral Pelian's fleet should already be attacking the Jedi moon, and she longed to be there with him, taking personal satisfaction with each slaughtered Jedi, each destroyed rebel building, each burning tree. But she would not alter her plans now. She knew this was the way to strike the greatest psychological blow to the rebels. Her initial assault had to be an absolutely crushing defeat of the rebel target. Right now, simultaneous with this major assault, Colonel Cronus was causing a wealth of damage with surgical hit-and-run strikes at various spots in the galaxy. His swarm of Crimson Victory-class ships would roar in with lightning speed, blow up the most convenient targets, then flee into hyperspace again, leaving destruction, confusion, and panic in their wake. The jungle moon of Yavin, with its Jedi training center, would be the true symbolic victory, though. Dalla smiled, and her green eyes took on a faraway look as she imagined the unskilled wizards under attack by Pelian's hopelessly overwhelming forces. She then imagined the despair they would feel on seeing her enormous ship arrive, like a second mortal blow. Not a rescue, not reinforcements, but a black superstar destroyer. Their hopelessness would increase tenfold. After today, when Dalla departed in triumph, the jungle moon of Yavin 4 must be no more than a cinder. Every last Jedi student had to be killed, their bodies strewn about the burning jungle as an unmistakable message to those who would still dare resist the Empire. As her last order before launching, Dalla took the time to rechristen her dark ship, adding a letter to call the Super Star Destroyer the Knight, K-N-I-G-H-T, Hammer, just to prove that she did indeed have a sense of humor. So long as it involved the ultimate defeat of the Rebel Alliance. Chapter 46. Dorsk 81 and Kip Duran arrived back at Yavin 4, broadcasting their constant alarm. They landed their Imperial shuttle near the Great Temple and called the remaining Jedi trainees to arms barely an hour before Pelian's forces arrived. Dorsk 81's stomach had been a hard knot since their embattled escape from Admiral Dalla's staging area. He had felt even worse upon seeing the apathetic refusal of his homeworld to accept the possibility of an impending threat. The censure of Dorsk 80 and Dorsk 82 had struck to his core, affecting him even more than his choice to become a Jedi. But he was a Jedi. He could not change that, and he vowed to be the best his potential would allow, as Master Skywalker had taught him. Dorsk 81 and Kip stepped out of the stolen Imperial shuttle to total silence. The humid jungle seemed smothered with a blanket of tension and anticipation. "Where is everyone?" Kip said. "We've got to find Master Skywalker." Dorsk 81 looked up at the enormous stepped pyramid where the Jedi Praxium had been established. His face grew calm, and he closed his yellow eyes, reaching out with the Force until he sensed the group of Jedi trainees across a narrow tributary of the river at one of the other temple ruins. "Over there," he said, "at the temple of the Blue Leaf Cluster." Kip nodded, his dark eyes flashing. "We have to warn them and begin preparations." They rushed through narrow jungle paths, crossing the river to the tall Masasi ruin, a cylindrical tower made of crumbling stones, much in need of repair. Dorsk 81 saw the Jedi trainees working together, nearly 30 in all. He recognized Kirana Tai, the warrior woman from Dathomir, and the older, somewhat confused hermit from Bespin, Streen, working to haul fallen rocks from a collapsed portion of the temple. They used Jedi powers to lift broken slabs out of the way and to keep themselves safe from the pebbles that continued to shower down as they removed debris. Cam Salusar, the hard-bitten Jedi veteran, sternly watched the activities, directing the work of the lesser-trained Jedi students who had arrived at the Praxium in the last year. The silvery-haired Jedi scholar, Tion, spotted them first. "Kip," she called. "Dorsk 81, you're back. Good, we could use some help." Tion smiled, and her mother-of-pearl eyes lit up. She explained breathlessly, gesturing with small, quick movements of her delicate hands.
With all the new students arriving, we had to find additional living quarters. This old temple is—" Then she finally registered the alarm and emotional turmoil emanating from them. "What is it?" Kam-Salusar said, breaking through the conversation. Kirana Tai stepped beside him, tall and imposing in her reptilian armor. "Where's Master Skywalker?" Kip said. His voice cracked, and the words came out in a cold, strained tone. "He and Callista left more than a week ago," Tion said. "It's only us here. I'm directing a few training sessions while he's gone, but—" "The Jedi Academy is in great danger," Dorsk 81 blurted. "Admiral Dalla has assembled a new Imperial fleet, and Yavin 4 is their target this time. The Star Destroyers could be here any moment." "No," Streen said, shaking his frizzy gray head and blinking red-rimmed eyes as he gazed up into the pale blue sky. "No, they're already here." As the old hermit said this, Dorsk 81 also felt a brooding oppressiveness far overhead, like a stain of starless darkness across the canvas of space. "Look," one of the new trainees said, extending a clawed finger as her bright bluish frill rose up in alarm. A snake-like hiss came from her wide, scaly mouth. A shower of bright streaks danced through the upper atmosphere toward the jungles, lines traced in fire by sharp fingernails made of lava. "Landers and ground assault vehicles," Kam-Salusar said. "We must prepare to fight them," Kirana Tai insisted. "But Master Skywalker isn't here," cried one of the new trainees. Kip Duran drew himself up, though he was smaller in stature than many of those gathered at the ruined temple. "Master Skywalker will not always be here to help whenever we are in trouble. Dorsk 81 and I have already sounded the alarm. The New Republic forces should be on their way. For now, though, we must defend the Academy ourselves." "But there are so few of us," a bird-like trainee squawked, his hard beak gaping open, then clacking together. "Yes," Kip said, "so they won't expect much resistance. We'll have to prove them wrong." Dorsk 81 stood beside his friend. "We are Jedi Knights. Remember what Master Skywalker has taught you. There is no try." The Imperial landers crunched into the jungle not far away, then deployed giant vehicles from drop shells. "Here comes the airstrike," Kip said, just as a flurry of black dots in the air screamed closer with a roar of twin ion engines, a full wing of TIE fighters, plus a strong complement of TIE bombers. "Take cover," Kirana Tai shouted. With a forceful motion, she pushed Streen toward two mammoth blocks of stone that had toppled from the front of the ancient temple. The TIE fighters swooped overhead as the Jedi trainees scrambled for shelter. Laser cannons shot from the Imperial ships, setting tall trees alight and blasting rubble from the old temple. The TIE fighters fanned out, uncertain of their target as they searched for the Jedi Knights hiding in the jungle. TIE bombers cruised low, dropping concussion missiles that exploded into pillars of fire and smoke above the thick jungle canopy, splintering Massassi trees that had lived for 1,000 years. But once the first wave of TIE fighters spotted the trainees at the Temple of the Blue Leaf Cluster, the forces concentrated their firepower on the far side of the river. "We don't have any weapons," Streen said as he covered his head. "We have the Force," Dorsk 81 replied. 3 TIE fighters roared in, laser cannons shooting continuously as they approached in a triangular formation. The warrior woman Kirana Tai stood out in the open near the piles of rubble the Jedi trainees had so meticulously removed from the ruins. The TIE fighters saw her and fired. Ignoring her own danger, she gestured with her hand and, using the Force as a sling, she snatched one of the squarish boulders cut by Massassi slaves thousands of years before and hurled it with all her Jedi strength. The stone flew through the air and smashed one of the TIE fighters' flat power arrays. It careened to one side, and the pilot could not regain control. The ship exploded in the trees on the far side of the temple. Kam-Salusar stood on the other side of the clearing, and using the Force, he too began hurling rocks at the remaining 2 TIE fighters. The boulders battered the Imperial ships, smashing through the cockpits. All the Jedi trainees had the idea now, and a blast of sharp rock shards hammered the 2 fleeing ships out of the sky. Both exploded in mid-flight to the cheers of the embattled Jedi students. The second wave of 4 TIE fighters came immediately after.
Streen, however, did not pick up rocks or other weapons with the force. He used the air itself, moving molecules in the atmosphere to summon storm currents and scramble the air attack line with a wall of wind that achieved hurricane strength. The gusting currents buffeted the TIE fighters right and left, forcing the pilots to concentrate on simply flying and not allowing them to fire a single shot. Streen looked up into the sky, his eyes wide and bloodshot, his hair wafting about his head. He held his trembling fingers outstretched and then brought his hands together symbolically, slamming his hands of wind so that the heavy cross-current smashed the 4 TIE fighters together. They crashed into a single knot of molten wreckage that tumbled out of the air. A pair of TIE bombers came in low from behind, barely visible over the treetops, but moving at full speed. Kip shouted a warning. The first TIE bomber cruised over the temple and let 3 concussion missiles fall out of its bombing bay. But Kip reached out, staring at the ship and holding his palm flat and upright. He pushed upward with the force, visualizing the 3 dropped concussion missiles, and nudged the explosives back up into the bomber's bay, where they detonated. The second TIE bomber dropped a single missile and then, seeing the fate of his partner, shot off at top speed. Dorsk 81 used the force to pick up a boulder, which he hurled with all his might. The flying rock closed the distance to the bomber, striking the second cockpit and damaging its attitude control. The TIE bomber spun through the air and landed roughly in the jungle underbrush on the far side of the river. Its lone concussion missile struck the ground nearby and detonated, sending a rumble through the jungle that shook the temple of the Blue Leaf Cluster. Loose stone blocks slid down the walls in a shower of dust, crashing around the Jedi trainees. "This old structure won't last much longer," Kip shouted. "We've got to get back to the Great Temple. That's more defensible." Another wave of TIE fighters soared in with twice the numbers of the previous strike, and the Jedi trainees gave no argument as they sprinted away from the smaller temple and headed into the underbrush. Overhead, more lines of fire appeared as Pelion's 17 Star Destroyers launched another wave of ground assault machinery to finish mopping up. As they reached the giant pyramid that had once been fortified as a rebel base, Dorsk 81 saw that the trainees' desperate defense at the crumbling temple had served a secondary purpose he had not expected. A diversion, a decoy for the Imperial forces, who now thought the temple of the Blue Leaf Cluster was the Jedi stronghold. The TIE fighters and bombers concentrated their forces there. Despite the fear that rattled through him, Dorsk 81 felt an exhilaration and a camaraderie with the other Jedi. He was fighting for something meaningful. All his life, as yet another duplicate on a world of clones, he had never felt he had a choice in his destiny. Everything had been preset for him until he climbed out of the rut that had been dug in the Dorsk bloodline. Now he was a Jedi Knight, his own choice, and he had just proved he could be good at it. The long horizontal door in front of the hangar levels of the great temple hung halfway open, a dark mouth with thin, cool air breathing out from the shaded interior. The Jedi trainees ducked down and rushed inside, hoping that the millennia-old walls would shelter them from the brunt of the Imperial attack. Tion rushed past Kip Doran, who grabbed her arm and shouted, "Go to the communications center, contact the New Republic, and let them know we're already under attack. The Imperials struck faster than we expected." Tion nodded, her pale porcelain face so brittle that it looked as if it might shatter. Across the river, TIE fighters circled over the temple of the Blue Leaf Cluster, firing repeatedly with laser cannons. Black smoke etched the air. Kip looked toward their stolen Imperial shuttle still on the grassy landing grid. He gestured toward it as Dorsk 81 headed for the relative safety of the deep hangar levels. "I'm going back to the ship," he said. "We've got some weapons there. It's all we have." Dorsk 81 hesitated, then followed as Kip sprinted across the clearing without looking behind him. Dorsk 81 paused when a clanking noise crashed through the outer rim of trees, and the trapezoidal head of an Imperial ATSAT scout walker shoved its way out of the forest. It thundered twice with its mechanical legs, finding support on the rough ground. The head swiveled, its laser cannons targeted, aiming at Kip as he ran. Dorsk 81 froze for just an instant. He saw what was going to happen, but he couldn't allow it. In an instinctive gesture, he released the force. He did not restrain himself, did not channel or direct the flow, merely releasing his fear and his wish to get the scout walker away from his friend. A wall of invisible force slammed into the ATSAT, flattening its cockpit and crushing the walker backward into a tree. Kip whirled to gawk at the smashed scout walker. Everything had happened in only a second. "Thanks," he said. Dorsk 81 found himself trembling. "It just came automatically," he said. "I didn't even think about it." "Then you're a true Jedi," Kip said with gentle admiration, but wasted no more time as he ducked into the shuttle and emerged with a pitifully small assortment. 5 blaster pistols and 1 laser cutter. "Better than nothing," he said. Dorsk 81 looked at them. Not by much. They glanced up at the continuing thunderous sound from the sky as wave after wave of ground assault landers spewed from the fleet of star destroyers in orbit. Inside, deep in the war room on the second level of the pyramid, the Jedi Knights gathered, unable to shut out the echoing thumps of the constant attack. Tion shook her silvery head. "The Imperials have a jamming net in place," she said. "No communications can go out. We have to hope the New Republic heard your original warning, Kip." "They'll be here," Kirana Tai said with grim confidence. She held the deactivated lightsaber in her grip. This was the weapon that had been built by one of the other Jedi trainees, Ganterus, a year earlier, back when the trainees had encountered the dark spirit of Exar Kun. In fact, in this very war room, the Jedi trainees, again without Luke Skywalker, had met to plan the defeat of Kun and free their Jedi master. "But will the reinforcements be here soon enough?" Cam Salusar said, skeptically. Kip Duran paced the enclosed room. "The Star Destroyers in orbit are the primary threat," he said, gesturing upward. "Though we're being attacked by TIE fighters and ground assault machinery, we're seeing only a fraction of the complement those Star Destroyers carry." "Tion, were you able to determine how many ships there are in orbit?" She looked at him with her quicksilver eyes. 17, I believe. Imperial class." Some of the newer trainees gasped, but Kip stood straighter. He placed his hands on the tabletop, pressing down with his fingernails until his knuckles turned white. "Right now we feel strong because of all those ships we smashed over at the other temple. But no matter how good we are, no matter how many of their ground forces we successfully take out, those Star Destroyers will keep sending ship after ship. We can't succeed if we fight them on such a limited scale." "But how else can we fight a Star Destroyer from here?" Kirana Tai said. Kip looked around hopefully. "I don't suppose anybody has an idea." Dorsk 81 sat in turmoil, rigid, his hands clasped on the table as thoughts whirled around him. He remembered how easy it had been to smash the ATSAT walker, how he had used the Force to shove it away. If only... "I have a suggestion," Dorsk 81 said. His lips were a thin line. His olive-green face was blotched as his emotions roiled beneath his skin. Kip looked at his friend, and Dorsk 81 could feel the sudden upsurge of anticipation from the gathered students. He had to give them something to cling to. He swallowed. "We cannot succeed if we fight small battles individually," Dorsk 81 said. "But together, we are more powerful than the sum of our parts. We can join our abilities." Kirana Tai and Cam Salusar looked at him, musing. He leaned over the table and gestured to the other trainees. "Some of you were there when we finally defeated Exar Kun. We pooled our strengths. We joined as one, as champions of the Force. And, united, we unlocked a greater reservoir of strength than any of us could have imagined." "But what can we do?" the young reptilian trainee said, her voice thin and hissing from the back of her throat, her blue frill still raised. Dorsk 81 hesitated for a moment. The suggestion was preposterous. But right now the situation was so grim they would take even an impossible idea seriously. He kept his voice flat. "We can use the Force to move the Star Destroyers away." The collective gasp among the trainees was a mixture of disbelief and delight. "It's too much," Cam Salusar said. "There are too many. 17 Imperial-class Star Destroyers." Dorsk 81 was not flustered. "Size matters not," he said.
How many times has Master Skywalker told us that? At first, many of us didn't believe we could lift a pebble or a leaf. A little while ago, we hurled giant boulders at ships flying high above our heads. Streen just knocked 4 TIE fighters together with nothing more than wind. All this was without planning, without preparation, and without help. The Force is in all things, Dorsk 81 continued. There is no fundamental difference between a pebble and a Star Destroyer. Besides, the ships have no way to prepare against an attack such as this. As others began to mutter, Kip hammered his fist down. "Hey, haven't you listened to Master Skywalker's teachings?" he said. "If it doesn't work, we'll have to find something else. But I think we should do this." That stopped further discussion. Dorsk 81 rose to his feet. "These temples were built long ago by the Massassi. We have learned," he nodded to Tion, "that their original purpose was to serve as a focus for the energies that the Dark Lords of the Sith manipulated. We can use these temples for a similar purpose, but to serve the light side, to protect ourselves. I will go to the top of this temple and be the focal point for all of your energies. We will join together, some 30 of us bound by the Force." Dorsk 81 raised his voice. Inner power grew in him as he spoke. He had never before desired leadership of any kind, but now he no longer felt like a follower. He felt strong and driven. "Pool your resources, and I will draw from you, channel it through myself, and push out, just as I did with that Scout Walker. I'll shove them away, tumble them end over end, knock the Star Destroyers far from here." He trembled as he said this, and Kip stood beside him, clasping the cloned alien's thin shoulder. "And after we get the battle cruisers away," Kip said, "then we can mop up the remnants of the attackers down here." He smiled. "It might all be finished by the time the New Republic gets here." "We must not wait," Dorsk 81 said. "We are all together now, but the attack is intensifying. Even this great temple won't be stable for long, unless we do something." At the apex of the pyramid, Dorsk 81 stood barefoot on the sun-warmed flagstones that had been locked together to form an observation deck. The Jedi trainees frequently came up here to watch the rainbow-filled sunrise at the limb of the gas giant overhead. Tall fires in the jungle surrounding the temple complex crackled and rose into the sky. Below, squadrons of mechanical scout walkers and ground-chewing siege machinery worked their way toward the Jedi stronghold. The Imperials had figured out that the Jedi Knights were no longer at the temple of the Blue Leaf Cluster. Now that the trainees had gathered in the tallest temple, Pelion's attackers would soon direct their strike at the ziggurat. Dorsk 81 tilted his smooth face up to the sky and held his hands at his sides, fingers spread. The stone felt strong beneath the soles of his feet, and he calmed himself, reaching within him for threads that he could spin together with the others. Kip and Karana Tai, Cam Salusar, and all the other Jedi trainees, some he knew well, others he had barely met, also focused their abilities. Dorsk 81 recalled how they had banded together to fight Exar Kun, and now he felt the same invisible whirlwind surrounding him. The new Jedi Knights joined together with invisible cords of light. The bonds were strong, reinforcing their skills from person to person. Dorsk 81 stood in the middle, the eye of the storm, where he could draw upon the Force, magnify it with a strength greater than he had ever conceived. In his mind an evil shadow of doubt flickered. He suddenly wondered if it wasn't indeed impossible to move such a huge fleet. His doubt began to grow, and he recalled again the face of his elder clone, Dorsk 80, scowling at him. "You'll never accomplish anything more important than what you could have done on Qom." "Why don't you stay with us?" the younger Dorsk 82 had pleaded. "Everything will be fine, just the way it always was." But Dorsk 81 wanted more. His life had a greater purpose. He had sensed that from early on, but had ignored it for so long. Now he was a Jedi Knight. A Jedi Knight. His determination formed a crushing vice in his mind that obliterated the doubt, and before he could be distracted by other thoughts, Dorsk 81 reached out and grasped the threads of force the other trainees offered to him.
He felt as if he had tapped into a huge power source, an overload of energy that he channeled through himself without hesitation. He reached upward with his hands, picturing the Star Destroyers in orbit, 17 wedge-shaped engines of death bristling with weapons, loaded with more TIE fighters and assault troops. His thoughts soared outward, leaving the emerald jungle moon behind, and trailing behind his presence came a battering ram of invisible, irresistible force that would be undetectable on any Imperial scanners. The Star Destroyers waited, overconfident, powerful, unsuspecting. He found them, touched them with his mind. They were huge, greater in mass than he had imagined. Even so, he used the Force to push. Dorsk 81 strained, touching the cluster of ships, but they proved immovable, too large. The Force held them, yet it could not do what he needed it to do. He tried harder. He drew more energy from the others. He could feel the determination and controlled anger of Kip Doran, the clean fighting prowess of Kirana Tai, the powerful deep knowledge of Tion, the grim pain of Kam Salusar, the childlike wonder of Streen, and more. More. He took all of the Jedi trainees within himself, braiding the threads together, becoming a vast and complex set of memories, strengths, and skills. He reached deeper and deeper. The Force seemed to be a bottomless well, offering more than he had thought possible. But as Dorsk 81 pulled it inside himself, he also felt the danger, the destructive potential. Too much of this strength could be his downfall. He pushed again, straining harder, abandoning all caution. The Star Destroyers moved slightly in space, bucking and resisting, but it was still not enough. In his mind, Dorsk 81 saw yet another wing of TIE fighters launched with orders to finish the destruction of the Jedi Knights. That must never happen. Dorsk 81 exerted his mind to the breaking point. His body trembled. His yellow eyes saw nothing around him now, because every thought was focused out into space, where Pelion's Star Destroyers waited. "You are a Jedi Knight," Kip had told him, "and sometimes that means we must make difficult decisions." Dorsk 81 knew this, knew it in his heart, and he didn't allow fear. The Force was with him, perhaps more force than he could handle, but he still had a mission to perform, no matter what it might take. All the other Jedi Knights depended on him alone, and he knew that this was what he had to accomplish. This was the deed that his predecessor, Dorsk 80, would never be able to comprehend. Without a second thought, without hesitation, Dorsk 81 reached all the way down, drawing from the deep wells of force that the 30 gathered Jedi Knights had opened for him. He took more and more without restraint, hoarding it within himself, letting it build as he absorbed the full searing power, amplified through the great temple, focused it through his body, and launched it at the fleet of Star Destroyers. "Move!" he shouted. The words themselves were like power incarnate. White-hot energy flaming out of his mouth, from his fingertips, surging through his body and burning, burning. The inside of his head went bright like a star going supernova behind his skull, and his consciousness rode along with the tidal wave of force. He felt it strike the 17 Star Destroyers, and they slammed backward like twigs in a typhoon. The shock wave flung the entire fleet far out, cast them helplessly beyond the fringes of the Yavin system, their computers fried, their propulsion systems wrecked, still accelerating from the storm of the Force. Pelion's fleet of Star Destroyers went away. Dorsk 81 also rode the storm to its ultimate, unknown destination. The Force dropped Kip like a severed rope. All the Jedi trainees tumbled weakly to their knees. When he could see again, blinking through colored spangles in front of his eyes, he saw Dorsk 81. Or what remained of him, still tottering at the center of the observation platform. Though his own legs wanted to collapse, Kip struggled forward to grab his friend. Dorsk 81 collapsed and fell against him. The two of them slid to the sun-warmed flagstones. "Dorsk 81, Kip said, looking down in horror as the cloned alien skin sizzled from within, as if the tissues had been brought to a boil. Dorsk 81's wide yellow eyes were now only smoldering sockets. Steam rose from his body. A breath of words curled out of his gaping, blackened mouth. "They're gone, my friend," he said. "Wait," Kip said. "Wait, we'll find a healer. We'll get Kilgal back. We'll find—" But Dorsk 81 was already dead in his arms. Chapter 47. Admiral Dalla's Black Night Hammer arrived, the second wave of the assault on the Jedi stronghold. The ship hung as an opaque wedge 8 kilometers long, silhouetted like a knife blade against the pale orange sphere of Yavin. Dalla's troops were on full alert, and her weapons systems had been powered to maximum levels. She stood on the bridge deck looking out over the sweeping metal plain that formed the Night Hammer's upper hull. By the time she reached the system, she had expected to find Pelion virtually finished with his attack, so she could enjoy the final destruction of the Jedi Knights. But as the Night Hammer sliced through space, Dalla felt her enthusiasm crumble into astonishment. She saw no sign of Pelion's fleet in orbit around Yavin 4. The bone-white Imperial Star Destroyers were simply not there. Space around the green jungle moon was empty. "Where is he?" Dalla demanded. "Open a channel. Find Pelion." "Scanning the area, Admiral," the sensor chief said. "No sign of Star Destroyers in the Yavin system." Dalla glowered down at the jungle moon, appalled and speechless. "He was here, sir," the tactical officer said. "The jammer satellite net is in place. The Jedi Knights have not sent any signals as far as we can tell, and I do detect some ground activity. Heavy weapons fire in the jungles. Ground assault troops have been deployed, but the Star Destroyers are no longer here." Dalla ran a gloved finger along her chin. She scowled. Something has gone terribly wrong. She turned back to the sensor chief. "Expand your scan," she said. "Look across the entire planetary system, not just near the gas giant. Did Pelion retreat? He knew I was coming." The sensor chief checked and rechecked her readings, shaking her head. She looked up at Dalla. "There's no sign, sir. I've run a sweep all the way to the outer planets, and I find no ships. No wreckage, either. Vice Admiral Pelion was here at the jungle moon, but now he's gone." Dalla felt cold needles of sweat prickle her scalp as anger raised her body temperature. She looked down at the jungle moon and thought of the Jedi Knights down there, fledgling sorcerers wielding a force she did not understand. They should have been such an easy target. Dalla knew where to channel her anger. For most of her professional life, Dalla had restrained a wealth of spite and venom, barely controlled fury that would have eaten its way out of her if she had not found a way to express it. Life had been peaceful for her once, long ago, when she had been young and in love. But that was before the Carida Military Academy, before Tarkin, whom she admired more than loved. Now she was left with only anger. Luckily for the Empire, her methods of releasing that inner pressure had often resulted in devastation to the enemy. She could keep herself psychologically strong only if she had a target, and now she decided that target must be the Jedi Knights on Yavin 4. They had ruined her straightforward total victory. The Night Hammer's launching bays were packed with thousands of TIE fighters and TIE bombers, fully loaded and ready to be deployed. But Dalla decided against it. Pelion would have taken that tack, and if the Jedi Knights somehow had a secret defense against individual fighters such as those, she must adapt and use a different strategy. "Order all TIE pilots to stand down for the moment," she said. "Have them return to their crew quarters and remain on full alert. I won't be launching their ships just yet." She wanted to waste no time. "Do we have plans for an attack, Admiral?" the weapons chief said from his station, looking disappointed as he assessed his array of weaponry. "Yes," Dalla said. "We strike from orbit. All turbo-laser batteries, full strength, fire at will, targeting any structures in the jungle." "Yes, Admiral," the weapons chief said with obvious enthusiasm. Lances of brilliant energy shot down to the placid surface of the small moon below. The gas giant Yavin seemed unperturbed by the holocaust occurring on its tiny sibling. The Night Hammer's weapons chief fired another volley of deadly turbo-lasers, and another and another. Dalla stared fixated at the target. She slammed her gloved fist into the bridge rail with each shot, as if she could add to the destructive potential of the blast. She stood and waited, feeling her anger smoldering with a barely expressed satisfaction. Her appetite for destruction had merely been whetted. Even from her place in the Night Hammer, high above Yavin 4, she could already see the forests starting to burn. Chapter 48. Like armored birds of prey, the Victory-class Star Destroyers struck target after target, leaving a swath of flames and destruction in their wake. Colonel Cronus sat back in the uncomfortable command chair of the 13X and scrutinized his dwindling list of targets compiled by Admiral Dalla. He clasped his hands together, squeezing, flexing his arm muscles. His entire body felt tense, coiled with fierce pride. His mind was ablaze with success after success, but he did not allow himself to grow giddy with satisfaction, because then he might let his guard down and perform less than perfectly. He couldn't afford that, not after such a glowing record. He sat back, strapped himself in, and prepared for another battle. "Shields up," he said. "Acknowledged," the tactical officer said. "Prepare to engage." One by one, the other victory ships checked in automatically as their computers sent coded responses. Cronus leaned forward, squeezing the arms of his command chair so tightly that his fingertips left indentations. "Full forward," he said. The fleet of Crimson ships plunged through the Chardon shipyards, a rebel space facility that produced a variety of starfighters, from the old model X-Wings and Y-Wings to the newer A, B, and E-Wing fighters. After this assault, Cronus thought the facility wouldn't produce much of anything at all. The shipyard's zero-G pressurized hangars were silvery spheres, clusters that provided a shirt-sleeve working environment for the mechanics who assembled components to form the sleek ships. As Cronus's fleet roared past their targets, the hangars exploded with satisfying eruptions of burning air and outflying metal. Significant enemy casualties. No Imperial losses. A boxy ore hauler lumbered away. The huge corroded vehicle had seen better days, and was now manned by only a skeleton crew that tried to lurch their ancient vessel out of danger. Cronus took pleasure in targeting the ore hauler's rear engines, knocking the behemoth out of control. It trailed flames as it crashed into an outer docking ring filled with the personal quarters of engineers. Cronus did not slow down. He led the fleet through the thick of the construction area, firing indiscriminately. The rebel forces mobilized with remarkable speed. Starfighters, old and new, streaked toward the victory ships, piloted by construction workers and off-duty fighters. "Hit everything you can, but do not engage the rebel defenses," Cronus ordered. "It's not worth our bother. We'll cruise through at top speed and leave them trembling as we depart." He could tell by the rapidity with which the rebels mustered their forces that they must have been put on alert. Somehow they had been forewarned of Dalla's planned attacks. He flexed his arm muscles again. The small rebel ships concentrated their firepower on two of the Crimson battlecruisers, and Cronus admired their strategy. The fighters were too small and too few to cause significant damage across Cronus's fleet, but if they picked a single target at a time, they just might. One of the victory ships exploded, blowing shrapnel in all directions and taking out a dozen of the harrying rebel X-Wings. Cronus felt annoyance as much as disappointment. "Increase speed," he shouted. "Let's get out of here." The second Victory-class ship blew up, but this time the ship's commander didn't have the foresight to use the destruction of his Star Destroyer for a final advantage, and the resulting detonation caused no collateral damage. Cronus no longer had a perfect record, and he was upset. As they passed through an exploding fuel supply station and a hazardous forest of loose drifting girders, Cronus ordered his Star Destroyers to deploy their timed seeker detonators with chaff and debris clouds. The small, powerful mines would hunt out innocuous-looking targets where they would be triggered later, a surprise for the rebels to find during cleanup operations. Cronus took a great deal of satisfaction in knowing he could continue the destruction even after he departed. "Rebel defenses are aligned, sir," the sensor chief said, "and gathering force." Cronus nodded and leaned forward. "Time to go. We've caused all the devastation we can here." The fleet of Victory-class ships escaped cleanly into hyperspace as the rebel forces came gunning after them. The sweeping cultural museums on Porus Vita were renowned throughout the galaxy, centuries old, and astonishingly undefended against attack. Colonel Cronus didn't consider them military targets, but Admiral Dalla had included them as a psychological strike, and Cronus followed orders. It was a simple act for his ships to sweep by with turbo lasers blazing to set the art and document storehouses aflame. His remote sensors transmitted images of sculpture gardens melting under waves of heat, graceful figures with arms upswept in aesthetic expressions of joy, buckling in agony as they melted into lava. The green grasses of manicured gardens were crisped brown at the moment of flashpoint. Reflection pools and fish ponds boiled into steam, and screaming patrons stumbled and fell in their tracks. The museums burned, their treasure houses annihilated. Colonel Cronus tapped his fingers together and pursed his lips. Who cared about cultural records anyway? He was in the process of destroying their history and making history of his own. The Imperial fleet stumbled upon the diplomatic convoy through sheer serendipity, but Cronus took advantage of the surprise. The convoy consisted of 9 rounded cylinders strung with gossamer solar sails, which made them look like flower petals spinning through space, augmented by sublight engines as they came toward a refueling station. Beautiful to behold, Cronus thought, but sluggish, poorly maneuverable, and slow to respond to an overt attack. When the desperate alien transmissions came to him, he saw the aliens were a species of fragile-looking insectoid creatures with sweeping butterfly wings and very little weaponry. When his Victory-class fleet charged among the ships, turning their solar sails to cinders, he received an immediate and unconditional surrender. Colonel Cronus was not interested in surrender. He checked their identification and stated mission, filing away the data in case Dala might need it. Then he ordered their complete annihilation. "These are allies of our enemy, bringing gifts and swearing allegiance to Coruscant," Cronus said. "They chose the wrong side in this galactic conflict, and now they will pay for it." He fired upon the lead ambassadorial ship, using turbo lasers like hot razors to rip open the ship's metal belly so that atmosphere and passengers spewed into space like spurting blood. His ships continued the bombardment until the aliens' reserve fuel tanks detonated. Cronus opened the comm channel again to his fleet. "Since this convoy is unarmed, we may as well take the time to finish the job." The Victory-class ships and their pilots, still angered by losing 2 ships at the Chardon depot, took great relish in slicing apart every last one of the butterfly ships. They drifted for a moment, surrounded by total wreckage. Cronus caught his breath from the excitement and ordered the fleet to proceed. "A job well done," he said over the comm system. "Now it's time to rejoin Admiral Dala at Yavin 4. He closed his eyes and relaxed for a moment as his fleet of star destroyers soared onward, unchallenged. Hoth Asteroid Belt. Chapter 49. In the hushed mechanical silence of the Darksaber's control deck, General Crix Madine, the Supreme Allied Commander for Intelligence, glared accusingly at Sulamar. The Imperial officer stood stiff with self-importance, but his expression was wild and panicked. His cheeks flushed scarlet, and his close-set eyes flicked back and forth. The other guards grasped Madine's arms, squeezing hard enough to bruise. Durga the Hutt leaned forward and smacked his huge lips together, the distorted birthmark across his face rippling like spilled ink. "General Sulamar, you know this saboteur?" Madine laughed, making sure he spoke loudly enough for all to hear. "Did you call him a general?" he said. "That buffoon's no general." Sulamar waved his hands in a frenzy, as if he could wipe out Madine's existence with a gesture. He blinked his eyes like the fluttering wings of a night insect drawn against its will to a bright hot light. "Don't listen to this man, Lord Durga. He's a traitor to the Empire." Madine snorted. "And you're a good-for-nothing junior technician, 3rd grade, transferred from assignment to assignment because you kept screwing up your duties." He made a rude noise. Sulamar stormed forward but stopped, his fists clenching and unclenching. He looked about to choke on thick, syrupy anger. He whirled to face the Hutt. "Lord Durga, you've seen my command abilities. Don't let this traitorous spy lie to you." Durga jiggled as he laughed. Hoo, I have seen your so-called command abilities, Sulamar, and I'm inclined to believe this man." Sulamar gasped and stammered, as if seeking just the right words, but his tongue kept getting in the way. The motley assortment of armed guards looked uneasily from Medine, their known enemy, to Sulamar, perhaps another target in their midst. "Sulamar," Durga said, his voice low and rumbling. Medine noted with a satisfied leap of his heart that the Hutt had intentionally left off the title of general. "We will take care of this prisoner. You need not fear. Please surrender your blaster pistol to me." Reclined on his repulsor platform, the Hutt extended a stubby-fingered gray-green hand. Sulamar stood rigid. Beads of sweat appeared on his high forehead. His Imperial General's uniform, no more than a costume, Medine knew, appeared immaculately cared for, all the seams neat, all corners pressed with sharp edges, all the command insignia polished until it gleamed. "But, Lord Durga," Sulamar said, "perhaps I should be the one to—" Durga bellowed with all the threatening volume he could generate from his vast, trembling belly. "Do you question my orders, Sulamar?" The Imperial impostor leaped to obey. He snatched his blaster pistol from the holster on his hip and extended it barrel forward, pointed at Durga. Then he realized his mistake and quickly fumbled to turn the weapon around, handing the butt end to the crime lord. "Good," Durga said, holding the weapon but keeping its energy barrel aimed at Sulamar. "Next, you will seat yourself there in the Darksaber's pilot chair." Durga gestured with the blaster to an empty station surrounded by command terminals and a navigational array. Medine could see that the chair was rigged with some sort of booby-trap system, power cables running up the stem of the seat, electrodes spaced across metal contact points in the chair. Sulamar looked at the pilot seat and paled. "There, Lord Durga, but I can serve you so much better if I—" "There," Durga said. Sulamar seemed absolutely terrified, much more so than simply having his lie exposed should warrant. But he moved like a droid under incontrovertible programming, resigned as he shuffled toward the empty seat. Strapping himself in at the Darksaber's piloting station, he slumped, seemingly more resigned to his fate than Medine, who was already marked for death. Crix Medine stood battered and sore and utterly exhausted. He clenched his hands, waiting and waiting. Eyes closed, he sensed the silent invisible signal pounding out from the implanted transmitter, summoning help, pleading for a rescue party now. Now! What was taking so long? He ground his jaws together and urged the ships to hurry. Empty space rushed by until it began to be cluttered with debris. On the command deck of the Yavaris, General Wedge Antilles leaned forward to peer out the front ports. "Come on," he muttered, "come on." Beside him, Quaizooks clamped her lips together, picking up on Wedge's anxiety. "Are we still at maximum speed?" Wedge called to the helmsman. "Best we can manage, sir," the young officer responded. "Hazardous conditions up ahead, though. General Medine's signal is leading us directly into the Hoth asteroid belt." Accompanied by the assault frigate Dodana from his arm of the fleet, Wedge rode the Yavaris into the asteroid belt. "Shields on full," he said. "Agreed, sir," the helmsman answered, "but I'm reluctant to proceed at high speed into such a navigational hazard." Wedge shook his head. Somehow he knew they had to hurry. Hurry. "Just stay on your toes, Lieutenant," Wedge said, "and keep moving with all possible haste." The asteroids flew around them like a cannon blast of fragmented rubble, but Wedge's fleet continued undaunted, homing in on Medine's signal, hoping to rescue him in time. Strapped into the pilot's chair, barely able to move, Sulamar was livid. He spun around, still sputtering and trying to justify his existence. Durga the Hutt growled, looking down at him from the height of his repulsor platform. "Why don't you tell us again about this massacre of Mendicant you kept bragging about, Sulamar?" Medine rolled his eyes and snorted. One of the Weequay guards jabbed him in the kidneys. He gasped in pain, but recovered quickly. "Mendicant?" he said with a sneer, knowing that if he could provoke these people, keep them bickering among themselves, then he had a chance, a slim one. Mendicant was a scrap mining and recycling station. Medine glared toward Sulamar. Because of his error in programming the orbital computers, the station went off course and fell into the sun. He barely rescued himself, and now I see that was a wasted effort. Durga chuckled, deep, hollow belly laughs that resonated through his hut bulk. After my days of working with the great crime lord Zizor, I should have learned to double-check pretentious stories from my underlings. Medine answered the hut as if speaking to an equal. I've come to the conclusion that those people who truly do great deeds don't feel the need to talk about them all the time. You must stop listening to him, Lord Durga, Sulamar squeaked, struggling against the pilot chair restraints he had strapped across his own chest. Lord Durga, we must execute this man. His words became sweeter, more insidious. Imagine the possibilities. We could use a laser cutter to dice him into pieces. Or we could chain him to the reactor core of the Darksaber as we power it up so that he cooks against its shell. Bevel Lemelisk, the pot-bellied, grizzled old engineer, who appeared to watch the entire proceedings with a combination of amusement and distaste, made a comment seemingly to himself, but loud enough that everyone heard. The Emperor could have imagined more entertaining executions. The old man visibly restrained a shudder. Durga grumbled, still waving Sulamar's blaster pistol around. I don't see any need to draw this out. After all, we have better things to do. A galaxy to conquer, and so forth. Medine stood bravely, clapping his heels together and staring into the large coppery eyes of Durga the Hutt. He said nothing for a moment as he thought back on his years of service to the New Republic. He had had a good run, had helped the New Republic grow strong, and now he had followed his duty to the end. He didn't regret defecting from the Empire many years ago, though he did wish he could have seen his fiancée Correo one more time. But it was too late for those regrets now. He saw her image in front of his eyes. She had died in the battle for Coruscant, and he had never been able to explain anything to her. Medine just hoped that if she did love him, she must have understood in the end. And if she didn't understand, then she hadn't really known Crix Medine at all. He fixed his eyes forward, watching the streaming white lights of the asteroid field clustered around the construction site, hoping against hope that at this last minute he would spot an oncoming fleet of rescue ships. But he saw only the rocky ruins of a planet that had broken apart millennia ago. He decided not to give Durga the satisfaction of begging for his life. The Hutt pointed the blaster pistol at Medine and fiddled with the controls until he finally figured out how to set the weapon to kill. "Any last words?" Durga said. Medine lifted his bearded chin. "Not to you." Out of the corner of his eyes he saw the brief white light flicker of approaching ships. His heart swelled. They were coming to rescue him. Durga's fleshy, smooth shoulders rippled in a shrug. "All right." Guards scattered out of the way. Durga fired the blaster pistol, letting loose a long blast of deadly energy. Medine was thrown backward into the metal wall as the killing beam burned through to his heart. His entire life evaporated in a brief flash of pain. And then blackness. Yavin 4. Chapter 50. Heading back toward Yavin 4 aboard the Millennium Falcon, Luke Skywalker and Callista recovered rapidly from their ordeal in space. They looked forward to a long and well-deserved rest at the Jedi Academy. Han, Leia, and Chewbacca tried to cheer them up, but Luke and Callista both felt a brooding sense of failure and frustration. 3PO's pestering ministrations failed to help, though the Golden Protocol droid meant well. R2-D2 hovered protectively beside Luke, whistling and guarding his master like a faithful pet. When they were alone together, Luke looked into Callista's open gray eyes. Even without Jedi powers, they could share some thoughts. "It isn't going to work, is it, Luke?" Callista asked him. "I'm never going to get my Jedi powers back." "There's always a chance," he said. "Don't coddle me," she snapped, then flicked her gaze away, though the muscles beneath her cheeks flinched as if she longed to look back at him, but didn't dare risk it. "We've tried everything," Callista said. "We've worked all this time, but accomplished nothing. The Force has abandoned me. Its currents are diverted around me so that I can't touch them." "But you did touch them," Luke said, "on Dagobah. I felt it." "That was the dark side," Callista said. "But it might be the key to regaining your powers," Luke insisted, unwilling to give up all hope. "The dark side is never the key to the light," Callista said. "You would never teach that to your students at the Praxium, so don't give it to me now as a platitude." "What are we going to do then?" Luke said. "Just give up?" "I can't give up. I love you too much. But I have to make my own decisions," Callista said. Luke leaned forward, took her hands, and held them until she finally looked at him. "You can," he said softly, "but I'd like to be part of them." Her expression softened, and she lowered her voice. "You will be, Luke, if I can find any way to make it so." They held each other tightly for a brief moment until 3PO bustled into the common room. Master Luke," he said, "we've almost reached the Yavin system, and Captain Solo thought you might wish to join us in the cockpit." Luke and Callista continued to hold each other, and the protocol droid suddenly stammered and stepped back. "Oh, dear, have I intruded at an inconvenient time again? I do beg your pardon. I'm afraid I'm dreadful at that sort of thing." "No, 3PO, Luke said, standing up and holding out his hand to help Callista climb to her feet. "We were finished talking." Arm in arm, Luke and Callista followed 3PO along the corridor to the Falcon's glassed-in cockpit, where Leia sat just behind Han, leaning over and watching as Chewbacca worked the controls. "Glad you could join us, kid," Han said. "Time to get back to work." R2 warbled at the navigation console, and Han yanked back on the controls to slow them to sublight speed. "Welcome to Yavin 4, Han said, gesturing with his hand. "The Jedi Vacation Resort." The Millennium Falcon shot out of hyperspace, broadcasting an announcement that Luke Skywalker had returned. They plunged toward the jewel-green moon around the orange gas planet, and nearly rammed into the Super Star Destroyer Nighthammer. "Whoa!" Han cried. Chewbacca roared and grabbed the controls, sending the Falcon whizzing up and around past the kilometers-long Super Star Destroyer. "What the?" Han said. "It's not my fault." The Nighthammer continued to fire upon the jungle moon, but as soon as Han arrived, a few stray turbo-laser blasts sliced across space toward them. "Chewie, take evasive," Han said, but the Wookiee co-pilot was already one step ahead of him. "Han," Leia snapped, "stop transmitting your identification signal. You're drawing their attention." Right," Han said with a sheepish look, and slapped at the comm system, switching off the beacon. A transmission burst across their speakers, crackling at a high volume because of the power behind the Super Star Destroyer. "This is Admiral Dalla, commander of the Nighthammer. You will surrender immediately or be destroyed." Han groaned. Chewbacca roared. R2 squealed a shrill note of alarm. "Admiral Dalla, oh my," 3PO said. Han toggled the communication system. "Dalla, you are such a pain," he said, then snapped it off, dodging another burst of turbo-laser bolts by flying in a figure 8 past the Star Destroyer's targeting locks. "Han, stop showing off," Leia said. A cloud of TIE fighters spilled out of the 4 hangar decks of the Super Star Destroyer, swirling toward the Falcon. "Shields up," Han said, and Chewbacca grunted in acknowledgement. Han turned back to Luke. "Sheesh, you go away for a few days and the whole place falls apart." Chewbacca roared. Han," Leia said, pointing. "Han!" 2 TIE fighters screamed toward them, their laser cannon shots ricocheting off the full-power shields in front of the Falcon. Han punched his own laser cannons, clipped one of the TIE fighters, and sent it reeling out of control. The other screamed by without damage. "Can we transmit a signal to the New Republic? Sound the alarm?" Leia shouted. "We've got to get the whole fleet here." Chewbacca flicked the comm system and groaned. Han looked over at the panels. "She's doing what? That takes a lot of power." 3PO said, "I believe Admiral Dalla is successfully jamming all distress signals." "Terrific," Leia said. "Go to the gunnel," Han said. "I'll take it," Luke responded. "I'll get in the other one," Leia said. "You?" Luke asked. She shrugged. "I've been practicing." She ran. Luke climbed into the gunner's seat and shouted to Han, "Dalla's got more ships than we can possibly handle. Don't stick around to fight them. Just get down to the moon." Luke fired the laser cannons, and from below Leia shot and hit another TIE fighter. "You sure we wouldn't be better off just hopping back into hyperspace?" Han said in a low voice. Callista stood behind him, gripping the back of Han's chair. "The Jedi Academy is under attack," she said, knowing exactly the turmoil going through Luke's mind. "We have to help. We need to do whatever we can." "All right," Han said. "Chewie, full forward shields. Punch it. We're going to make a straight line." The Millennium Falcon soared beneath the immense night hammer. A flurry of TIE fighters blocked their way, flying in a tight formation as they shot a constant pattern of blasts. Han streaked toward them at full speed. Chewbacca roared in alarm. "Oh, but sir," 3PO cried. "I see 'em," Han said. "They'll move." The TIE fighters held their position, still firing. The Falcon's forward shields began to weaken, but Han plunged onward, right down their throats. Luke and Leia and their respective gunnels continued shooting, taking out TIE fighters. Please get out of the way," Han muttered. At the last possible moment, the TIE fighters scrambled aside in such a pell-mell frenzy that two crashed into each other while others spun out of control. The Falcon shot through the defensive formation and grazed the atmosphere of the jungle moon, diving toward the treetops. They cruised over the jungle. Billowing black smoke rose from scattered forest fires. Strips of the jungle were ripped up and incinerated where the powerful turbo-lasers had sliced down from orbit. Callista grabbed Luke's arm as he climbed out of the Falcon's gunnel, wearing a boyish grin. "It's been a long time since I've done that." But then his smile faded again. "The Jedi Academy must be under attack. We have to get to them." "I know," Callista said. "I've already told Han." Han called, "Hey, I'm flying as fast as I can." Leia came up to join him. "Great shooting, Leia," he said. "Plenty of incentive when the Imperials are using us for target practice," she answered. Two TIE fighters soared over the treetops, firing at the Falcon from the sides. "These guys just don't give up, do they?" Han muttered. He launched one of his concussion missiles directly at one TIE fighter, which was obviously expecting a laser cannon retaliation. The TIE fighter tried to veer away, but the sensor on the tip of the concussion missile homed in on the flat panel and detonated, sending Imperial wreckage tumbling out of the sky. The second TIE fighter zoomed upward out of range, apparently not wishing to continue the engagement. Below the Falcon, ground assault machinery moved about, mechanical scout walkers and bulky flying fortresses, combing the jungle and heading toward the great temple. "We've got to see if the trainees are okay," Luke said. Han looked around. "Well, maybe we could get them all aboard the Falcon, take them to safety." Luke flashed Han a grim expression. "I don't think we'll be leaving Yavin 4, he said. "But that's crazy, Luke," Han said. "Look," Luke said, "if it's only a matter of survival, my Jedi trainees would probably do better split up and alone in the jungles than all aboard the Falcon. No insult to your piloting skills, Han, but if we evacuated the Jedi trainees on the Falcon, one lucky strike from Admiral Dalla's Star Destroyer would take out nearly every Jedi Knight in the New Republic. I can't risk that. We'll fight here. You can take off. Go back and get help, or stay and fight in some of the ground battles. But the Jedi aren't leaving here." Okay, Han said. "Let's see what the situation is first." "Well, if you ask me, I believe I should prefer to attempt an escape," 3PO said. "Shut up, 3PO, Leia said. "Why is it that nobody ever listens to my opinion?" the golden droid said. Han set the Falcon down beside a landed Imperial shuttle in front of the great temple. A battered AT-SAT walker lay ruined at the edge of the jungle. Forest fires raged nearby. Even the great Massassi temple appeared changed, blackened from airstrikes, but it seemed structurally intact. Luke hoped the Jedi trainees had either taken shelter inside the pyramid or had gone out to hide in the jungles. The Falcon's ramp extended, and Luke and Callista were the first to dash out, followed quickly by Han, Leia, and Chewie. R2 rolled down the ramp, chittering agitated electronic sounds. 3PO hovered at the top. "Perhaps we should stay here, R2, to guard the ship," he said. But the little astromech droid gave him an electronic raspberry. Luke and Callista hurried toward the temple. The heavy horizontal hangar door ground upward a fraction, and a figure appeared as the thunder of battle continued around them. Kip Duran plodded out into the sunlight, bearing in his arms the limp, blackened body of Dorsk 81. Callista winced and Luke gasped. Kip's voice was hoarse and strained as the other Jedi trainees flowed out behind him. "There were 17 other Star Destroyers," he said. "We worked together, linked our abilities with the Force. Dorsk 81 guided us. He took the power upon himself. He got rid of the other Star Destroyers. But it cost us his life." With a clanking sound and a crashing of trees, another Imperial scout walker emerged into the clearing, its blaster cannons leveled at the gathering Jedi. But before it could fire a shot, a fiery bolt roared out from one of the Falcon's gunnels, blowing up the scout walker. Its trapezoidal metal head smoldered from a gaping crater where the pilot had sat. A moment later, a flustered C-3PO scrambled out onto the boarding ramp. "I did it! Oh dear, did you see that? I said I would guard the ship. Oh my, I shot an Imperial walker. I'm sure I had no intention." R2 squealed in triumph. Callista turned to Kip. "We have no time to grieve now," she said. "He was a Jedi," Kip said. "A Jedi Knight." "You all are," Luke said. "Come on, we've got to defend the Academy." In the jungle they heard more explosions, crashing noises, humming machinery as ground assault vehicles converged on their main target. Han gestured to Leia and Chewbacca. "Come on, back to the Falcon. We'll break out our weapons." Luke and Callista moved toward the Jedi trainees, ready to join the fray. Chapter 51. "We can spread out and strike the Imperials," Luke said to the Jedi trainees gathered in front of the great temple. The mechanized assault troops crashed forward through the jungle, firing at imagined targets. R2-D2 trundled toward the open door of the great temple, vanishing into the shelter of the hangar bay's heavy shadows. "They'll be here in a moment," Luke said. "If we Jedi can spread out in the jungle, we can hit them with surprise attacks." Tion was concerned. "They're much bigger than we are," she said, "with a lot more firepower." "Yes," Kirana Tai said with a stern expression, "but we can hide better than they can." "And," Cam Salusar added, "we're Jedi Knights. They're just Imperials." Luke smiled at their confidence. "Callista," he said, "maybe you should go with Han and Leia on the Falcon where you'll be safer." She shook her head vigorously, the short malt blonde hair waving in the humid air. "Not in your life. I'm staying here with you." He smiled gently at her. "All right, I'll protect you with my Jedi powers. Just stay close." She scowled, suddenly reminded of her inability to use the Force, but her face flushed with a fiery determination. Callista had her lightsaber, and Luke switched on his own green-yellow energy blade. Kirana Tai held Ganterus's old weapon with the harsh amethyst-white glow. Kip drew his weapon. Some of the newer Jedi trainees took hold of the few blasters Kip had retrieved from the stolen Imperial shuttle. Luke held his lightsaber high. "Jedi Knights," he called, "may the Force be with you." The trainees split up and disappeared into the jungle thickets. As damp vines and tangled undergrowth wrapped around her, Kirana Tai stuck close to Streen. They made an odd pair, but the addled Bespin hermit was her good friend. Kirana Tai was strong and muscular, tall, a warrior even without the Force. Streen, on the other hand, was self-absorbed and distracted, wanting primarily to be left alone. Kirana Tai accepted him as he was. She knew he held great power within him when confidence let him tap into his full potential. Together they formed a solid team. Imperial siege machines crashed toward them, another troop of gawky scout walkers clomping through the underbrush. They blasted trees out of their way, knocked down heavy branches, and ripped up vines that tangled around their cumbersome, jointed legs. "They're not trying very hard to be quiet," Kirana Tai said. "Bad tactics. Shows overconfidence."
"What's their plan?" Streen said, twisting from side to side. "What's our plan? Does anyone have a plan? We should plan."
She took cover in the shadow of a thicket and yanked him after her, squinting toward the approaching ATSATs. Sweat beaded on her brow, and she brushed it away. Kirana Tai gripped the smooth handle of her lightsaber. "The Imperials didn't expect much resistance from a handful of trainees, so they're not organized. It's just a mad scramble with plenty of weapons and no plan."
"No plan,"
Streen agreed, nodding vigorously. A pair of ATSAT walkers stomped into the clearing. Before she could stop him, Streen popped to his feet and chattered, "I'll take care of these." He rushed out to stand in plain sight of the two square-headed scout machines. "Streen!" she yelled. Both walkers swiveled their boxy heads and trained weapons on the old hermit, but Streen raised his fists in the air and let out a loud yell as he swept his arms forward, using the force to propel a battering ram of wind. Kirana Tai was amazed at the speed with which he focused his mind on the force, channeled his thoughts into exactly what he wanted to do, and then unleashed his powers. Or perhaps Streen didn't concentrate at all, and therein lay his unusual strength. The two scout transports toppled backward as if they had been slapped by a giant hand, tumbled end over end until they slammed into the bole of an ancient Masashi tree, flattened by the force. Streen rubbed his hands together.
"There,"
he said, then flashed a lopsided grin at Kirana Tai. A third scout walker clomped out of the jungle, and Kirana Tai reacted swiftly this time, igniting her lightsaber and leaping toward the two-legged armored transport. She slashed sideways with the glowing purple-white blade and severed a mechanical leg at its knee. The scout walker toppled sideways, and Kirana Tai jumped out of the way. The pilot fired his laser cannons as the machine fell, but the bolts went wide, incinerating heavy branches from the trees. Hidden animals crouching in the underbrush burst into flight, squawking and shrieking as they scrambled through the forest debris. Kirana Tai lopped open the armored hatch of the scout walker. The Imperial soldier inside scrambled to free himself from the crash netting, reaching for his blaster pistol, but Kirana Tai skewered him with the blazing lightsaber. He gave a short cry, and then a crackling hole in his chest prevented him from uttering another sound. Kirana Tai climbed to the top of the smoldering hulk of the ATSAT like a warrior who had just vanquished a monster. Streen stood looking at the two vehicles he had crushed. Kirana Tai shouted to him. "3 down," she said.
"Are there many more left?"
he asked, sounding concerned. "Plenty," she said. Still wearing his perpetual frown, Cam Salusar met the Juggernaut alone. It was an ancient, cumbersome ground assault vehicle, obsolete throughout most of the Empire, though many old hulks could still be found in the Outer Rim territories. Salusar remembered these massive, rolling slabs that had been used to strike fear in Imperial opponents because of their mammoth size, though certainly not their efficiency or flexibility. The Juggernaut was a huge tank bristling with 3 heavy laser cannons, a pair of concussion grenade launchers, and 1 medium blaster cannon. Its 5 sets of wheels moved on independent axles, allowing it to roll through difficult terrain. The front and back ends each held a cockpit for pilots to drive the clumsy vehicle in either direction, since it was nearly impossible to turn the monstrosity around. A lookout tower rose in a narrow, unprotected stem above the front cockpit, where the lowest-ranking stormtrooper had the unenviable assignment of spotting targets, while becoming the most obvious target himself. Because the Juggernaut was one of the least sophisticated heavy assault vehicles the Empire had designed, Cam Salusar assumed that its crew was not the best Admiral Dalla's fleet had to offer. Alone, he had no obvious weapons. He had not yet built a new lightsaber, in part out of reluctance to wield such power again. He had done plenty of damage before he had temporarily given up his Jedi heritage. But he considered it a greater irony if he could convince the Imperials to destroy themselves using their own weapons. He couldn't imagine a more delightful outcome. Reaching out with the Force, the hard-bitten warrior sensed the crew of 8 through the thick durasteel armor. He found no powerful or charismatic officer inside, just a group of weak-minded fools, exactly as he had expected. Cam-Salusar didn't even bother showing himself. He remained hidden behind an ancient tree as he closed his eyes and concentrated. This would need to be quick. He used the force to wrench the barrels of the Juggernaut's heavy laser cannons, punching the guns around to point down at the body of the vehicle itself. Welds shivered and metal strained as he ground the barrels into firing positions they had never been designed to use. Then he sent out a spike of thought, an urgent message to the weakest mind he found, a simple Imperial gunner who had no idea where he was or why he was fighting. "Shoot the enemy," Cam-Salusar commanded. Reflexively, the gunner followed the order. He fired both heavy laser cannons at full power. The Imperial Juggernaut exploded under its own fire. Cam-Salusar ducked, but the trunk of the Massassi tree shielded him from the flying shrapnel. He shook his head in disgust. "Stupid idiots," he thought, then slipped off to seek another target. The horizontal hangar door beneath the great temple stood wide open, a gaping vulnerability into the pyramid stronghold of the Jedi Academy. A single AT-SAT clanked forward past the abandoned Imperial shuttle Dorskady 1 had landed on the jungle moon. The Scout Walker fired several times, blackening parts of the temple rock. Then, unchallenged, it strode across the landing grid toward the open and waiting hangar. The Walker hesitated outside, then brilliant white spotlights stabbed into the cavernous darkness of the hangar bay. Nothing moved in the empty hangar, only shadows thick and motionless. A few lizard rodents scurried to avoid the light. The AT-SAT commander, still apparently nervous, fired twice into the empty chamber. The bolts of his laser cannons ricocheted off the inner walls and flashed, causing minor damage spots on the stone. Receiving no retaliatory fire, the AT-SAT lumbered forward. Its commander no doubt thought he could take over the Jedi stronghold and prevent any long siege. As the Scout Walker stepped under the heavy upraised door, though, R2-D2, hiding in the shadows, chittered and came forward to activate the release controls. The heavy armored slab, thick enough to seal off the temple from heavy blaster fire, came crashing down. Propelled by hydraulic pistons, the door squashed the Scout Walker in an instant, hammering it into the stone floor. Fuel tanks erupted, coolant spilled, and smoke poured into the air. The body casing of the AT-SAT lay unrecognizable, like hammered flat pieces of scrap metal. R2 whistled and hooted in triumph, then he worked the door controls again, raising up the stone slab and falling silent. The temple grew dark and sat waiting again, vulnerable. R2 watched the sunlit jungle outside, hoping to lure a new target. As Kip Duran ran to join Han Solo in the Millennium Falcon, Callista followed Luke and Tion as they slipped behind the great temple into the thicker jungle where more Imperials were massing. Callista felt anger and helplessness crippling her again. Luke had meant well and had spoken only out of concern for her, but unconsciously he had flaunted the fact that he had Jedi powers and implied that she was helpless without them. "I'll protect you," he had said. That was the wrong thing to say to Callista. She didn't want him to protect her. She wanted to do her own part. She had to find some way that she could strike as many blows to defend the Jedi Academy as Luke did. She needed to prove that they could exist on equal terms. Otherwise, their relationship had no future as far as she was concerned. She sensed the scratching hum of dark side shadows in the back of her mind, tempting her, luring her to dip into their evil powers for just a few moments, and then she would be able to use the light side. But she knew that was a lie. Callista held her lightsaber and sprinted beside Luke as they dove through a tangle of vines and lacy purple ferns. A huge piece of heavy assault machinery plowed its way through the jungle toward the temple. Luke gestured for them to follow, but Callista hung behind. He and Tion would work together, linking Jedi powers in a way that she could no longer share. Callista came to a dreaded realization that perhaps she had been unable to attempt new techniques to regain her powers because she was too close to Luke. He intimidated her with his own abilities, unconsciously emphasizing the fact that she had so little left. Perhaps she needed time by herself to operate on her own terms, with no expectations, no need to perform for Luke Skywalker to meet his level of ability. She and Luke were bonded, joined heart and spirit, but perhaps she needed to find her own strength again so that she could join his. Now in the midst of the jungle battles, she felt helpless and alone, tagging along like a burden rather than a companion. She didn't need to prove anything to Luke, but she did need to prove it to herself. "Here it comes," Luke said, but his attention was focused on Tion as the two Jedi Knights prepared to meet the Imperial battle machine. With their attention diverted, Callista formed her own plan. The Imperial flying fortress approached them about 4 meters off the ground, hovering over an ancient deadfall where several giant Masashi trees had toppled in ancient storms. Luke recognized the immense vehicle. Tactically, it was like a huge Imperial AT-AT walker, but without the legs, merely the armored body loaded with heavy weaponry. It was rectangular with rounded corners and 2 heavy blaster cannons on a hemispherical turret on the top. A target identification network operated from sensors mounted around its outer hull. The machine hummed as it cruised forward, nosing its way through the thick branches, snapping them off when they refused to yield. Its outer armor plates were already scarred from weapons fire, scraped from hard branches, and splotched with sticky smears of spilled sap. It cruised forward, heavy blaster cannons moving like rigid tentacles. Receiving signals from the target identification network, they fired deadly bursts upon any hapless forest creatures that happened to flee at the wrong time. Luke concentrated on the armored monstrosity cruising toward them. He whispered to Tion. "Together," he said. "See that sharp tree stump? When the fortress flies over." Tion nodded, and they waited as the low hum of repulsor lifts drove the flying fortress over the ancient deadfall. Luke focused his blue eyes on the sharpened trunk. "Now!" he cried. Luke and Tion used the force together, heaving the stump upward like a wooden stake through the lower hull of the flying fortress. The impaled siege vehicle spun about, roaring with a burst of engine power. Its blaster cannons fired in all directions, setting trees aflame, but it couldn't move. "That tree." Luke nodded toward another ancient trunk, half collapsed, but held up by a net of vines. He and Tion tugged on the dead tree with the force, snapping the coiled vines and heaving the massive trunk down like an axe blade, many tons of solid wood slamming the flying fortress down into the deadfall, crushing it into an unrecognizable mass of smoldering armor plate. Luke and Tion leaped from their hiding place in triumph. They clasped each other's hands in a celebratory grip. "See, Callista," Luke called. "We'll take care of them one by one." But when he turned to look behind him, he saw no sign of her. "Callista," he called, glancing around in alarm. Tion also looked, but they saw no motion, received no answer in the thick jungle. Callista was completely masked from the Force, and therefore invisible even to their Jedi powers. Luke could not sense her, no matter how hard he tried. "Callista," he called again, but she had vanished by herself into the thick jungle. Hoth Asteroid Belt, Chapter 52. Quizooks leaned forward and pointed just as Wedge began to discern the organized cluster of lights ahead of them. Her indigo eyes were better than his, and she could make out details he hadn't yet been able to imagine. "Okay, increase magnification," he said. In the view screen they saw the long cylindrical construction amid islands of hardened slag and discarded spare components. The Hutt weapon appeared to be complete and ready to move. "They actually built it," Qui whispered. "I hope we're not too late." "So it was all true," Wedge mumbled, "and the Hutts got this far without us detecting them." He nodded grimly to the helmsman. "But they won't get any further." Trailed by their 3 Corellian corvettes, the Yavaris and the Dodana approached the enormous Darksaber. Without ceremony, Durga's guards dragged the dead body of Crix Madine off the Darksaber's command deck. Bevel Lemelisk watched the fallen rebel saboteur with mixed feelings, pursing his lips and scowling with 1,000 conflicting thoughts. The expression on Madine's face, fixed there forever so that Lemelisk would never forget it, was one of secret triumph, as if Madine knew something that the Hutts and the Imperials would never understand. Lemelisk saw the body with a certain amount of envy as well, knowing that at least Maydean would stay dead and not have to worry about being brought back again and again and again to be tormented. Several Toril scurried across the bridge, watching the entire execution ceremony with intense curiosity. Lemelisk shooed them away, and the multi-armed creatures scrambled to the inner decks where the rest of the hive mind now rested with the completion of their labor. Sitting imperiously on his levitating platform, Durga the Hutt issued commands to the imposter Sulamar. "Power up our engines. You will pilot us out of here. Now. I'm anxious to get underway." Sulamar stammered, "But, Lord Durga, I can't—" "I have confidence in your abilities, Sulamar." He rubbed his green finger lightly over one of the booby-trap buttons. "Or would you prefer that I dispose of you and choose someone else?" "No need for that, Lord Durga," Sulamar said, and focused his attention on the controls. "I appreciate your faith in my skills. I won't let you down." "I'll make sure of that," Durga said. "My Darksaber is finished. I've had enough waiting around here. Let us begin our sweep across the galaxy and begin collecting our due." Upon hearing Durga's words, Bevel Lemelisk snapped out of his reverie and gaped in disbelief. You're not actually going to use this weapon, are you?" he said. "It's not yet tested." He stumbled over his words. "Lord Durga, we need to verify all the subsystems and—" Durga made a loud, impolite noise and dismissed Lemelisk's comments. "Nonsense, Chief Engineer. Your job is nearly finished. Don't try to prolong your usefulness. My Toril workers followed your own plans exactly. What could go wrong?" He gestured to Sulamar. "Go, I told you. Move out." Lemelisk nervously twiddled his fingers and scanned the other crew members at their stations, all strapped to booby-trapped chairs. He didn't speak his concerns out loud, but he had a bad feeling about the overall workmanship of the superweapon. Too often he had encountered gaffes such as the ancient and incompatible computer cores, the below-par materials. Too many miscommunications, too many malfunctions. Lemelisk knew the Hutts were obsessive about getting the best bargain for their money, but Durga had accepted the low bid far more frequently than quality control should have allowed. And the Hutts, being such fearsome crime lords, had somehow missed a basic commercial axiom. You get what you pay for, and nothing more. Lemelisk gradually backed toward the turbolift door as the bridge crew busied themselves, preparing the superweapon for its maiden flight. "Excuse me, Lord Durga," Lemelisk said. "I believe my place should be down by the superlaser, monitoring it to make sure everything functions properly." Durga, too intent on the excitement of finally getting into motion, dismissed Lemelisk distractedly. Lemelisk slipped into the turbolift, and his stomach lurched as the elevator platform dropped rapidly down. He patted his stomach, feeling a growl of hunger. He wondered if he might have time to grab something to eat, but decided he shouldn't risk delaying. He would be in a great deal of trouble if the Darksaber failed to fire as Durga expected, and Bevel Lemelisk had no intention of being around when that happened. He exercised the better part of valor and went not to the superlaser control systems, but off to his private launching bay, where he dashed over to the small inspection scooter he had used to watch the final construction of the great weapon. Everyone on board the Darksaber had been called to their stations, so the bay stood empty and dim, with only standby systems lighting his way. Lemelisk strutted over to the single scooter and climbed into the hatch, working his stiff knees and weak arms until he settled into the seat. The cramped cockpit still smelled awful, and he wished he had thought to order the Toril to clean the upholstery, but it was too late now. He strapped in and powered up the inspection scooter, drifted through the atmosphere containment field and away from the enormous weapon. Bevel Lemelisk would take his chances out in open space. Chapter 53. "Battle stations," Wedge Antilles cried. "The Hutt weapon is moving out," the tactical officer said, stating the obvious, as the cylindrical behemoth powered up its rear engines like a star exploding. "It's huge, Quai whispered. "I understand it now, what they've done. They got rid of the extraneous superstructure and channeled all of the power directly into the superlaser. This weapon should be more maneuverable than the Death Star, more easily recharged, able to fire more frequently." "We won't let it escape," Wedge said. "Bad news, sir," the sensor chief said, a lieutenant with close-set blue eyes and a pointed nose. He turned away before he continued. We've lost the signal from General Maydine's transmitter." The news struck Wedge like a blow to the stomach. He slumped in his seat. Oh, no. Quai didn't understand. "But we found the weapon," she said. "We don't need the transmitter anymore, do we?" Wedge's voice was hoarse. He intended to speak only to her, but the bridge fell quiet enough that everyone heard his words. "That transmitter is keyed to Maydine's life monitor. If the transmitter has stopped, that means—" He sat up straight and gestured violently forward. "All weapons on full. We must not let them get away. The Yavaris and the Dodana will dive in directly. Corellian corvettes will target the main engines to slow it down." He clenched his teeth. This time, the Hutts picked the wrong people to tangle with. On the Darksaber's command deck, the Deveronian sensor chief squawked in alarm. He jerked his horned head up. "Lord Durga, rebel fleet approaching. They're powering up weapons." "What?" Durga recoiled, blinking his lantern-like eyes. "How did they find us?" Then he turned to Sulamar. "It's time to test your piloting skills." The engines fired again, and the Darksaber heaved into motion, picking up speed. The thrum vibrated through the hull with barely contained power. The Darksaber built up momentum. Durga laughed with delight at the performance of his superweapon. Deep down within the core, a loud groaning sound came from the engines, followed by a clunk and a thud. Durga looked around in concern. Sulamar concentrated on the piloting controls, biting his lips and pretending to hear nothing out of the ordinary. Sweat streamed from his temples. The strange sound faded away, and Durga ignored it. "Power up the superlaser," the Hutt crime lord said. "We must be ready to fire a shot when the time is right. We'll blast the rebel fleet into space dust." The New Republic warships streaked after the Darksaber as it plowed through the flying rubble of the asteroid belt. The shields sent out bright flashes as they disintegrated small rocks that crossed their path. Several large chunks broke through, though, pounding the hull of the Yavaris. "That Hutt weapon is like a battering ram, breaking up the rubble," Wedge said. One of the Corellian corvettes was struck broadside by a large, spinning meteoroid and fell behind in the pursuit. The captain transmitted to Wedge that his engines had been severely damaged, but that containment fields and bulkhead doors had trapped the escaping air from small hull breaches. "No crew loss," the captain said, "but we'll be undergoing repairs for a while. Go get the Hutts for us, sir." Wedge nodded. "We'll do our best." "He's going into the densest part of the asteroid field, General Antilles," the navigator said, her face pasty white with tension. "Then we're going in after him," Wedge said. The assault frigate fired its turbo lasers and splintered a jagged asteroid careening toward them. The Yavaris flew through the debris cloud, sustaining little damage. "Thanks, Dodana," Wedge said. When they got close enough to the Hutt superweapon, he ordered all ships to open fire. Asteroids whirled around them as the field became denser and denser, and Sulamar worked frantically to keep the Darksaber moving forward and in line. It was an impossible task, and Durga spent altogether too much time with his stubby finger poised over the execution button linked to Sulamar's chair. "I won't be able to navigate much longer, Lord Durga," Sulamar said. "This is the most deadly part of the asteroid belt. None of our scout ships even dare to enter here." "Then the rebels will be too frightened to follow us," Durga said. "Just look out there, Durga," Sulamar cried, pointing toward the moon-sized rocks grinding together like the molars of a beast as large as a planet. "Do I need to choose another pilot?" Durga said. "No, Lord Durga," Sulamar mumbled in exasperation. The Hutt nodded. "Our super laser is powered up. We have nothing to worry about." Sulamar swallowed. He could think of plenty to worry about. The rebel fleet came in, firing with their full complement of weapons. Each blast was insignificant in itself, but hundreds of turbo-laser bolts struck home, peeling loose plates from the Darksaber's hull, rattling components loose. The unnerving noises grew louder deep within the engine core. The Darksaber had no outer hull defenses, no turbo-laser turrets of its own, and no squadrons of TIE fighters to drive off rebel pests. Several of the larger asteroids plunged in from the side, denting and battering the weapon's hull, but Sulamar continued flying with grave trepidation. Durga would severely punish any mistakes, if they managed to survive. The imposter general looked along their flight path and saw a nightmare. The Darksaber plunged along much too fast to maneuver effectively. Deep inside, the vessel groaned again, startling him. Up ahead, a pair of the largest rocks he had yet seen spun about, grinding together like granite jaws waiting for new prey. Sulamar knew they could never avoid the hurtling planetoids at the velocity they were cruising. He squeezed his eyes shut. Durga raised his hand in defiance. "Get those asteroids out of our way," he said arrogantly. "Fire the super laser." Sulamar's finger trembled on the fire button, but he could not hesitate. They hurtled toward the asteroids. He punched down and covered his eyes to block the blinding glare of the deadly energy beam. "Firing now, sir." But instead of a scream of destruction and a pulse of power through the superweapon, Sulamar heard only a loud "pht." A fizzle of sparks splattered out the front end of the Darksaber, but nothing more. "Oh no!" Sulamar cried. He punched the button again and again, but the Darksaber refused to fire. The two broken planetoids smashed together with the hot superweapon between them. The Darksaber was crushed in an instant, becoming yet another hunk of space debris that would float forever in the Hoth asteroid field. Yavin 4, Chapter 54. Luke Skywalker's voice echoed through the thick jungle and the sounds of battle. Callista froze when she heard him calling her name, and her resolve began to melt. She shouldn't be leaving him, but she had to. There was only one way, if Callista had the courage to follow through. "Callista!" Luke called again, but she plunged on through the underbrush, not looking back. From above, bludgeons of turbolaser fire slashed through the atmosphere, leaving screeching ionization trails as Admiral Dalla's night hammer pounded Yavin 4. Callista looked up and saw another blast come down. With a single strike, the Superstar Destroyer obliterated an acre of ages-old growth. One lucky shot could level the Great Temple. According to Kip Duran, Dorsk 81 had flung away an entire Imperial fleet. 17 Star Destroyers hurled beyond the range of battle. The Jedi trainees would have been safe right now had it not been for the appearance of the Superstar Destroyer. The real enemy remained in orbit, out of range. Callista pushed thorny twigs away from her face, searching for an opportunity. Up ahead in a flattened section of trees, broken branches, and plowed-up dirt, she spotted a crashed TIE bomber, a ship with angled power plates and a double cockpit, one for the pilot bomber and a second to hold concussion missiles. The ship had been damaged, part of its rear engine exhausts crimped as if from a thrown boulder. The TIE pilot wore an opaque black helmet and padded black flight suit that seemed uncomfortable and cumbersome. He worked frantically and alone. He had straightened the exhaust crimp with a toolkit from the cockpit and test-fired the engines. Callista seized the opportunity, plotting an unexpected way to strike at Dalla. She didn't have Jedi powers, and she was armed with only a lightsaber, but Callista knew she had the power to take out the Superstar Destroyer. She alone held that responsibility, and she had no choice but to follow it. Moving silently, with a smoothness born not from the Force, but through her own training, Callista eased herself out of the thorny undergrowth and sprinted toward the TIE pilot as he moved toward the access hatch, ready to climb into his bomber again. The pilot must have seen some flicker of motion through his helmet visor, though, some telltale signal that gave away Callista's stealthy approach. He turned, and she found herself facing her dull reflection in the black plasteel of the face mask. He reacted with blinding speed, snatching a blaster from the holster at his side. Callista kept moving, picking up momentum, her arms sweeping in an arc as she punched the lightsaber's power button. With a snap hiss, the topaz beam speared out, dazzling the TIE pilot. In a smooth stroke, she lopped off his black-gloved hand. Before he could cry out in pain, holding up his smoldering stump, Callista struck sideways across his chest. Deactivating the lightsaber, she didn't slow as she kicked his steaming body away from the repaired TIE bomber. Callista hauled herself up to the hatch and dropped into the cramped cockpit. Like a ghost, Luke's voice echoed thinly through the trees, calling her name. But she forced herself not to hear it. She had seen her personal weakness, watching the other Jedi Knights fighting together. She wasn't part of their brotherhood anymore. Callista would fight in a different way, her own way, and together they would all succeed. She sealed the hatch overhead. The cockpit was cramped and smelled of old lubricants and stale flight suits. The pilot would normally be wearing a breath mask and helmet, so he wouldn't notice the recirculated air. Callista didn't care. She easily deciphered the controls. The Empire did not waste time or energy modifying their flight systems, and a TIE bomber still functioned the same way Imperial fighters had worked decades earlier, when Callista had first begun the fight. The dark ship rose slowly from the crash scar as its engines warmed up. Climbing into the air above the tangled treetops, she could see the burn path where the damaged craft had plunged through the canopy. Then the twin ion engines kicked in with a bone-chilling roar, and the TIE bomber angled up to where the atmosphere thinned, toward the Night Hammer. "I'm sorry, Luke," Callista whispered, and continued on course. The nightmare ship hovered overhead, eclipse black and so large that Callista could barely grasp its size. She knew little of its internal configuration, though she had once studied sketches of Darth Vader's flagship, Executor. She knew, though, that the superstar destroyer, fabulously expensive and cumbersome despite the benefits it gave in sheer magnitude of weaponry, had very few vulnerabilities. She had to get on board somehow and work from within. The bomber's engines didn't respond at maximum capacity, but Callista headed toward the Night Hammer with all the speed she could manage. Her mind spun as she tried to concoct a sufficiently audacious bluff that would allow her to land inside the bays. Doubly difficult because she was a woman and could not immediately pass for a TIE bomber pilot. She would have to speak gruffly and muffle her words over the comm system. Other TIE fighters spun about through space. Admiral Dalla's superiority over Yavin 4 seemed complete, and she could safely sit back and launch deadly volleys against the entire moon without risking herself. Callista was surprised to hear a female voice over the comm channel, a battle director requesting her identification and status. A woman. Callista had never heard of the Empire placing female officers and bridge crew aboard their ships. Admiral Dalla herself must have changed things. Callista swallowed and leaned forward to respond. She intentionally tuned the comm system slightly off frequency. "This is TIE bomber number—" She adjusted the knob to give a burst of static to obliterate her number, then switched back to a clear signal again. "Sustained heavy damage. All of our Star Destroyers are gone. The Jedi Knights did something, and the entire fleet. Wiped out. No sign of them." "TIE bomber," the female battle director transmitted back. "Please repeat, with augmented details. Give a full summary of the battle below." "Most ground forces are destroyed," Callista said. "The Jedi Knights have put up an incredible resistance, far more than we expected. Our losses are heavy. I've managed to escape, but my engines are damaged. I need a place to land, right now." Callista twisted the knob, adding a few extra bursts of static for good measure. "State the extent of your damage," the battle director said. "Engines failing," Callista answered. "My solar panel has been damaged. I think I'm leaking coolant or radiation. Can't be sure. Suggest you find an isolated bay where I can land. Evacuate it and seal down just in case something goes wrong. I'll check the leakage and report." "Acknowledged, TIE bomber," the battle director said. "We are eager to debrief you about the battle for Yavin 4. Callista smiled but made her voice sound ragged. "Understood."
She drifted toward the superstar destroyer until finally the battle director gave her instructions on where to land. The rear bomber bay was cavernous, though the entrance seemed no more than a tiny blemish on the hull of the Nighthammer. Callista guided her stolen ship inside and was immensely pleased to see that she had reached a hangar that held an entire squadron of TIE bombers. Apparently Admiral Dalla was not planning to use this particular squadron, content to blast with her turbolasers. All personnel were evacuated from the bay because of possible hazardous leakage from Callista's bomber. As she landed, she found herself inside a vast unoccupied chamber filled with row upon row of TIE bombers, each fully loaded with a complement of concussion missiles. Callista's lips curved in a hard smile. She couldn't have hoped for better than this. Chapter 55. The Falcon's engines roared as Chewbacca sat in the co-pilot's seat, grabbing the controls for liftoff. Leia strapped in, while Han Solo stood on the boarding ramp, gesturing toward Kip Duran. "If you're coming with us, Kip, get moving. In the Falcon, at least, we can provide air cover." Han's heart wrenched as he watched the young Jedi who had already been through so much, who had been helpless while his companion Dorsk 81 perished from his overloaded contact with the Force. With brittle movements and a hard expression, Kip took one last glance around the jungle and the temples, then ran to the Falcon. "Take us up, Chewie," Han called. 3PO stood behind them, flustered. "Oh, dear, you're not going to ask me to operate the gunnel again, are you, sir?" Han dropped into the pilot's seat and strapped in. "I don't know, Goldenrod. We might make a commando out of you yet." "Thank you, sir, but that's not in my programming." Han ignored the droid and punched the accelerators. "Let's go. We've got some loose ends to take care of." "I'll take one of the gunnels," Kip said. Han gave a nod of encouragement. "Be my guest." Then he turned to his wife. "Feel like showing off again, Leia?" She smiled. "As Chief of State, I don't often get the opportunity to take any direct action. If the Council were here, we'd still be having a meeting about which button to push to fire the guns." The Falcon roared away from the great temple, its white-hot sublight engines rippling thunder across the misty sky. Han followed the lines of fire through the tree canopy below and saw armored machinery moving, scout walkers plodding through the thick trees, rolling ground assault vehicles, juggernauts, and flying fortresses. In the gunnels, Kip and Leia shot repeatedly, but they had a difficult time targeting through the tangled mesh of tree branches. "Chewie," Han said, pointing through the cockpit window. "See that flying fortress down there, just barely between the branches?" Chewbacca grunted. "Let's drop a concussion missile on its head." Chewbacca launched one of the Falcon's missiles, which burned through the treetops and exploded below. Through the dense knot of trees, Han saw only wreckage where the flying fortress had been a moment before. Chewbacca made a chuffing sound of Wookiee laughter. "Company from above," Leia shouted, her voice hollow and tinny through the gunnel corridor. "I see 'em," Kip said, then both gunnels began firing. A squadron of TIE fighters soared overhead, either the remnants of Pelion's forces or a new wing deployed by Dalla's Nighthammer. "These are targets more to my liking," Han said, and took the initiative, charging straight at the oncoming fleet. Chewbacca groaned in distress, and 3PO covered his optical sensors with his golden hands. But again the bluffing trick worked, and the TIE fighters scrambled out of the way, firing crazily as they split apart. Han was disappointed to see that their usual clumsiness had improved, so that the TIE fighters' stray bolts did not destroy any of their own ships. Kip and Leia concentrated their firepower on the lead ship. Both of them cried out in excitement as it exploded on its hectic flight to escape. Taking advantage of his new tactic, Han streaked forward with the Falcon, chasing after the fleeing TIE squadron. He wondered how long it would take them to realize he was only one opponent and they had many more laser cannons to turn against him. Then an indiscriminate river of fire seared through the atmosphere, ripping the air apart in a screaming ionization path. A massive turbolaser bolt from orbit struck one of the TIE fighters and disintegrated it in a puff of released energy. The shockwave buffeted the Falcon, making Han and Chewbacca scramble to regain control of the ship.
Han pulled the Falcon away, did a backward loop through the air, and rocketed off in the opposite direction. The remaining TIE fighters spun about, spiraling out of control. They lost their formation and whipped about in a flurry of confusion. Another turbo-laser bolt came down in the distance, igniting a portion of the jungle kilometers away. "That's Dala," Han said, shaking his head in disgust. "She doesn't even know what she's firing at." Kip climbed out of the gunnel, and the look of twisted determination on his face made Han shudder. "Admiral Dala owes both of us big time, Han." Kip looked away with his sharp, dark eyes. Dorsk 81 sacrificed himself to get rid of the First Imperial Fleet. We would all be safe now if it weren't for Dala. She's the target I want to go after. 3PO stood up, indignant. "But, sir, that would be a highly irrational course of action. The Millennium Falcon is no conceivable match for the likes of that superstar destroyer." "You're crazy, kid," Han said uncertainly. Kip shrugged. "Just determined, and it's worked to my advantage before." Chewbacca growled his reservations, but Kip squatted beside Han. "Before I came to Yavin 4, Dorsk 81 and I sent an alarm to the New Republic fleet. Reinforcements should be on their way. I don't know how long they'll take, but we can't let Dala destroy everything before they get here." Han thought again of how Admiral Dala had strapped him in the torture chair of her Star Destroyer Gorgon. "Whatever you say, kid," he answered slowly. "It's like a big sabacc game. So let's throw all our cards on the table and hope Dala doesn't see that we're bluffing." The Falcon peeled through the outer skin of atmosphere and headed into the blackness of space, where the immense planet Yavin filled most of the vicinity like a giant eye watching the battle. The Night Hammer lorded over the tiny jungle moon, a dark city in space loaded with deadly weapons. "Punch it, Chewie," Han said. The Falcon soared forward, picking up speed directly toward the Night Hammer. Leia came down and stood beside Kip next to Han. "I don't know what you're doing, but I hope you have a plan," she said. "A plan?" Han answered, raising his eyebrows. "I'm just trying to get Dala's attention." TIE fighters swirled about the front of the Superstar Destroyer, but the Falcon came in so fast they didn't have time to scramble and acquire the new target. Han punched the comm system. "Hello, Admiral Dala. Han Solo here, with my friend Kip Duran. Maybe you remember us?" Within seconds, the Night Hammer had stopped blasting the jungle moon below and targeted the Falcon instead. "Let's get out of here, Chewie," Han yelled, slammed back into his seat as acceleration hurled them away from the Night Hammer. "That was real smart," Leia said. "At least we got her attention," Han said, "not to mention that she stopped shooting down at the Jedi Academy for a few minutes." The forward bay doors opened on the Superstar Destroyer, and 4 squadrons of TIE fighters launched after the Millennium Falcon. "I hope our shields are strong enough," Leia said. Dala's TIE fighters closed in, firing repeatedly. The Falcon rocked and lurched from endless blows hammering its shields. Han uneasily looked at their power levels, and though the Falcon fled at top speed, their shields were drastically weakening, and the TIE fighters kept coming. "Sir," 3PO said, "by my estimate, there are 218 TIE fighters after us, each firing with 2 laser cannons. That provides an anticipated shot number totaling—" "I don't want to know, 3PO. We're doing our best." "But what I meant to say," 3PO continued, "is that statistically we can't possibly hope to—" "3PO," Leia said, "I think we've figured that out for ourselves." Then an unexpected volley of fire came from the side, blasting through the swarm of TIE fighters and sending them into absolute confusion. "What was that?" Han said. Chewbacca yowled, and Kip smiled. "It's our reinforcements," he said. Admiral Akbar's galactic Voyager dove into the system, flanked by 4 Corellian gunships. The Calamarian star cruiser stabbed through the clustered TIE fighters, wiping out half of them in its first pass. The Corellian gunships, more specifically designed to take out attacking starfighters, enclosed themselves in a cocoon of blaster fire as the ranks of independent gunners took on the mass of enemy ships, while a few desperate stragglers fled back toward the Night Hammer, their twin-ion engines coaxed to maximum power. Akbar's voice came over the comm system. "General Solo, is that you? You look as if you could use a bit of help." "Admiral, are we glad to see you," Han said. "I suggest you come to safety aboard the Galactic Voyager," Akbar said. "Oh, I think that's a splendid idea," 3PO said. "We'll do that, Admiral," Han answered. But Leia grabbed the comm system. "Admiral Akbar, I'm sure you can see what's going on down at the Jedi Academy. Luke and his trainees need our help, but I don't know if you can take on Dala's Super Star Destroyer." Akbar made an indecipherable angry sound. "I will never forgive Admiral Dala for the damage she caused my beautiful home planet." Kip shook his head with an ironic smile. "Dala's not very good at making friends, is she?" The Falcon was welcomed into the protected landing bay of Akbar's star cruiser just as Dala opened fire on the Calamarian battleship. The 4 Corellian gunships continued to sweep space clean of TIE fighters, but the Nighthammer still outgunned their combined force. "The remainder of the New Republic fleet is coming to join us," Akbar said as Han, Leia, Chewbacca, and Kip came to the bridge of the Galactic Voyager. 3PO found another protocol droid and was soon busily regaling him with tales of their adventures so far. "The Empire has launched a concerted attack on all parts of the New Republic," Akbar continued. "General Antilles has taken his arm of the fleet to answer a desperate signal from General Madine. We believe Madine has tracked down the Hutt secret weapon, and we've been receiving reports of destructive Imperial attacks at strategic targets across the New Republic." "We have to stop them here and now," Kip said. "We will," Leia said, and looked up at Han and Akbar. "That Super Star Destroyer is a much bigger target than we can handle, but we have enough firepower to hold our own, delay Dala's attack until reinforcements get here. It shouldn't be long." As if hearing them, Dala launched a powerful salvo of turbo-laser bolts. "Shields on full," Akbar said. "Drop back." As the Galactic Voyager and the 4 Corellian gunships wheeled about, increasing their distance from the Nighthammer, an invincible wall of turbo-laser fire appeared off to starboard without warning. Akbar's shields were damaged, and one of the 4 Corellian gunships, taken completely by surprise, split apart and exploded beneath the Galactic Voyager. Akbar wheeled on the bridge, rocking back in dismay and confusion to see that space had filled with ships. Imperial ships. The reinforcements had indeed arrived. Admiral Dala's reinforcements. Colonel Cronus returned to Yavin 4 with 20 of his Crimson Star Destroyers. The remainder of his fleet had been sent off to continue harassing the secondary list of targets, but Cronus had accomplished his primary mission. When the Victory-class ships arrived, though, Cronus was forced to reassess the situation. Vice Admiral Pelion's 17 Star Destroyers were nowhere to be seen. Admiral Dala's Nighthammer hung in orbit, and she fired upon a group of rebel battleships that should not have been in the system at all. A giant organic-looking Mon Calamari star cruiser and 4 Corellian gunships. A significant fighting force, though nothing comparable to the Super Star Destroyer alone. Colonel Cronus smiled. With the addition of his 20 smaller Star Destroyers, they would make short work of the rebels and leave only a few burned hulks cooling in space, where the heavy gravity of the planet Yavin would suck them down inside its swirling gas clouds. He went through his entire chain of contemplation in only a second and immediately broadcast orders to his fleet. "All ships engage," he said. "Let's get rid of some more targets." The Victory-class battleships attacked with no forewarning and with full deadly force. They took out one of the Corellian gunships on their first pass and caused significant damage to the Calamarian star cruiser's shields. But the rebel battleship rapidly came out of its stunned hesitation, and its powerful weapons began lancing out across the Victory-class Star Destroyers. Cronus wished he had brought his entire fleet with him, though he was certain 20 of his ships would be sufficient. He flexed his arm muscles and leaned forward. "Attrition," he said. "Take out the other Corellian gunships first." He designated 5 of his Victory-class Star Destroyers to concentrate firepower on the remaining 3 smaller ships, while Cronus took the 13X and 14 warships against the Calamarian star cruiser.
Dalla's Nighthammer continued spewing turbo-laser bolts through the frenzy, damaging one of Cronus's own ships. He hissed in anger, but didn't dare open a channel to criticize her. The Calamarian cruiser fired a storm of retaliatory bolts, while the remaining Corellian gunships spread out, launching themselves into the fray, where they were doomed. Cronus's head spun in the free-for-all, and he forced himself to concentrate on his primary target, while his other Star Destroyers fought their designated ships. Turbo-laser fire shot fast and loose around them in space. He received a message from one of his squadrons. "A second Corellian gunship destroyed, Colonel," the voice said. "Another crippled close to you." Cronus double-checked the location of the crippled gunship and recoiled in sudden alarm. The cylindrical armored craft oozed flames from a dozen fatal wounds, but its engines still blazed at full power. A few of the gunnels continued to launch bolts of energy in all directions, but the gunship itself, though only a quarter the size of the 13X, lurched forward in a last-ditch effort. It was doomed, its hull rupturing, its life support spilling into space, its engines aflame from within. But somehow the captain drove forward to ram Colonel Cronus's flagship. "Evasive action," Cronus called. The 13X spun about its central axis and veered to the left, but the wounded Corellian gunship had already picked up speed, moving much faster than Cronus could get out of the way. "Increase!" he shouted, and then squeezed his eyes shut in a wordless scream as the gunship rammed the 13X from behind, crashing into the Victory's bank of engine exhaust ports, and then exploding in a fireball that turned the bridge compartment around him into a searing white void. "Keep firing," Akbar shouted. "Status report." One of the Calamarian tactical officers reported. "3 Victory-class ships destroyed, Admiral, but only one of our Corellian gunships remains." The Victory-class fleet fired and fired on the Galactic Voyager, and Admiral Dalla's Nighthammer shot at them with even greater power from the opposite side. On the bridge, Han gripped Leia's hand. They looked into each other's eyes and then stared out at the overwhelming tide of battle. Akbar continued to hold his command together, while Kip Doran leaned forward, his face hopeless except for a flickering core of unfocused determination. "Shields failing, Admiral," the Calamarian officer said. "Approximately 10 seconds remaining." The Victory-class Star Destroyers and the Nighthammer closed in from both sides, unrelenting in their attack. Admiral Akbar's ship sat practically defenseless, without shields, in the midst of the deadly enemy fleet. Chapter 56. Vice Admiral Pelion had no idea what had happened to him. One moment he and his 17 Star Destroyers were in orbit around the 4th moon of Yavin, engaged in their assault. They had encountered resistance, but nothing they couldn't obliterate, with another sortie or two. And then they found themselves hurled across space as if a giant hand had slapped them aside. Pelion had been thrown over the bridge railing to sprawl on his back atop a command station, extremely lucky that he hadn't snapped his spine. His crew had been tossed about like debris in a storm system. Several uniformed soldiers lay unconscious, possibly dead. Others sat blinking and bloodied. The shocked crew picked themselves up as ripples of astonishment echoed in whispered conversations, rising to a gabble of confusion and embarrassing fear. Automatic alarms roiled through the firestorm. The communications channels buzzed with activity as the other 16 Star Destroyers demanded to know what had occurred. But Pelion could give them no answers. He climbed back to his feet, smoothed his Vice Admiral's uniform, and staggered as his vision became blurred with black specks like static from a jammed transmission. "Status report," he called. Pelion coughed and wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. His crew grumbled and glanced at each other in confusion and dizzy perplexity. "To your posts," Pelion said, raising his voice. More blood came from his lips, but his commanding tone snapped the personnel out of their torpor. "I said I want a status report. What happened to us? Tell me where we are." "Stabilizing, sir," the navigator said. The stars outside the viewports of the Firestorm's bridge tower spun around like a whirlpool. Pelion, already disoriented, found the effect nauseating, but gradually the Star Destroyer regained its firm position. He clutched the bridge rail for support. Ahead of him, the brightest star was a brilliant yellow dot, far away. He had the sinking premonition that this distant star might be the sun of the Yavin system. "Sir," the navigator said, "I've managed to cross-check our position. We've been thrown far outside the solar system in a matter of seconds." "Our hyperdrive is also damaged," the helmsman added. "We can effect repairs in a few hours, but we can't make any jumps, especially not in-system, because the navicomputer has been wiped." Pelion gripped the bridge rail, forcing himself not to slump with dismay. "Check the status of all our remaining Star Destroyers," Pelion said. "I want full repairs on our hyperdrives as soon as possible. For now, proceed back to the Yavin system at full sublight power." "But, sir, that'll take weeks," the helmsman said. Pelion looked at him, cold and calm. "In the meantime," he said, "we'll calculate micro-jumps. By hand, if necessary, even without the navicomputer. We must get back to Yavin 4. His crew heard the determination in the Vice Admiral's voice and snapped to their duties. They tried to regain their composure and bring the Imperial Star Destroyers back to peak performance. The fleet began to move, lumbering across the impossible gulf of space. He couldn't imagine what Admiral Dalla would think when she arrived in the system and found that his entire fleet had vanished. He trembled, already imagining her fury, disheartened by his own incompetence. Though when Jedi Knights were involved, logical prediction was often irrelevant. He gazed out the bridge window again, fixating upon the suddenly distant yellow sun of the Yavin system. He kneaded his hands together in anxiety and frustration. His eyes burned with shame. No doubt the battle would be completely over by the time his fleet finally returned. Chapter 57. The Nighthammer's fully loaded TIE bomber bay was like a trap waiting to be sprung, and as Callista landed her hijacked, damaged ship among the other deadly bombers, she vowed to trigger the destructive energy just waiting here for her. All the pilots had been evacuated because of Callista's warning of a leaking engine core, but investigators would come soon. She had to hurry. Squadrons of unmanned TIE fighters and bombers sat in rows on the gleaming metal deck. The ships had been powered up and ready to launch, but for some reason Dalla must have decided to keep them aboard the Super Star Destroyer. Callista guessed that the Admiral had opted to continue the battle from a safe distance rather than unnecessarily risking her bombers. Dalla was convinced she would win anyway, and she could just as easily continue the onslaught from orbit. Just as Callista settled in and the bay doors closed, she heard additional alarms pounding through the Nighthammer, announcements that a new rebel fleet had arrived and that the Super Star Destroyer was engaging in space combat. Good, she thought. That might delay the Imperials from interfering here for a few more minutes. Callista's injured bomber sat in a cleared area recently used for repair and maintenance of ships. The damaged bomber had flown well enough. The TIE pilot she'd killed had completed field repairs admirably. She dropped lightly to the deck, crouching low and scanning around to make sure no one had waited to see her. No helpful rescue party or medics. But the bay was empty. Breathing fast and hard, Callista set to work. She heard the thrum of battle echo through the hull of the Nighthammer. She hesitated a moment, telling herself she didn't care, but she had to find out what was going on. She raced over to a wall screen and requested a current battle display, surprised to see the Millennium Falcon disappearing into Admiral Akbar's flagship, the Galactic Voyager. The stakes were now raised. Akbar's Calamarian star cruiser bore heavy weaponry, but not even the combined New Republic ships could stand against a Super Star Destroyer. Admiral Dalla fired, pummeling Akbar's shields, and the star cruiser backed off. Callista knew she had to hurry, but just before she turned away, she saw another fleet of Victory-class Star Destroyers appear out of hyperspace and join the trouncing of Akbar's fleet. The New Republic rescuers would be cut to ribbons in no time if Callista didn't move soon. She code-locked the bay's access door from the outer corridors to ensure her privacy. The protection wouldn't last long if an Imperial slicer tried to break in, but she just needed to hinder any interference. Callista sprinted back to her damaged TIE bomber and opened the armament reserves, where she assessed the cargo of concussion missiles behind their launcher systems. Rushing back to the wall, she studied the simple schematic of the Nighthammer.
It wasn't very detailed, designed mainly to aid new recruits lost aboard so vast a vessel, but Callista recognized that her greatest hopes had been fulfilled. The TIE bomber bays were far to the rear of the Night Hammer, separated by thick bulkheads from the immense engine and propulsion systems. Callista fixed her gray eyes on the armored wall at the far end of the bay and pointed the leftover missiles from the TIE bomber directly toward it. She set their timers for automatic launch. It should be enough for a breach, and that would be just the beginning. Then she raced to the next TIE bomber and opened up its launcher, fiddling with the full rack of concussion missiles. Her breath came fast, her thoughts pounded loud and heavy in her head. So many explosives, and so little time, she thought with a smirk. Long ago, she had attempted a similar thing to stop the Emperor's automated death machine, the Eye of Palpatine, from destroying former Jedi colonies. Her spirit had been trapped inside a computer where she had hung in limbo for decades. Her sacrifice had indeed diverted and delayed the dreadnought in its mission, until Luke Skywalker had finished the job and rescued her at the same time. Luke. She forced the thought away, concentrating on her mission. Right now, Callista was all alone, and she liked it better that way, because then she needed to worry about no one but herself. She didn't have to argue with Luke about the best way to salvage a mission. The risks and the costs were hers alone. She wished desperately that she had found her force powers again, that she and Luke could have made a life together as two powerful Jedi. She loved him very much, but this was more important right now. All the new Jedi Knights would be killed if Dalla's Night Hammer was not stopped, and she would stop it herself. Callista had a second chance. She had tried to save the children of the Jedi so many years before, and now that the new Jedi were so desperately few, she had to make a terrible choice, a personal choice. But since she had none of her powers anyway, the loss of Callista would not be such a terrible wound to the New Republic, would it? She could strike a great blow against the Empire. Nothing else mattered. Callista raced from bomber to bomber, setting each store of missiles on target, diverting a few to strike the fuel tanks of other bombers in the bay, so that the explosion would be perpetuated, a chain reaction, building and building. The Night Hammer would fall. With all the charges set, Callista locked the access door behind her and raced along the harshly lit corridor, finding an empty transport tube that shot her along the inner hull, racing away from where the deadly explosions would occur. The Night Hammer and the Victory-class Star Destroyers closed in on Akbar's flagship. The Calamarian Star Cruiser's defenses were failing, and its destruction was imminent. Callista prayed that she had set the timers to go off soon enough. The Night Hammer veered away from the jungle moon and lumbered out into space, pursuing Akbar's retreating ship toward the gas giant Yavin, but the huge planet offered no safety whatsoever. Callista knew she had no hope for her own escape. She accepted that. If her plan succeeded, the Night Hammer would be destroyed, and if her attempt failed, she would stay and fight to the death, making another attempt and another, doing everything she could to stop the brutal Imperials. In either case, she vowed to make her way to the bridge deck of the Super Star Destroyer. At the last, she wanted to face Admiral Dalla, look the destructive renegade in her emerald eyes, and strike the Admiral down with her own two hands. Callista gripped her lightsaber as the transport tube shot her kilometer after kilometer along the length of the black warship. She just began rising toward the bridge tower when all the charges blew. Missile after missile shot into the armored retaining wall behind the Night Hammer's powerful bank of engines. As the first wave of explosions breached the containment wall, other timers went off and more missiles flew, erupting through the blast craters or streaking sideways to detonate the fuel tanks of other TIE bombers, which in turn blew up in an increasing concussion front that doubled and redoubled its destructive power. 8 kilometers long and heavily armored, the Night Hammer was far too immense to be destroyed by even such a spectacular explosion. But Callista's intent had been to rip out the core of the engines, to hobble the Super Star Destroyer and leave it hanging dead in space. Lights went black around Callista. The transport tube lurched to a halt, and alarms began shrieking at bone-jarring volume. Callista laughed with the ecstasy of adrenaline, then popped the evacuation hatch. Breathing hard, she hauled herself out into the dark access tunnel.
Callista flicked on her lightsaber, and by the topaz glow of its blade, she found an emergency exit port that took her out into the chaotic corridors of the giant ship. In a defensive crouch, Callista flung sweat from her close-cropped blonde hair, and with the greatest possible speed, she made her way to the bridge decks. She had an appointment with Dala. The Night Hammer began to drift, dead in space. Chapter 58. Admiral Dala watched the last of the battle unfold toward its inevitable conclusion, and she stood back and smiled with thin, pale lips. Seeing themselves hopelessly outgunned, the meager rebel fleet attempted to escape, but the Night Hammer and the Victory-class Star Destroyers flew after it toward the huge orange ball of Yavin, pummeling the Calamarian Star Cruiser's shields. According to her readings, the rebel defenses had practically been exhausted. It would be only moments until the battle cruiser was crushed between Imperial jaws of steel. A dark-haired young lieutenant rushed up to her. His face had been scrubbed so clean that a flush of pink still stood out, enhanced by his excitement. His words came in a breathless rush. "Admiral, good news from the sensor station." She allowed a smile, reveling in the continued satisfaction. "I'm always willing to accept good news. What is it, Lieutenant?" The lieutenant beamed. "We've located Vice Admiral Pellion's fleet." She whirled, suddenly focusing her attention. "Where?" "They're on the edge of the Yavin system, Admiral, making their way here as fast as they can. We've established communication." "What happened to them?" she said. "Did they suffer engine problems, all at once?" The lieutenant shook his head. "No, Admiral, it is very strange." He looked away as if embarrassed. "The Jedi Knights physically hurled them out of the system with their sorcery. The Vice Admiral is unable to increase his speed, and it may be days before they can reach the battle." Dala clasped her leather-gloved hands in front of her and nodded. "Very well," she said. "By that time we'll be finished here. But it's good to know all those ships weren't destroyed." She forced herself not to show her immense relief at avoiding yet another disastrous failure. It felt so good to be victorious at last. Dala leaned closer to the bridge window and slapped one fist into her open palm. "So let's redouble our efforts and be celebrating our victory by the time the Vice Admiral gets here." She drew a deep breath, swelling with pride and satisfaction. At last, Grand Moff Tarkin would have been pleased with how she had redeemed herself. She had done everything right this time, and the rebels would pay in blood. At that moment, the rear portion of the Super Star Destroyer exploded, tearing out all the Night Hammer's engine systems. It took seconds for the shock wave to travel through the kilometers of armored metal and sealed bulkheads. The bridge tower shuddered with the blow. Power went out, leaving the command station bathed in red emergency lights. Dala was thrown to the floor. The Victory-class Star Destroyers continued to pursue the rebel Star Cruiser. The bolts of their turbo-laser fire showered fireworks across the Night Hammer's bow. For a moment they didn't realize what had happened, and neither did Dala. "What was that?" she shouted. "Status report. I want power back on, now." Several members of her bridge crew lay stunned or unconscious from the explosion, and one had been crushed to death under a toppled tactical station. Alarms continued pounding. The fresh-faced lieutenant hauled himself up to a station that was not his own and valiantly punched up a summary in the bloody glow of emergency lights. His face looked stricken with horror. "Admiral, there have been numerous massive explosions in the engine compartments. Source, rear TIE bomber bays 14 and 17. The inner engine walls have been breached, and all our propulsion chambers are wrecked. We're on fire. The rearmost third of the Night Hammer has been sealed off by automatic emergency systems. Life support has failed." He paused, taking a deep breath, but he had not finished his litany. "Outer hull breaches reported, index 293, 181, and 75. Massive loss of containment. Toxic and radioactive wastes pouring into the habitable decks. Our rear bomber bays are all ruined." Each phrase seemed like a slap to Dala. "How could this happen?" she demanded. The lieutenant stared at her, mouth open, eyes glassy. Unknown, Admiral. It seems impossible. But Dalla knew the only answer: direct sabotage. Such widespread destruction could not have been accidental. Several of the Victory-class Star Destroyers broke off their pursuit of Akbar's ship. The comm system squawked. "Nighthammer! Nighthammer! Please respond!" She recognized the voice of one of the Victory commanders, though she couldn't place his name in her sudden shock. "Admiral Dalla, your ship is in flames. From out here, it looks hopeless, Admiral." She lurched to the communication station. "Where is Colonel Cronus?" she said. "We need him to double his efforts. We may require rescue assistance." The commander's voice cracked. "Colonel Cronus's flagship was destroyed in the rebel attack, Admiral. I'm not certain who is now in command." "I am in command," Dalla snapped, but then she slumped backward as if the wind had been knocked out of her. Pelion wouldn't be here for days. Cronus was dead. The Nighthammer had been severely damaged. Everything had changed in a matter of minutes. She whirled, shouting to anyone on the bridge. "How long until repairs? When can we get our engines up and running again?" One of the engineers gaped at her, appalled. Blood dripped down his cheek from a small cut near his temple. "Admiral, you don't understand. Our engines are gone. It will take months to refit. We have no hope of repair. None. Everything is on fire." "We have no propulsion?" Dalla said. "None whatsoever. We're drifting out of control, and there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing." Dalla raged, turning from side to side. She held her gloved fists at her hips, but could find no outlet for her fury. "We can't navigate. We can't move," she shouted, and then turned slowly to her view screen as the immense gas giant filled their full view, growing larger every second. The Nighthammer drifted along on a tidal wave of momentum, following its last course. But it began to turn, tugged by the unbreakable chains of gravity from enormous Yavin. Her green eyes seemed to fill with steam from within. "Check our course," she whispered. "Tell me I'm wrong." The navigator stared out the window as if he had seen and understood the same horrible fate that Dalla imagined. She shouted to snap him out of his daze. "Check our course, I said!" He jerked, startled, then scrambled to call up the screens he needed. "Computers are down, Admiral. Let me double-check." He punched up a different suite of sensors, and his face sagged. "We're heading directly into the planet, Admiral. A straight nosedive. Unless we get full power back soon, there is no way in the universe we can save this ship." Dalla glared at the fleeing rebel star cruiser, wanting nothing more than to see it explode, so that she might be vindicated that much at least. As 5 of the Victory Star Destroyers continued to pursue the rebels, firing recklessly, the rest of the New Republic fleet suddenly appeared in front of them. Scores and scores of reinforcements, assault frigates, Corellian corvettes, 5 more Mon Calamari star cruisers, Lorinar strike cruisers, Carrack-class gunships, an overwhelming force. Dalla wanted to cry out in outrage and despair, but she bottled it within herself, and the anger flowed like lava, compressing into a diamond of desperate resolve within her. She thought fast. She had to be realistic, not allow her fury and outrage to stain her rational thought like last time. She had to think of the future of the Empire, not her personal vendetta. Revenge would come later. There would be time. She still had Pelion's fleet. She still had numerous Victory-class ships. More and more great battle cruisers were being built in the Imperial shipyards. This was merely a setback. She had to rethink her strategy again, or perhaps her disgrace was so great that she should never attempt to guide the Imperial fleet again. Right now, though, the Nighthammer was doomed, and there was nothing she could do. Nothing. She felt stripped of options. Her only chance was to escape and reach Pelion's fleet. Because the Nighthammer was exceedingly automated, it carried a relatively small crew. They could all fit in the hundreds and hundreds of evacuation pods if they moved. Her crew of loyal soldiers could escape to fight again. She sounded her own alarm. Her voice bellowed through the intercom systems. "This is Admiral Dalla. I am ordering an immediate evacuation of this Super Star Destroyer. All personnel, abandon ship. Reach the nearest evacuation pods and launch into space. There are Victory-class Star Destroyers here to pick us up, and Vice Admiral Pelion's fleet is on its way. But this ship is going down."
She switched off and stood looking at the red-washed bridge deck. Overhead white lights flickered but failed to come on. Her bridge crew gazed at her, astonished that she had ordered a retreat. "Go!" she shouted at them. "That's an order. Get to the escape pods." "But, Admiral, what about you?" said the fresh-faced young lieutenant. Tears streamed from his eyes. Smoke hovered in the air, but Dalla could tell that he wept not because of chemical irritation, but out of despair for the lost glory of the Empire. "I gave you orders to evacuate, Lieutenant," she said, and turned her back to him, refusing to move. The crew gave one last look to their commander and then fled down the corridors to the evacuation pods. Dalla stood alone at her command station as the universe crumbled around her. She stared out the viewport wordlessly, her face white, her lips pressed together. The night hammer hurtled toward its doom, its rear sections molten and spewing radioactive fire. But she remained unmoving, like a captain dutifully about to go down with her ship. Chapter 59. But Dalla had no intention of letting it end there. When the bridge personnel evacuated, leaving her to stand alone at the helm as the ship crashed toward its inevitable destruction, she knew the image would burn itself in the minds of her crew. She could rest assured her legend would live on if any of them survived in the escape pods. However, Dalla herself intended to survive, though it never hurt to make contingency plans. She had more battles to fight for the Empire, more ways to strike against the rebel alliance. This time she had caused the enemy pain, at least. Her victory was not total, but neither was her defeat. Dalla went to the wall by the command station, where she gained access to her spacious ready room and its private compartments that held escape pods keyed to command-level personnel only. Before she had thought the huge room with its amenities and backup systems to be extravagant, but now she blessed the designer who had thought of every contingency. Another wave of explosions thrummed through the hull of the Night Hammer, throwing the ship from side to side. With one last glance out the bridge window ports, Dalla saw the giant gravity well of Yavin looming larger by the minute, hungry and waiting to devour her ship. She had to make good her escape, now. The superstar destroyer would be crushed within moments, its outer hull already burning as it screamed into the upper atmosphere. She stumbled as another explosion rocked the black ship. The lights flickered in her ready room, then the red emergency glow came on again. She searched for the rear alcove that contained the escape pods and stopped when she saw a lone person waiting for her. A woman. A Jedi Knight holding up a sun-yellow lightsaber blade. Its topaz beam crackled in the red-washed dimness of the doomed ship. "I've been waiting for you, Admiral Dalla," Callista said. She stood face to face with her Imperial nemesis. Callista drew a quick breath, giddy with anticipation and exhilaration. Gratifyingly loud explosions continued to ripple through the superstar destroyer, chain reactions building up as the destruction tunneled deeper into the Night Hammer. Dalla, the iron-willed and unpredictable Imperial admiral about whom Callista had heard so many legends, now looked harried and cadaverous in the emergency lighting of the command ready room. Dalla froze upon seeing her, her face contorted in fury. "I don't believe this. Jedi vermin everywhere I turn." She spat out the words and stalked forward. "You can't stop me." Callista stood her ground in front of the access hatches to the escape pods. "I only need to delay you, Dalla," she said. "That'll be enough." Her lightsaber thrummed in her hand. "And I have the means to do that." Callista felt the deep-seated anger boiling through her. Admiral Dalla was the target for her rage, and this close to the climactic end of her life, just as had happened on the Eye of Palpatine, Callista found herself filled with a sudden freedom. She wanted to touch the Force again one more time, and it didn't matter now whether she allowed herself to be tainted by the dark side, if that was the only way, and it was. The ship would be engulfed in moments anyway. All that mattered was that she stopped Dalla from escaping and wreaking more destruction upon the New Republic. If she confronted the shadowy temptation, Callista could use the Force again. The dark side of it, the easy abilities, the strength that grew stronger because of itself, not because of any innate qualities its wielder possessed. The possibilities danced before her gray eyes like smoke, tantalizing her, luring Callista to reach out and grasp them, though she might be unable to let go again. Seeing her instant of hesitation, Admiral Dalla whipped out a blaster pistol from its holster at her hip. With the flick of her finger, she switched the power to a kill setting and blasted at Callista. Callista couldn't avoid the deadly bolt, but she could use the force to snatch heightened abilities. With no choice, she let herself go in a fraction of a second. Using the lightsaber as an extension of herself, Callista struck defensively. Her Jedi weapon knew where it was going, following the inexorable path of the Force, so that the topaz blade struck each blaster bolt as Dalla fired again and again. The deadly fire reflected from her lightsaber and splashed blackened stains against the ready room's metal walls. Dalla shot 4 times, but in each instance, Callista let the Force flow through her, allowing the dark side to guide her actions. Flaring with anger, she struck right and left, deflecting Dalla's beams. "The Force is more powerful than you are, Dalla," Callista said through gritted teeth. She felt the frightening strength surging within her as her anger fed upon itself, growing more and more powerful. She could feel the Force again. She tried to back away from the dark side, concentrated on throttling back her efforts to free herself before its grip became too strong. Dalla ceased firing, but only for an instant as she switched the setting to stun. Before Callista could react, Dalla shot again. This time the beam was not a discrete bolt of power, but outspreading arcs of tenuous blue energy. She raised the lightsaber to deflect the stun blast, but the paralyzing energy rippled around her from all sides and hammered Callista to the floor. Her lightsaber, short-circuited, flashed out, and Callista crumpled into blackness. Dalla stood over the fallen Jedi woman. With her polished black boot, she kicked the dead lightsaber away. Outside, the atmosphere of Yavin scraped against the hull of the Nighthammer with a wailing of lost spirits. The winds tore at the helpless ship as it careened into the crushing depths of the gravity well. Dalla glared at the stunned Jedi woman, annoyed that even the brief battle might have been too much of a delay, that she could no longer escape. "I told you you couldn't stop me," she said, and stepped over Callista's body on her way to the escape pod. Chapter 60. The jungle battles continued to rage, but the Imperial ground assault vehicles began to lose their momentum as the Jedi Knights mounted a brutal guerrilla defense, destroying scout walkers, juggernauts, and flying fortresses. The remaining TIE fighters and bombers circled overhead, but most had already been knocked out of the sky by force-hurled projectiles. Luke Skywalker fought hard, the lightsaber throbbing in his hand, but his attention was focused on his desperate mental search for Callista. Overhead, through the tattered jungle canopy, he could see the swollen planet Yavin filling much of the sky. The black silver of the Nighthammer stood out plainly, creating a triangular eclipse against the gas giant. Brilliant streams of turbolaser fire danced across space, a flickering light show. And Luke remembered a time long, long ago when he had been no more than the adopted nephew of a moisture farmer, a wide-eyed, enthusiastic kid who had stared up into the bleached skies of Tatooine to see the distant space battle above his world. He had never dreamed that Darth Vader's capture of Princess Leia's ship would have so changed his life and the future of the galaxy. Back then, Luke had heard only rumors of the Jedi Knights, had no idea who his father was, and couldn't imagine the possibilities of the Force. And now Callista was just as helpless as he had been then. But she knew what she no longer had. Luke charged through the underbrush, shouting her name over and over. Because she had been walled away from the Force, he could not sense her, had no idea where she was. "Callista!" he called again, drawing fire from a hidden scout walker in the jungle. Laser cannon blasts erupted on either side of him, but he dodged out of the way, still partially distracted by his search. With a rapid sweep of his lightsaber, he felled a tall Masasi tree and used the Force to nudge it, toppling it onto the AT-SAT in a shower of sparks and flames. He had to find Callista. His Jedi Knights had fought remarkably well, a small band of Force-talented soldiers battling independently and wreaking great destruction on far superior Imperial technology. Not long ago, Luke Skywalker had been one of the only remaining Jedi Knights, but now he had created the core of a new order of valiant fighters loyal to the New Republic, trained in using the Force. The Jedi Knights would rise again, of that he had no doubt. As he thought of Tion, Streen, Kiranatai, Kip Duran, Cam Salusar, Kilgal, and all the others he had worked with, he pondered again Callista's stated objections. That she could not be with him because she had not yet regained her Jedi talent. That if they married and had children, she was afraid that their sons and daughters would not be able to use the Force, would be isolated from it as she was. But what did it matter? He loved Callista, whether or not she had Jedi powers. He had already created a fine league of defenders for the New Republic, and he would continue to train Jedi on Yavin 4. It didn't matter if their children might not have the full potential for the Force. It didn't matter if Callista could use her Jedi abilities. It didn't matter. He wanted her and no one else. He had to make that clear to her when he finally found her. He had already brought back the Jedi Knights. Luke had searched all of his life for Callista, and he could not allow himself to lose her, not now. He made his way back to the great temple, to the clearing, where some of his other Jedi trainees had gathered to form a combined force against the ragtag leftovers from Vice Admiral Pelion's ground assault troops. His heart sank when he failed to see Callista among them. Where had she gone? Why had he let her out of his sight? He had so much to tell her, so much to promise her. But she wasn't there. "Callista," he whispered longingly, knowing she could not hear him. But then he looked up into the misty white sky, and suddenly he felt her through the Force. It was like a door opening to let in a ray of light. His gaze snapped over and fixed on the black silhouette of the doomed Super Star Destroyer. It was in flames, plunging into the gas giant. A few straggler life pods sprayed out in all directions as the crew evacuated, and Luke knew with a clawing dread that Callista somehow had gone up there. He groaned to himself, recognizing exactly what she must have done. Feeling helpless without Jedi powers, Callista had taken the problem head-on, charging in with focused attention and a rigid adherence to the lone solution she thought would work. She would consider no other possibilities, only her single-minded way. "No, Callista," he said. "No." He got only a flicker of sensation from her, a dark glare through the Force that felt like a shudder down his spine. She had opened herself up to her powers again, but she was using only the dark side. Callista had been tempted and let herself slip, but at least now Luke could sense her through the tangled skein of the Force. And then the flicker went away. The door had slammed shut again, as if Callista had lost her powers, or as if something had happened to her. With stinging eyes he stared up at the dwindling, sharp-edged silhouette of the Nighthammer, trying to focus his Jedi senses to enhance his sight. But he could detect nothing from her any more. The door into the Force had slammed shut and locked, blocking him away from any ability to detect her. But he knew she was up there on that dying ship. Luke saw the Super Star Destroyer plunge like a knife blade into the atmosphere of Yavin, its black-armored hull glowing cherry red with friction against the atmospheric gases and the buffeting storms. With a final series of explosions that ignited scarlet and yellow glows in the upper clouds, the Nighthammer vanished into Yavin, swallowed up forever, and taking Callista with it. Hoth Asteroid Belt, Chapter 61. The Yavaris and the assault frigate Dodana swerved aside as they escaped the treacherous core of the Hoth asteroid field, leaving the wreckage of the Darksaber behind. "Saves us the trouble," Wedge said, shaking his head. "But Maydean is gone. I wish we had some way of knowing what really happened there." Quai stared behind her with wide indigo eyes. "At least the weapon was destroyed without its ever firing a shot," she said, then heaved a long sigh. "I wish people would stop trying to build bigger and better means of destruction." "I couldn't agree more," Wedge said, hugging her. "I wouldn't mind in the least if I found myself looking for a new line of work." "Jimmerl Antilles," the sensor chief said, "we're picking up one small craft, registering a single life form aboard. It's too small to be much of a ship." Wedge frowned. He felt a surge of hope for just a moment. Perhaps Maydean had escaped. But he knew that couldn't be true, because the life monitor wouldn't lie. "Maybe it's somebody who jumped ship," he said. "Activate tractor beams, grab it, and bring it aboard." He left the Yavaris's command station, gesturing to Quai. "Let's go meet it." He flicked on the intercom. "I want a full security detail to meet me in the forward docking bay. Bring your weapons. We might have some trouble." Wedge and Quai waited inside the bay. Around them a squad of armed guards held blaster rifles at their shoulders, fidgeting nervously and still keyed up from the days-long alert status they had just experienced, as well as the week of space battle simulation in the Nal Hutta system. Wedge watched through the transparent atmosphere field as a bright dot came closer, a metallic hull of a spherical ship reflecting light from the distant sun. He realized with a strange shift in perspective how tiny this craft was, that it already hovered just outside the containment field. A round construction pod no more than 4 meters in diameter, a single-person inspection scooter. Where was he expecting to go in that? Wedge said. Sometimes you take advantage of the only thing you have, Quai said. In desperation, you have few choices. Wedge looked at her, surprised at the insight. Quai had always struck him as sweet but naive. However, she had learned much since her rescue from Maw installation. The battered inspection scooter drifted in and thumped to the deck plates, guided by the grip of the Yavarus's tractor beams. The New Republic guards pointed their rifles, standing ready. The hatch hissed as it unsealed, then popped open. Wedge tensed, then blinked in surprise as a paunchy old man hauled himself out. His face was grizzled, his white hair stood up in unruly shocks. He took deep breaths, scowling in disgust at the interior of his scooter. The guards rushed forward to take the man prisoner. He didn't resist, looking about him in confusion. "Bevel Lemelisk," Quai said, her eyes filled with anger and surprise. "You know this man?" Wedge asked. Quai nodded. Her glittery hair tinkled around her. "He helped me design the Death Star," she said. "Grand Moff Tarkin removed him from Maw installation to be the chief engineer on the project in the Horus system. I thought I saw him on Nar Shaddaa, remember?" He raised his eyebrows. "Maybe you weren't seeing things after all." The guards ushered Lemelisk forward. The old engineer looked at Wedge, then blinked his rheumy eyes in amazement at seeing Quai. "Ah, Quai Zooks, fancy meeting you here. Are you working for these people now? What a coincidence." Her pale blue skin flushed darker. Wedge had never seen Quai exhibit such anger and agitation before. He realized that the sight of her former engineering partner must be gurgling up old memories that had been sealed away during her forced amnesia. "You deceived me, Lemelisk," she said, her voice high and sharp. "You lied to me. While we were working in Maw installation, you never told me our weapons would be used for such death and destruction. You claimed they all had legitimate, peaceful purposes." Lemelisk blinked at her again and frowned in disbelief. "Quai, you were always so brilliant, but in other ways you managed to be incredibly dense." She looked as if she had just been slapped, and Wedge grew angry. "You were aboard that Hutt superweapon?" "Aboard the Darksaber," Lemelisk said. "I helped them build the thing. I designed it." "Oh, did they get away after all?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. "No, the weapon was destroyed in the asteroid field." "Ah," Lemelisk said. "A pity. Not that I'm surprised, though. I doubted it would work." "What about our New Republic commando team?" Wedge asked. "Did you see them?" Lemelisk nodded. "Ah, yes, the rebel saboteur. We killed one of their team when they tried to sabotage our engine systems. The other, I believe his name was Maydeen, was brought before Lord Durga and summarily executed. He died bravely, of course." Wedge felt anger simmering around him, and he gestured to the armed guards. "Take the prisoner and lock him up. We'll bring him back to Coruscant and put him on trial." He lowered his voice in a threat. "But I have no doubt we've got sufficient evidence to order your execution as a threat to galactic peace." "Ah, well." Surprisingly, Bevel Lemelisk reacted with resignation instead of fear. "If you're going to execute me," he said, "just make sure you do it right this time." Yavin 4, Chapter 62. 17 Imperial Star Destroyers hovered near the edge of the Yavin system, ordered not to go deeper inside or to engage the overwhelming rebel forces that had converged to defend the Jedi Academy, battleship after battleship. All had been confusion for more than a day, but the rebels seemed to be re-establishing order. Shortly after the destruction of the Nighthammer, most of the Victory-class Star Destroyers had already fled back to their rendezvous in the core systems. Pelian's fleet waited, a distant threat, but able to do nothing. "We've detected one more escape pod, Vice Admiral," the sensor chief said. Pelian tapped his fingers on the command railing and ran his right hand over his mustache. "Very well, lock on the coordinates," he said. "Let's pick it up. I believe most of them have been accounted for now." "This one's slightly different, sir," the sensor chief said. "It's broadcasting a command frequency. It's been out there for quite a while." Pelian felt his heart leap. "A command pod? Haul it into our forward bay. I'm going down to meet it." He strode briskly to the turbolift and rode the platform down, feeling very old. The Imperial fleet was in a shambles. The battle on Yavin 4 had been a complete rout. The Nighthammer had gone down in flames. The most powerful warship in Dala's new unified fleet, as well as a symbol of Imperial power, trounced by rebel blind luck and reckless determination. He stepped into the forward landing bay just as the space-scarred escape pod penetrated the atmosphere containment fields. He felt a surge of hope upon seeing it. Another module launched from the Nighthammer, this one with heavier armor and no external identification. A command-level pod, obviously. Frost began to dust the outer layers. Pelian didn't know what to think, what the Empire should do next, how they could salvage this utter defeat. The loss of morale would be devastating. He stepped forward. Stormtrooper guards along the walls stood with weapons ready, just in case the pod happened to be booby-trapped. Before Pelian could open the hatch, though, it popped open of its own accord, released by an internal access panel. As soon as the stale atmosphere hissed out to mix with the oily metallic smell of the Firestorm's enclosed bay, Admiral Dala climbed out. Soot smeared her face. Her olive-gray uniform, usually neat, was torn and stained. Blood smeared one cheek, but Pelian couldn't tell if it was Dala's own blood or someone else's. Pelian's knees grew watery with relief upon seeing her. Dala would know what to do. She could give orders to straighten out the Imperial fleet. She stood up slowly, locked her gaze with his, and brushed off her uniform. "Vice Admiral Pelian," she said in a dull, lifeless voice, as if forcing the words through her teeth. "In light of this disaster, I hereby resign my rank and hand over command of all Imperial forces to you." The instant of silence sounded like an avalanche. She continued, "I will be happy to follow your orders and assist with rebuilding the Empire in any way possible. But I feel that I am no longer capable of commanding so many worthy soldiers. They cannot be asked to lay their lives on the line, to swear allegiance to someone who has been beaten so many times." With a precise motion, she coldly and stiffly saluted him, never letting her emerald gaze waver. The stormtroopers stood at attention, drinking in the details. "But, Admiral, I can't accept this. We need you to rebuild." "Nonsense, Vice Admiral," she said. "You must be strong. Follow your own convictions. We need an opportunity to recover from such a debacle. We need your strength." Dala stood next to him, looking long and hard into his eyes. "You are in command of the Empire now, Pelian," she said. She waited rigidly at attention, motionless, until Pelian gradually returned her salute. Coruscant. Chapter 63. The skies of Coruscant glowed with brilliant signal fires. X-wing fighters dumped clouds of plasma in a diffuse banner high in the twilight. The ionized gases shone with bright colors, spreading out and serving a dual purpose: to celebrate another victory against the Empire, and also to honor those who had died in the recent battles. For Crix Madine's memorial service, Luke Skywalker waited beside Leia and Han Solo, but his mind was far, far away.
He felt empty and cold. The group waited atop the Imperial Palace next to a dazzling signal beacon that stabbed up into the atmosphere. The sharp, thin air whipped around them, but he didn't feel it. Overhead, the X-Wing fighters continued to soar, splashing their spectacle across the darkening sky. C-3PO, newly polished and gleaming gold under the bright lights, stood proudly beside his counterpart R2-D2. "Oh, R2," he said, "it's been the greatest pleasure serving with you again. I wish you didn't have to return to Yavin 4 and assist Master Luke at his Jedi Academy." R2 whistled and twittered, but 3PO straightened in sudden alarm. "What? Me? Accompany you to that dense and treacherous jungle? I think not. Here on Coruscant I have many important duties, and, besides, it's so much more civilized." R2 gave a low blat of scorn. Chewbacca, standing beside them with his fur neatly combed and washed, groaned something at 3PO. Indignant, the gold protocol droid said, "That will be enough from you, Chewbacca. For your information, I am doing a fine job assisting Mistress Leia in her duties as Chief of State." Leia looked up, her dark eyes sparkling with unshed tears. An honor guard stood around the upper platform of the immense Imperial Palace that looked out upon the towering skylines of the planet-wide city. Han remained next to her, troubled but trying to hide it. He placed a comforting arm around Leia's shoulders. Young Anakin and the twins, Jason and Jaina, were dressed in stiff and uncomfortable finery, but they behaved themselves, seeming to sense the somber occasion. As Luke looked at Leia's family, it struck home like a dull knife blade in the heart. He wasn't jealous of Leia and her marriage. He and his sister had very different lives, but he had longed for a similar future with Callista. Only Callista. As two powerful Jedi Knights, they should have been a perfect pair. They could have been deliriously happy, precisely matched, and they would have been if circumstances hadn't repeatedly conspired against them. Luke's face remained stony, a tired mask that hid his emotions. But his inner pain at the loss of Callista was so strong, even Leia could sense it. She flinched, looking at him with concern, but she had her own overwhelming duties as Chief of State now. Luke nodded briefly to reassure her. He felt as if he had been continually denied a facet of his humanity. Had becoming a Jedi forced an unknown choice upon him? That he would forever be blocked from the normal joys and loves other humans encountered? He hadn't realized the cost would be so high. As Leia stepped to the makeshift podium, the New Republic honor guard snapped to attention, eyes locked forward. Luke glanced at the heavily decorated heroes of the recent Imperial onslaught. His old friend Wedge Antilles stood with new medals pinned to his chest, and beside him the ethereal scientist Quizooks blinked her indigo eyes, as if once again amazed to be the center of attention. Admiral Akbar wore his bright white uniform, riding high as commander of the New Republic fleet. The X-Wings overhead finished their run and streaked off to battle stations in orbit. The glowing displays in the air faded out, sparkling with bright points of fire that gradually dimmed. Leia began to speak, and dozens of image-recording devices, news droids, and Galactic Information Service representatives transmitted her speech to all the worlds in the New Republic. "We are here to celebrate another victory," Leia said, "and to acknowledge its cost. Once again the Empire has attempted to overthrow the rightful government of the galaxy, and once again they have failed. We will always defeat them, because we have the light on our side." She looked over at Luke, who stared stonily ahead. "This victory has not been without pain, however. Many brave fighters on several wrecked ships have died in their service to the New Republic. 2 Jedi Knights have fallen as well. Dorsk 81 sacrificed himself in order to drive back a fleet of Imperial Star Destroyers. His action alone saved the lives of the other Jedi Knights on Yavin 4, who continued to fight until Admiral Akbar and his reinforcements could arrive. Perhaps it is fortunate that Dorsk 81 did not live long enough to learn that his home world, Qom, was one of the first targets in Admiral Dalla's renewed attack. That planet has been devastated, and even now the New Republic is sending aid and reparations in honor of the great sacrifice their kinsmen made. We also acknowledged the loss of Callista, the Jedi Knight who, though she had lost her powers, still managed to bring about the destruction of the Super Star Destroyer, sending it into the planet Yavin, where we believe she and our nemesis, Admiral Dalla, both perished. Leia paused a moment in somber recollection. On another front, she said, turning toward Wedge, we are happy to report that the Hutts have been prevented from obtaining their own version of the Death Star superlaser, which they would have used to cause untold havoc upon peaceful systems. General Antilles successfully led the attack that scuttled the Darksaber weapon. However, this mission, too, has cost us dearly. Leia's voice dropped. Because he kept a low profile, General Crix Madine was not well known to many of you. He was our supreme Allied commander for intelligence. By working behind the scenes, he claimed more victories than most of us can imagine, accomplishing goals that were not politically possible to pursue in the open. Madine and his crew of commandos sought out the Hutt's hidden weapon and led General Antilles to its site, though Madine's efforts cost him his own life and the lives of his team. She paused and took a deep breath, shuddering. Luke looked over at her, able to feel the weight of responsibility crashing around his sister. But Leia was strong, and she held up. When she spoke, it seemed as if she were talking to every citizen individually and specifically. The New Republic is safe once again, thanks to the selfless efforts of our defenders. We must all continue to add our strength. She swallowed. And may the Force be with you. Luke returned to Yavin 4, intending to throw himself entirely into his duties as a Jedi Master, instructing trainees and bringing forth more defenders of the New Republic. That was his main task now, the remaining purpose of his life. Out of nostalgia, he and R2 returned to the jungle moon in a decommissioned X-Wing fighter, the type of ship Luke had flown long ago during his initial battles for the Rebel Alliance. When he landed in front of the Great Temple, he saw with a glimmer of warmth in his heart that his Jedi students were busily at work repairing the damage done to the ancient stone structure from the Imperial attack. Luke clambered out of his X-Wing and then used the Force to yank R2 out of the navigational socket and lower him gently onto the landing grid. The astromech droid had been used as a test object so many times by the Jedi trainees, he was accustomed to being jostled about by invisible hands. Kip Duran hurried over to Luke, his dark eyes shadowed from lack of sleep. "Welcome back, Master Skywalker. We knew you'd come soon." Luke nodded. "I've got to help pick up the pieces here. The search for Jedi Knights continues, no matter what else happens around us." Kip nodded soberly. "We made a fine grave for Dorsk 81 out in the jungle," he said uncertainly. "I originally thought we should take him back to Qom to be buried." Luke interrupted, shaking his head. "They have enough of their own dead." Kip agreed. "Yes, and I knew him well enough to understand how he felt. Dorsk 81 was a Jedi Knight. He would rather rest here in the place of the Jedi than be sent back to the home world he spent so much time trying to escape. He never fit in there." Luke looked up into the baleful orange eye of Yavin that filled much of the mist-covered sky. Its storm system seemed so peaceful, so soft. And yet he knew that the gravity of this giant world had swallowed Callista and Dalla and the Nighthammer whole. A shiver ran down his spine, and he hoped for a moment he would hear Callista's voice, see a vision of her face across the planet's surface, a message she sent from beyond. But it was only his imagination, and no words from Callista were forthcoming. Tion came up, her mother-of-pearl eyes shining. She tossed her silvery hair. "The supply ship came while you were gone, Master Skywalker," she said. "Everything is running smoothly again, and we're all working together. But we would achieve better progress under your direction." Luke forced a smile and looked at the Jedi scholar and lore master. "You do a fine job yourself, Tion." "Oh, I almost forgot," she said, evading the compliment. "The supply shuttle brought a sealed message for you. We put it in your quarters." Luke frowned. "Who is it from?" he said, expecting more trouble. Tion shook her head. We didn't play it. It's a private message.
All right, Luke said. Come on, R2. Let's get inside. He gestured in greeting to the other Jedi Knights, who continued their training, putting test exercises to work, completing reparations to the stone edifice of the temple. Inside the cool, shadowy corridors of the Massassi Pyramid, Luke found the way to his quarters as R2 rolled along behind him, making occasional whistles and hoots to show his pleasure at being home again. Luke found a sealed message cylinder on his sleeping pallet. He rolled it on his palm and tried to guess who it might be from, but he could think of no one. He frowned suspiciously, not sure he wanted to know. Perhaps it was someone expressing unwanted sympathy, and that would only make his loss hurt deeper. He shucked out of his comfortable flight suit and wrapped himself in one of his Jedi robes, feeling the familiarity and the associative power of the Force. Then, finally, in his guise of Jedi Master again, he opened the message cylinder, pulled out the data shaft, and inserted the components together so that they played. An image formed in front of him, and Luke gasped. "Callista!" Her face looked off into the distance, not seeing him. He couldn't tell how long ago this had been recorded. She seemed weak and haggard, but with a new kind of inner strength. "Hello, Luke. The first thing you need to know, I suppose, is that I'm not dead. Sorry if I frightened you. There was no way for me to get back. I barely got out of the Super Star Destroyer in one of the last escape pods before the entire ship crashed into Yavin." She paused, as if contemplating her words, then continued. "After I got away, I drifted. Dala's command-level escape pods had extra propulsion systems. But once I was out of danger, once I escaped, I realized that I could not come back to you. Not yet. I'm sorry, Luke. The Jedi powers are closer to me now, but they are not yet within my grasp. The wall of the dark side blocks me from them. I'm afraid I'll be tempted again if I work too closely with you. Because when I'm with you, Luke, I want so much to have my powers back that I'm willing to do anything. Almost anything. I can't risk that." "No, Callista," he whispered to her image. "Please." "I have to go on my own odyssey," she said. "I'm confident that someday I will rediscover my powers. That way I can come back to you on my own terms. I need time, Luke. Just some time. I promise I'll be back, if ever I can prove myself worthy of the great Jedi Master I love." She swallowed. Her image moved away as if she meant to switch off the recorder, but then she turned back. Her gray eyes were wide and bright and strong. "We will be together in time, Luke." She took a long breath. "And there is a lot of time in the universe." Her image winked off, and he reached out quickly, his fingers brushing the air, as if to capture just one more second with her. But Callista was gone. His heart swelled with inner turmoil, a huge elation that she was not dead after all. Callista remained alive, alive. But he had still lost her, for now. He stepped outside the great temple in the waning afternoon of Yavin 4. The other Jedi Knights moved around him, busy at their activities. He gazed up at the huge orange planet and reached across space with his thoughts, telling Callista of his love and of his hope that her search would someday be successful. "There is a lot of time in the universe," he echoed. "And we'll be together in time, you and I, Callista." The new Jedi Knights continued their work, linked together in the Force, and Luke Skywalker went to join them. End of Star Wars, Darksaber, by Kevin J. Anderson.